Good morning. Good morning. Mic check 1 2 3. Microphone check 1 2 3 4. Mic check, mic check, mic check. You're here on the replay crew. We'll be starting in about 30 minutes with our regularly scheduled Sarah Boone coverage. But we do have some bonus footage for you. I do have a couple of things that I've added to my setup, so I did want to do some extra tech testing before we get started today. Start the timer, and yeah, we'll give it a couple of minutes before anyone gets in. But looks like the mic is working, though. That's fine. What are the notices? The notices are telling me stream health is excellent. All right. One of the things I did is I lowered my output to 720p. I don't think you really need me in high def. I'm not really doing anything. Tess is deaf, but I don't need to be high def. I'm already high enough, and Tess is deaf, so together we're high def. Oh, I know what we could use on this stream. How about a little light? There we go. That's bright, though. Right, let's notch. There we go, and we'll frame it up. That's not bad either. Okay. Right now we're cooking with grease. Have a look at, make sure all the cameras are working. Okay, that's me in 720p instead of 1080p. Reasons for doing that is that it should be a little bit more stable stream. Less drop frames, and, it's not like we're doing anything that needs the intensity of 4K resolution, so got that. This is going to be our courtroom watch screen when we want to focus in on the witness. Got our transcript down to the side. This will be our full view when they're doing something that's expanded in the courtroom. Back to the launch screen so nobody thinks that they've missed out. Didn't schedule this stream to start for another another 10 minutes. What we will be doing, so today's stream, if you stuck around instead of skipping ahead, by all means, skip ahead whatever the time shows on the counter, and that's when we'll really get started with our rewatch. But one of the witnesses that are testifying today is medical examiner Dr. Sarah Zidowich. And Dr. Sarah Zidowich has testified in at least 3 other trials that I was able to find footage of on YouTube. Take a look at that. Let's go to that now. Yeah, here we go. I found she's very impressive. For everything that she may be lacking in the psychological side of crime, she's comparable to Dr. Park Dietz as far as confidence, understanding of the medical side of crime, the ability to talk about it in plain language while still retaining exact terms and not letting the attorneys kind of guide them towards gentler terms, or even just more understandable terms. They'll explain that's what people commonly know it as, but they won't allow their definitions to be dumbed down. Anyway, I was going to start. There's 3 different trials of hers. We've got 30 minutes before I want to get started today. So what I'm going to do is initially, this is the Markeith Loyd trial. If you remember Markeith Loyd, for him, he stands out because there was an interrogation video of him and he was just beat the fuck up. And understandably so, when you look into the background of the case. He killed his pregnant girlfriend, and then while he was on the run from police, he killed one of the police officers as well that was trying to stop him. So when the police got him into custody, apparently the injuries were so bad that he lost an eye permanently, and, not losing sleep over it. But in any case, pretty high profile case as far as true crime people know. So this is Dr. Sarah Zidowich, testifying at the Markeith Loyd trial. I'll press play and I'll talk to you in the chat. I should have done. Now I'm one-handed. I'm trying to roll it.
Gunshot wounds and 1 projectile that I recovered. Right, so 7 projectiles is what we should find, correct?
I don't know if the gun was discharged more than that or not. All I know is the wounds that I found on this decedent.
So at least 7?
Yes.
I mean, putting aside your knowledge of the crime scene, which is really nothing, based on your work that you did, there should be 7 projectiles out there that correspond to the 7 wounds where you didn't find the bullet inside her, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so you can't say whether those wounds were caused by a direct hit, meaning the gun being fired and hitting her, or whether they were a ricochet of a bullet off of something that then went to her. Is that correct?
Some of the wounds, looked very characteristic. If a projectile hits another object before it hits a person, oftentimes the wounds will look atypical. Or
A big thank you to Ms. Just My Opinion, who is welcome to the Fine and Dandies. One thing I've realized is this bell got a new microphone, if you haven't noticed. Anyway, it's really good at cutting out sounds. I can ring the bell over here. I don't know if you guys heard that, but I'll do it right by the mic. Thank you for becoming one of the Fine and Dandies. We'll go back to play, and I will catch up with you in the chat. Dr. Sarah Zidowitz at the Markeith Loyd trial.
Not usual for an entrance gunshot wound. So many of these looked pretty typical. Some of them did look a little atypical. So, yes, possible.
Okay, so the ones that looked atypical are wounds that could have been caused by a ricochet or something.
It's possible.
Okay.
Blue Giraffe, Detective Wolpefit,
And you can't say
Victoria Carmen, Beth the Salesman,
any
Bella's
certainty
Mom, Green Man.
which shot was first and which shot was last.
Correct.
And you can't say that the shot...
This. Green Man says, just a lazy gamer has said that the state's response to Sarah's appeal is listed on the docket, though not yet available for reading. I looked at the docket, I couldn't find it. So I don't know. Let me even just check, because I do have a... Okay. I'll let that play for you guys while I check in one of my back windows, because I now am a docket watcher.
That would have hit the heart was the first, second, third, or last.
Correct.
Want something?
And in terms of, I think you testified to this, but in terms of the
I'll be right back.
location and position of the body at the time that the shooting occurred, you can't say with any certainty what position she was in.
Correct.
She could have been standing up, laying down, you don't know.
Right.
Now, you indicated that the fetus was approximately 12 to 13 weeks, correct?
Yes.
And there would have been a process where you evaluated the organs of the fetus if it was considered a viable age. Is that correct?
Yeah, we consider viability around 21 to 22 weeks.
Pretty brutal testimony.
Those are all the questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Redirect.
Viable means that the fetus can live outside of the mother's body, correct?
Correct.
And at this point, the child's life was dependent on...
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Note, the most recent thing I'm showing on the docket is the
Correct.
District Court of Appeals order of April 2nd.
Has witness be excused? State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Defense? Thank you, doctor. You are free to
April
go.
2nd, 4/26.
State. Sorry.
Oh no, first, yeah, April 2nd.
Yes, of course.
Let's go to the next trial here. This next one is going to be a bit louder or quieter. I can't remember. Volume bounces around a bit. I did apply some filters, so no matter how loud or quiet the Sarah Boone trial gets, it should kind of sit it around the middle for you guys.
Are you board certified as a forensic pathologist?
I'm board certified in anatomic pathology.
Oh yeah, the mic is bad at this trial, but this is the Juan Rosario trial.
Clinical pathology and forensic pathology.
Are there any other fields of forensic pathology other than the three that you have identified? I'm sorry, pathology, not forensic pathology.
There are different subspecialties of pathology. So, for example, forensic pathology is kind of a subspecialty, and there are other subspecialty areas in pathology as well.
What does a forensic pathologist do, doctor?
We're involved in investigations of.
And I see in the chat some questions. What are we watching? A to B, how are you doing? This is Dr. Sarah Zidowich. She's going to be testifying in the Sarah Boone trial. She is, I think, the third witness we'll be watching today. We're watching the end of trial day 1, which will be Officer John Martinez, who will bring his body cam, lay the foundation for that as evidence, and then we'll see his body cam footage of Detective Chelsea Kepsel and Scott Lowen's interview on the scene with Sarah. Then we'll be going to Melissa Ruffgarden, who is the CSI who photographed Sarah at the scene as well as Sarah's house. She'll take us for a walk through the house, introduce a lot of photos into evidence. There are some graphic photos. For the most part, the cameraman doesn't show them on screen. However, as Dave Cacciatore for the state is pulling the images away from the overhead viewer, there are glimpses of George. I won't be freezing it or focusing on that, but I also won't be obscuring it. So if you're interested, now that's pause it, rewind, zoom, whatever you want to do. There are some glimpses of George, so warning on that, and I'll give another warning as we get closer. Then we'll get to day 2. Day 2, Judge Kranick will identify Sarah as wearing a shirt with splotching, and then we'll get started with Dr. Sarah Zidowich, as well as digital forensics examiner and a third foundational witness.
Death, and usually it's medical legal investigations. So that means deaths that are not natural, accidents, suicides, homicides, and then also deaths that are unexpected. So maybe somebody who's very young and very healthy and suddenly dies. And
if you remember Dr. Park Dietz, that's exactly what got him interested as an early medical doctor, was studying not just accidental deaths, but deaths that were unnatural, and how do we avoid intentional deaths and that sort of thing too, which was quite a departure from the field of study of most people who were trying to stop occupational hazards, but it gives insight into the way that his career developed.
You don't expect that person to die. So that would also be the type of case that we'll be involved with, trying to figure out the cause of death and the manner of death.
You listed quite a bit of training, education, and experience you have gone through. When did you actually become employed as a forensic pathologist, please, ma'am?
Well, I've been at the office here in Orlando for almost 5 years. I started here in 2012, and then the year prior to that was when I was training in Tampa.
Over the course of your career, do you have a judgment as to how many autopsy examinations you have conducted?
Yeah, each year varies a little bit, but it's usually between 200 to 225. So that brings me up around to, I would say, between 1,000 to 1,200.
Hey, Tammy Selden.
How many times have you testified?
Just me. Good to see you.
In the field of forensic pathology?
Between 25 to 30.
Did you have the occasion?
And apologies for the sound of the audio. Oh, those are some crazy eyes. She's toned down in her. This is I think this was her first televised trial.
To perform an autopsy on the body of a decedent identified to you as Elena Ortega on
Yeah.
September 19th of 2013.
Yes.
What was the general condition of the decedent's body when you first received these matters?
So when bodies come to our office, if they're coming directly from a scene, they'll come exactly as they were at the scene. So that means if there was any medical intervention, tubes to help breathe or needles, any of that will be left in place. Also, any of the clothing that they might have on them or near them will also come to our office. And so at the autopsy initially, there were signs of medical intervention, lots of medical intervention, and overall she was kind of dirty and had blood on her head and neck and chest areas.
Did you observe any obvious injuries to her body?
Well, so initially it seemed that most of the injury was in the head area.
Take us through the process, if you would, Doctor, how you go about performing, or how you went about performing this autopsy on Ms. Ortega's remains.
Sure. So the first thing that we do is when we open the shroud or the body bag, we take a set of photographs to document exactly what the person looks like when they arrive at our office, and just to document medical intervention and how they look at that time. After we've done that, we'll remove any medical intervention, clean the body if that's necessary, and then we'll do that process over again, do another set of pictures called clean pictures. Then we begin what's called the external examination. So that's exactly as it sounds, noting any characteristics to that person. So hair color, eye color, weight, that type of thing, and anything that might be specific to that individual. Maybe they've got a tattoo or a surgical scar, and just documenting those kind of things. Also, we're looking for any
The trial that you may be more familiar with her testimony is the Danielle Redlick trial. I'm going to skip ahead in her testimony a bit here, and then we'll move to the Danielle Redlick testimony before we get started with Sarah Boone today.
And I'm showing photograph 4 out of states 18. What does this photograph show?
Okay, so this is the skull, and at this point in time, the scalp has been reflected or pulled away from the top of the skull.
Reflected. A lovely word.
And you can see the fractures of the skull. This is probably the best one right here. And so you can see that it has a very sharp and kind of, it's a little bit circular. And so that's an area where the force was directly applied. And you can also see how it's kind of sinking in towards the interior of the skull. And so that's called a depressed skull fracture. And so when we talk about types of fractures in skulls, a depressed skull fracture is one of the most serious fractures because of that reason, because that part of the skull gets pushed to the inside, to the interior of the head, and it can injure the brain. Which happened here.
Sounds okay. That tracks. We'll move on to the Danielle Redlick trial. Danielle Redlick, this was known as the knife trial, kitchen knife murder trial. Medical examiner in the kitchen knife murder trial testified to injuries and defensive wounds found on the victim, Michael Redlick. The defendant, Danielle Redlick, was yawning and appeared to struggle to stay awake during testimony.
That's one of the issues that can happen with the penetrating injury. Also, as I mentioned earlier, there was a collection of blood. So I
wish they had this view during Sarah's trial, and you could have done the split screen as every detail was mentioned and get that instant reaction, or if not instant, the delayed reaction as she finally... Wow.
As the chest cavity begins to fill with blood, then it becomes harder for that lung to expand in breathing. So that also is causing an issue.
And taking the blood issue aside, with just the lung injury in and of itself, would an individual need some type of a surgery in order to, fix the lung?
It depends on which structures, and this is in cases where I've seen similar injuries. There has been surgical repair, but it depends on the case.
Charles
And I'm not a trauma surgeon, so I can't say for every
This is
case.
forever.
So now, moving on, let's talk about the major injury. You said that a vein was cut in this particular case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And because the vein was cut, there was blood loss, you indicated, right?
Yes.
So could you
Hey, Disney Mom.
indicate, at any point in time in your internal examination, was there any blood collection in the body that you could measure?
I haven't seen
in
Kim
the
stole
left
my
chest
pistol.
cavity.
Yeah.
And were you able to measure how much blood, I guess, was lost and was collecting in the left chest cavity?
So in the chest cavity, I retrieved about 750 milliliters, so close to a liter. The other areas, so for example, like in the skeletal muscle and in the soft tissue, I can't collect that, so I can't assign a number to that. All I can do is the blood that I can retrieve from cavities. And the same with external hemorrhage, so any blood on the scene, I can't quantify that.
And based on your examination as a whole, did you come to a conclusion of whether or not Mr. Redlick died of a heart attack?
He had heart disease, but there was no evidence of a heart attack or clogging of the vessels. There was no evidence of that.
So he didn't die of a heart attack, right?
No.
So let's go back here to this blood loss for a moment. How would blood loss affect an individual?
It depends on how quickly it's lost.
That's totally like Sarah's defense, too. Like, maybe he had a heart attack while I was killing him. Isn't it possible that he just had a heart attack and died naturally while I was killing him?
More quickly the blood is lost, the more quickly you'll see symptoms. Typically, people they'll feel cold.
Maybe an
the
aneurysm
vision
or
may begin to dim. They'll become weak, and at some point in time, they'll become incapacitated, meaning they may not be able to walk, they may not be able to communicate at all. And then from there, it would progress to, unconsciousness. And without treatment, it can progress to death.
And approximately how much blood does an individual have in their body?
In general, we say about 5 liters. Now, that's going to vary, of course. Bigger people are going to have a little bit more, and smaller people will have a little bit less. But around 5 liters is what we say generally.
And with an injury like this and going to photo, because I know we chatted about it, so let's show the jury photo, the 131. Could you tell the jury what this is a photo of?
So that's the left lung, and the darker area, that's where the stab wound is.
Okay. So with an injury like this, where we have a stab wound,
Bernice
where the
Conklin,
vein
losing
has been
weight,
cut
good for
and an
you.
individual is losing blood, approximately how long would that individual be able to walk around before they lose consciousness?
Yeah, that's kind of hard to give a number, right? Because we can't really study this type of thing. So we have to use observational technique.
And I'm trying to test, so let me know. I'm trying to test speaking over the testimony a little bit now before we're into the Sarah Boone stuff. So if it's not too distracting, let me know and I'll know how much I can do it futuristically. But this is the test grounds here.
So, and everyone is different. Every scene is a little bit different. So that's pretty difficult to say.
Could you give an approximation? Because I know you can't give an exact, but could you?
Oh, and as far as medical snacks go, I have a chili upstairs that it's pretty amazing, but it's fucking hot. I had dry cayenne peppers, so I crushed up, and they were already de-seeded, so it was just the outsides of the peppers. But yeah, maybe I used more than I needed. There's this big hunkin' flakes of this cayenne pepper that is. It gives it a really authentic chili flavor, but it's pretty badass too. I don't know if we'll see. I might have a bowl on stream at lunch, but The 2 spoons I had were enough to put me in a sweat, and it's not cold out, so I don't really need a sweat.
You indicated that at some point in time there'd be a loss of consciousness. So is there an average based on the studies?
Detective Wolbefett had a mole removed from her back. Being from Australia, you can't tell if that's a medical condition purely or if there was an actual animal that had to be removed from. But in any case, all the best for a speedy recovery on that.
As to when an individual, might start to lose consciousness?
Not particularly with an injury like this.
Hey,
In
Greg,
penetrating
welcome.
injuries involving the heart, there's a little bit more information, but for something like this where, it's one of the extremities, that's a little bit.
You're on all messages. You're in the right spot. If you're on top chat or whatever the edited messages are, boo! You want to see all the messages. Why let YouTube tell you whose messages you're going to see? Boo! Hey, Dor, good to see you.
More difficult. In cases that I've had that have been with similar injuries, probably 15-ish to 20 minutes. Now, that doesn't mean that person is dead at that time. It just means that they may not be able to walk or communicate. They may be at that level.
Now, you indicated that they might not be dead. So after an individual, and let's go back. So before an individual loses consciousness, would they be, as they're losing blood, would they be having issues breathing?
Yes, most likely.
And what about speaking? At some point in time, are they going to have issues speaking?
Yes, so the progression usually goes from somebody who is able to communicate, able to speak, to maybe speaking, but not making any sense, saying nonsensical things, to...
Dor gives some great advice. Instead of typing with your back, try using your hands, detective. That mole won't get in the way at all with the hands.
making just noises and not forming any words or any sentences. That's the progression as it becomes more severe.
Now, you also mentioned that after an individual loses consciousness, that doesn't mean, so when they lose consciousness at this point in time, they're down on the ground, right?
Correct.
So they're not moving it.
Before we get started, maybe it's the last thing on this stream, I wrote parody lyrics because JMax77 said you should write a Buddy Holly parody. And I gave some direction, but I think that I got into the Weird Al Yankovic problem. You try writing a biting parody, and by the time you're into the second lyric, it's about food. What's with these dandies dissing my world? Why do they gotta front? Doodle-doo-doo-doo. What did I ever do to his chat that made them so violent? Do-do, but you know of George, woo-hoo, and you know my crime, hoo-hoo, in low for all of time. Ooh, ooh, I look like a Chucky dolly. Oh, oh, and I got those straight A's too. I don't care what they say about me anyway. I just care about snacks. And then I think I came up with an addition there too. Something about Wham Whams. I know I had Wham Whams and Tim Tams. They're a cookie from England. What's the matter? What's the matter? What's the matter, you? We'll go back to the thing. I'll come back to the second verse.
Correct.
Now, you indicated that doesn't mean that they're necessarily dead. Could you expound on that? Does that mean that they could still be alive?
Yes.
So how long can an individual...
Wham Whams and Tim Tams. Those are cookies from England. What's the matter? What's the matter? What's the matter, you? Why do you all just assume I can't drink? I can't get drunk from a spigot I just drunk.
After losing consciousness based on blood loss, still survive?
Again, that's really variable. The only data that we have are, again, when people have reported injuries involving the heart. And sometimes people can live up to a couple of hours. But again, those are just kind of case reports.
So in this particular case,
Tin Can's Australian? I guess
And
it's
let me
just
actually refer to
colonial
that. Let me
food.
show you this last picture, which is 149. Are these the samples that you sent and collected with the fingernails and the swabs that were submitted to FDLE?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor.
Interesting other tidbit. Anybody familiar with Shabuzi? Shabuzi is not how Mackenzie Sharilla says Sarah Boone's name. Shabuzi is an artist with a song that is a country version of the Jaquan song Tipsy, which happened to be #1 on the charts at the same time Sarah was going to trial. So if you hear Shabuzi, everybody get tipsy, everybody at the bar. It's called Shabuzi, the bar song Tipsy. And I think I want to call Sarah Shabuzi now. Shabuzi just seems like a perfect name for Drunky the Clown. Let's skip away from the medical examiner. Where are we on time? The timer has run out. That means we are into real time. If you're on the replay crew, my apologies. I don't want to waste anyone's time here. But we will go to the court screen, and don't let that fool you. There is a court screen. That is it indeed. Yes, that's John Martinez. We'll skip back just a little bit so that we can get acquainted. The last testimony we saw just before we left each other was Detective Kayla Rodriguez's body cam. So I showed you the original video, which was a better quality, but we'll play a little bit of the courtroom so you can see, you know, what I'm doing for you guys. If you watch the original and you're watching on replay, you can skip past this because you probably just watched it. If you skip past the last half hour too. In any case, this will get us reacquainted, then we'll skip past the break and come right back. There's some fun sidebars today. One of them had me laughing out loud. I'm looking forward to doing that one. So this is the sidebars included trial. I've got the transcript set up, but this is just a little bonus footage here to get us reacquainted. And the reason the body cam footage is silent at the moment is because he's just activated his camera, or this is Kayla Rodriguez activating the camera. Detectives are on scene, and then she's going to come over and say, "Hey, Sarah, remember how I told you detectives would be coming? Here they are." So if you see the reactions too, Chelsea's reacting to getting the quick rundown. Yeah, dead boyfriend, suitcase. Suitcase? Yep, suitcase. Okay. Okay. Well, her name's Sarah.
Hey,
Here
Sarah.
we go. Hi, Sarah.
You get enough water? No, you want to stay seated. I don't want you getting lightheaded. So remember I said the detectives were going to come out and talk to you and go from there. You know what I'm saying? They're here. They're going to ask you a few questions and then go from there, okay? All right.
All right, Sarah. My name is Chelsea. My partner, Scott. My understanding you reside here? Okay. Is it just you?
This one,
Okay. Your former husband. Okay. But you reside here with George, and then your son lives with you, or lives there's 50-50?
Yeah.
Okay. So from what has told me, she explained last night that you guys were drinking a bottle of wine, and around midnight, you decided you guys. Okay. You guys decided to play hide and seek.
Well, we were playing hide and seek, and then...
Was your son home at the time, or okay?
No, with my... with Brian.
Okay.
Decided to play, we just did it like that. Like, we were putting puzzles together, we were doing artwork. You can see the puzzle that we finished in there, and then the artwork, and then decided to play hide and seek.
You're correct, Drunky the Bear, but Drunky the Clown. I've done so many different parodies where I've riffed on it. Now they're all interchangeable for me. Clowny the Drunk.
Okay. So he decided to get the suitcase.
He decided.
I thought it would be funny to, and he was laughing about it too, to get them up in there. I go upstairs and fell asleep. So this morning when I got here and I actually got up out of the bed, I thought for sure he was downstairs on the laptop. Really quiet. But then I came upstairs and I'm like, where is he? Like, and then that's when I found it.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
Okay. And then you weren't sure about if you woke up this morning
It was afternoon. I mean, I was
or this afternoon.
but I just didn't want to come downstairs. So
Okay.
I laid in bed for a little while. And then I eventually came downstairs, confused about where he was. And then I was like, oh my God, he's in the suitcase still. So I pulled him out and I ripped him out and I started to try to do CPR on him. I called you guys. So I called Brian.
Okay.
And then as soon as he got here, which is 30 seconds down the road, I called you guys.
Okay.
The person on the phone had me do the concussions continually, so I count what happened. So you guys shut up.
Okay. And so as part of our investigation, we obviously have to go inside the house. We have to look at things. Are you okay with us going in the house and looking at things?
Yes.
Okay. And forensics, so we have to have our forensics crime scene investigators come out. Are you also okay with them coming inside, taking photographs and? Okay. Okay.
Can I ask, is Brian, George, was he diagnosed with any kind of medical history?
Not that I know of.
Not that I know of.
I don't know. I mean, it doesn't take drugs. I mean, we'll have you take a bottle of wine here and there, but I don't know.
A bottle of wine here and there.
So you guys don't normally drink, you just drink once in a while, or?
Well, I'm gonna say, like, okay, I guess normal drinking is, like, we will have, like, a glass of wine or two, like, when we're cooking dinner, or beer, and we'll say,
You know, normal drinking.
working with him, we'll say from there. But it's not like,
A couple beers a day?
I don't understand, though, like, for
And this is just a reminder of the audio that you get with the original footage. So when we do go to body cam footage in trial, I'll be switching to the source video, and we'll just leave the trial muted up in the corner.
the little bit that we had, like, not having to do with it. Like, I don't know if they had a heart attack or a stroke or anything, or what happened to them. I don't know.
So were you guys together all day yesterday? Okay.
Heart attack, stroke, or aneurysm, you pick. It could be any of those three. Definitely not from being zipped in the suitcase, no. But if you guys want leads, I've got leads for you, and those are three.
Here? Like neither of you left the apartment yesterday? Okay.
We left to get cigarettes. Nothing else?
Does he have any history? I know he doesn't now, because you said he doesn't, but as far as you've not ever known him, you've never seen him.
Hey, Super Kelly, Pine Weaver.
He grew up in Philadelphia and then he went to Massachusetts and then from Massachusetts he came down here. So I don't really know.
Oh, the old Philadelphia to Massachusetts, that destroys people. Don't even worry about the suitcase thing. No, we have 12 a week that died just from coming from Philadelphia through Massachusetts to Florida.
But like a whole lot of like medical history.
How long have you guys been together?
Almost 4 years, like 3.5 years.
You guys been living here the whole time?
Yes.
He's never been to the doctor or to the hospital during that time?
He and his brother got into a really bad argument at one point and had facial reconstruction. But he has been in the hospital from that. And then I talked him into going to see like a regular physician so he could get just like a regular like checkup thing.
Yeah.
But there were no red flags.
How long ago was that?
The surgery or the doctor?
Both.
The surgery, I think, was he's from Philadelphia and he grew up in Philadelphia and then he went to Massachusetts and then from Massachusetts he came down here. So I don't really know like a whole lot of like medical history or
How long have you guys been together?
almost 4 years, like 3.5 years.
You guys been living here the whole time?
Yes.
East Conklin smokes American Spirits. Not sure what those are. Is that a premium? Is that a strong brand of cigarette? I only smoke medical cigarettes myself. I think it's been was 25 years since I smoked, maybe more. Wow. That said, I do smoke when I'm in Vegas, mostly because I drink too much when I'm in Vegas, and it's better for me to smoke a few cigarettes just to lay off the booze. Gives me something to do with the hand. But plus, it was tough. You couldn't smoke marijuana or medical cigarettes in Vegas when I was down there. So just smoking a regular cigarette would give me a bit of a buzz. But stayed in Vegas. Hey, Siba, welcome. Be right back. Queen is back. Welcome.
Never been to the doctor or to the hospital during that time?
He had
Organic.
his brother got into a really bad argument at one point.
Organic tobacco, I'm guessing from Virginia, right?
Had facial reconstruction, but he had been in the hospital from that. And then I talked him into going to see like a regular physician so he could get just like a regular like checkup thing.
Yeah.
But there were no red flags.
How long ago was that?
The surgery or the doctor? The surgery, I think, was at this point, what, 2 years maybe? 2.5 years? The checkup was probably a good 2 years too.
Okay.
And the suitcase is still in there?
Yeah, always.
Is it normally stored down there, or did you guys travel recently?
No, he was going to start picking from what do you call it? Donation in there, so that's why it's out. Yeah.
Yeah, think of that lie quick there, Sarah. Donation, that's why it's out. And what's being donated? Oh, just a bunch of Georgia shit.
Okay, you guys didn't recently travel somewhere or anything like that?
After you zipped them up, did you move the bag around and that's what or you just zipped it up and walked away after?
We're laughing about it, but I went upstairs and I fell asleep.
Okay.
But what position was he in when you went in? Was he sitting on his rear end and his head up and he just kind of goes over?
Okay, so like this is the suitcase. Right, this is his head and then he's right here.
The resolution's terrible, and you can still see the look on Scott's face like, what the fuck?
So he was laying on his side?
Yes.
You just closed the flap and zipped it around?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
We were playing.
Understand this? Okay.
So he said that I needed to tell you guys about his family. Like, who do I talk to about that?
We're gonna do that once we walk through and see. Yeah, we're gonna.
I'm just telling you, like,
This is gonna be a
I'm
lot.
afraid for my life. I want you to know that. I'm afraid for my life.
I love that this got played in court too, because you'd think it has nothing to do with anything, but yeah, state played this as part of their main case.
His family has never liked it. I'm the blue-eyed white devil, is what they call me.
She got it right this time too. She gets it wrong later, but blue-eyed white devil, Diabla Blanca, blue eyes white dragon comes later.
So they've never liked me. They've never taken me in. They've never accepted me. I'll put it that way.
Have you called?
And that's probably the truest part. They've never accepted me. Well, I'll put it that way. It's like, oh, okay, so all the other shit is just you and your hyperbole, but you're not acceptable, so they didn't accept you.
Any of them?
We talked to his daughters yesterday.
No, I mean like about this.
No.
Okay.
No.
No one's gonna know until we will be making that notification. So
Don't tell me.
okay.
Do
Well,
they live local?
Yes, they're down the road. They're going to tell me.
They're down the road. They're coming now.
His kids are going to tell me in Philadelphia. They're going to tell me. This was not intentional.
Hey, Cal,
They're
yeah?
not going to
Another one to say.
They're
Yay.
not going to accept it.
we're gonna do
Bill for Dom Russo.
investigation. And we will
Why is this happening?
We will definitely make sure that you don't feel scared when we need you. Okay.
And my 9-year-old.
Well, he's at school and he's with your husband.
I know. Well,
Ex-husband.
So I'm scared for my life. And are you the one I talked to for my Dr. Pepper?
Your husband said that, or your ex-husband said he made arrangements for your 9-year-old to be picked up.
oh, okay, Mom. Okay.
All right, we're going to go aside if that's
Yes,
okay.
please, but can you guys keep me posted so I know what's going on?
Yes, ma'am.
And don't
All you have to do is get their attention if you have a question you need to talk
Hey,
about.
Roberta
She's standing
Real.
right there, she'll be right here.
Yeah. Okay, but will you guys tell me, like, so you're telling me, like, you won't
call whoever it is without telling me, right? I mean, I have all their phone. We're not calling. We're not making
We'll give you enough time so that you can run.
phone calls. We're actually going to speak to them in person. We
That'll
are.
be later on.
It'll be later.
Prior to us making any
I'm
calls.
not going to be here. If they're going to kill me.
I am not going to be here. I am going to take them to the person I love most, my son, and if they're going to kill me, they can kill my whole family.
We'll address all of that, okay, before we leave. Okay? Big push.
A shout out to Summa Cum Loudmouth. Oh, look in the background. That I think is Eli and Kim. We did bring this up at the end of the last stream, but we know that they lived near them, near enough to piss Sarah off. And I think they're just popping out of their house off to do, probably a job. Oh, it's the middle of the day, maybe going back to their job after lunch. Oh, that crazy chick Sarah's got the cops here again.
Okay?
That could be Eli.
Thank you.
Just stay seated, okay, Sarah?
And they've got better things to do than sit around and watch Sarah all day. Sarah would have had nothing to do if something happened to Kim.
I know you're panicking, okay? Just relax. I'll come and talk to you. We'll keep checking on you.
We'll keep checking on you. But yeah, this will be the end of hers, and I think this is the end of her testimony. I think I will bring up the transcript because the end of her testimony might be the beginning of the sidebar. Oh, I was queued up for that whole thing. Okay.
While you were at the scene, did you also make contact with Brian Boone?
Yes,
Did you take a statement from him as well?
I did.
Were all your interactions with the defendant on that day captured on your body-worn camera?
Yes.
I have no additional questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
No questions, Judge.
Is this witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You're released, not subject to recall, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
First sidebar coming up.
Can the parties approach for a moment?
The court says, it's 3:18. Probably a good opportunity for our afternoon break. Where do we find ourselves in the presentation side of things? Mr. Cacciatore, I'm glad the court brought it up. So I have two witnesses outside. Deputy Martinez, who is a responding officer, I would say would be roughly similar in length to Deputy Rodriguez. And then we have the CSI, who I would anticipate being a little bit longer, maybe 30, 45 minutes in length. My estimation was that it was probably going to take us to the 4:30 hour. The next witness we would have is Dr. Zidowitz, the medical examiner, who's going to be rather lengthy. Mr. Owens, and cross is Mr. Cacciatore. And if it would please the court, it was my hope that we could adjourn for a few minutes early at 5 o'clock today after Ms. Ruffgarden, the CSI's testimony, and be able to pick up Ms. Zidowitz's testimony in its entirety on Monday with the case. Also, for the court's knowledge, I think we're moving at a pretty good clip, and I would anticipate probably being able to rest Monday afternoon would be my thoughts. Court says, give me one moment. Just checking with Anita on something. Okay. Just confirming that I have nothing else set for Monday because I have a senior judge covering my regular docket. Just confirming that. Yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Owens. Mr. Beck wasn't here for that, but the state is saying that they may be finished by Monday afternoon. Did you talk to Dr. Harper about... Mr. Beck, I just received an email from Dr. Harper this morning indicating that she is under... Well, we knew she was under subpoena Tuesday and Wednesday. She thinks that she's probably going to be on Tuesday for a capital case in Bay County, so she should be available Wednesday. Dr. Brannon, he's under subpoena Monday and Tuesday for hearing in a deposition. I think he's available Monday, that's to my knowledge, Mr. Owens. I'm thinking Sarah Boone would testify Tuesday. Maybe that's because she has to testify first before the court says that's been your all's position the entire time. Mr. Owens says, so if Brandon and Harper can be here Wednesday, Sarah will probably take up most of Tuesday. I'm thinking just for now. Court says, okay, all right. Irregardless, this is a great opportunity for the afternoon break. It's 3:21 at this point in time. They can come back at 3:35, give them 15 minutes to stretch their legs, and then we can pick up with Deputy Martinez and the CSI, and then just concluding a little bit early if necessary. Mr. Cacciatore says, thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it. They move to open court. And open court begins with members of the jury. It is 3:21. At this time, we're going to go ahead and take that afternoon regularly scheduled break. I'm going to ask you to come back here in 15 minutes at 3:37. Similar instructions that I've given you previously. Please don't conduct any independent investigation or research into persons, places, and things or charge involved. You do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else. I thank you for your service, and I will see you shortly. All right, so I'm reading a little faster than the regular, but that'll be what they come back with. Let's see where they are. You guys see anything? I can't see anything when I'm reading, so if you guys see anything cool in the video, she's writing. You know what? I did so I took pictures. There's a glimpse of her pad. At the very best, at the top, it says something about most people think
Members of our jury, it is 3:21 at this time. We're going to go ahead and take that afternoon regularly scheduled break. I'm going to ask you to come back here in 15 minutes at 3:37. Similar instructions that I've given you previously. Please don't conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else. I thank you for your service, and we'll see you shortly.
So we'll just leave the camera on so we can see Sarah either get left while everyone gets to go for a nice lunch and she has her PB&J, and then we will skip ahead in the footage to Deputy John Martinez. What's he whispering to her? He might be just telling her what's happening next.
Y'all may be seated. Thank you. Bless you. State anything else we need to address?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in a recess till 3:37. Thank you very much.
All right, let's see what happens here. Do they just go to the seal of the state of Florida? Yeah, okay, so we'll skip until they come back. Here we are, 8 minutes later. Bernice Conklin has central air conditioning. I hear that Sarah is also in the dorm with air conditioning, so lucky annex girl she is. Oh, I might have something special for you guys. I got sent a picture. My daughter got a picture from, from her mom's girlfriend from 30 years ago. Picture of me when I was dating the mom when I was like 22 years old. If you guys are interested, I'll call it up. I'll find a way to splash it up on screen. Would have been around the time of the Betty Broderick trial. That's crazy how the suitcase just sits there in the evidence thing on the floor. Like, oh, well, it comes out. So Melissa Ruffgarden is the CSI. When she manipulates the suitcase on the floor, there's no more question of what's in the box. But this whole time, the jury's sitting there. Huh. Wonder what's in the box. I remember the jury instructions. They asked a couple people, have you seen a video about a man in a suitcase? Think this is going to be the suitcase? All right, back to the seal of the great state of Florida. That doesn't last too much longer. Go to 150. No, 156 is where they go to the state. Wonder why they cut away. I think they come back in less than 15 seconds. We'll just let it go. Let it go. We're doing it live. There's Judge Crane. Oh, this is the part I used for my trailer right here. I think this is the part I used for my trailer. Yeah, because there's no audio at the beginning. This is...
We are back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603. State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state.
Dave Keshner on behalf of the state.
William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for this building. Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone. Yeah, Rebecca. We got Sarah Boone.
All right. Ms. Boone is still seated at counsel's table, wearing the same black suit and pink blouse from this morning. State, anything we need to address
doesn't say
before we bring
splotchy.
back in our panel?
Not from the state.
Oh, splotchy's tomorrow. That's why. That's right. Because this is the end of day one. Splotchy blouse is from tomorrow.
All right. Let's go ahead and stand, and we can bring back in our panel.
Roberta Real wants to see that picture. Okay. Give you guys a sneak peek straight off of the phone here. Waiting for the jury. This is a good time. I can't even tell if that. I don't have my screen open. It shows things. There we go. That's enough of a preview. A little late coming back.
You may be seated. State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
Members of the jury, again, if you could please raise your hand, showing that you complied with the court's instructions during our last break. All right, the record reflects all jurors have raised their hands. State, you may call your next witness.
State will call Deputy John Martinez.
I think we'll be going to more body cam footage. He just lays the foundation for it, and then we get to see his body camera angle, because part of Chelsea and Scott's first questioning of Sarah is done.
Sir, good afternoon. Can you state and spell your name
From
for the
his
record
point of
for
view.
us?
Deputy John Martinez, Johnmartinez.
Thanks, sir. You may be seated.
Thank you.
You may inquire, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Tell us, who is it that you work for?
Orange County Sheriff's Office,
And what is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Deputy Sheriff.
How long have you been with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
I'm going on my 16th year.
Prior to working for the Orange County Sheriff's Office, do you have any previous law enforcement experience?
I do.
And where was that?
I first started my career with the New York City Police Department,
And how long were you with the New York City Police Department?
about 10 years.
And what was your position with the New York City Police Department?
I was a police officer.
And at the Sheriff's Office, tell us, what are some of your duties as a deputy sheriff?
Respond to calls of service. My primary function is the school resource officer.
And is continuing training a condition of your employment with the Sheriff's Office?
It is.
Tell us, how is it that you became involved in this case?
I was dispatched to this location.
And what was this location?
It was located at 4748 France Lane, apartment number 3.
France Court.
And is that here in Orange County, Florida?
It is.
And when you responded to that location, who did you first come into contact with?
I came in contact with Miss Sarah Boone.
Do you see Sarah Boone here in court today?
I do.
Could you please point to her and identify an article of clothing she's wearing?
The lady sitting in the middle with the black blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identify the defendant?
Record will so reflect.
during the time that you were on the scene, did you have a body-worn camera?
I did.
And was that body-worn camera activated?
It was.
Were all your contacts with Ms. Boone recorded on that body-worn camera?
It was.
Were other deputies also on the scene at that time?
Yes.
And was Deputy Rodriguez there?
She was.
So would both of your body-worn cameras both captured some of the same time frames?
Correct, yes.
Did you have an occasion to go inside of the apartment?
I did.
And inside of the apartment, what observations did you make?
When I first entered the apartment, I noticed a Hispanic male laying on his back in looks like a small nook dining area. Later identified Mr. George Torres.
This is the nose picker. That's correct, Kel. Yeah. If you remember from Kayla Rodriguez, he might have just been scratching. Might have just,
Your Honor, may I approach
bad
the
angle.
witness who's been previously marked for identification as states K and been shown to defense?
You may.
Sir, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as states K. Do you recognize that disc?
I do.
Wearing
Tell
the
us,
black
what is that
blazer and the
disc?
helmet.
Is a copy of my body-worn camera.
And does this body-worn camera fairly and accurately depict the a portion of the events that took place on February 24th, 2020?
It does.
And are those your initials on the disc?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states K into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as states K will be received into evidence without objection as state 7.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may. Madam Clerk, can you dim the lights?
There we go. So what I'll be doing is pausing the courtroom video, showing you the video I have queued up in the second window here. And we'll watch the first few seconds from court just so that you can hear what you won't be forced to hear on my version. And then we'll return to the court footage. I may even maybe I'll just run it with pause. Roberta Real, you make a great point. Can we stop picking on the officer? Really, we're not here to pick on people. That's not what we do. No picking. Thanks for that, Roberta. Oh yeah, that's this. I always call it the spigot, not the spout indoor camper. But yeah, when she drinks from the spigot, like as a kid, I drank from the hose. I remember like I was just an outdoor feral child, but we never drank straight from the spigot. Hey, Blink Bunny. Yeah, the judges. So that's a mock trial program he runs. Check my videos if you haven't seen it. I found an old video of Judge Kranek doing an interview about 6 years ago now. It was just a couple months after Sarah did her crimes. In any case, it's kind of interesting because he talks about the mock trial program and how he wanted to give back to students. And you can see a literal example of it 4 years later in his own trial where he's got the students there watching. Maybe, yeah, let me just switch. Sorry, I'll stop watching chat for a little bit. Into a production role here. Oh no, we'll leave the volume just long enough to know what I'm doing for you guys. Otherwise, you just assume that it's good to start with, and I'm just sitting back here smiling. I'm doing real work. Kelly, it's always going to be a spigot thanks to me. Thank you, Kelly. I think when I did that, the Cheers parody to Muldoon's and rhymed something with spigot. That's all you got. wanted.
They're coming out now. I'll get you somebody, okay?
All you wanted was a drink that they offered us, begot.
She wants to say something. She wants to call someone.
Oh, Peter Thragos of Lawyer You Know participates in the mock trial thing. Judge Kranick was bragging. So this is how bad the audio is. I'll just leave it. We'll give it 20 seconds.
Yeah, that'll be first thing tomorrow morning. I'll know a lot, hopefully a lot more tomorrow morning as far as him. But I cannot, there's no way I can say how, why. So just by looking at him, like, why is he purple?
Why is he purple? Okay, so that's... I'm going to mute this stream now and play the other one, which won't have any of the edits too. So that's how this works out. That way, anything does happen on the second stream. Okay, silent, just like we saw there, but it comes back. Yeah, I got to look up what the lyrics were to my own parody. This is, it's crazy how bands are able to remember all their songs when they go on tour. Once I write something and, well, I even need to notes while I'm recording it. So.
It's natural, you're nervous. You have your anxiety, you're scared, right?
So this part they didn't have in the original video that they showed, but he's trying to be nice. He's like, you know, you're scared. No, I'm not. She's so oppositionally defiant, no matter, like, he's just trying to be the nice guy. So then she blows that off. But when they're not being nice to her, she's like, please, just a Dr. Pepper, just some water. I'm really bad dry throat.
It's okay. You don't have to.
I don't know how to. I'm just waiting for whoever, so.
I can tell you this. I'm going to be here just as long as you are. Including my...
No, you get to go home at the end of the day. For me, this is forever. This is forever.
I'm welcoming this spring out here. All right, so just bear with us.
I know.
All right?
If you could, like, give me whatever updates or anything that you know of, that's just how I work, so I know, like, kind of
Let me look.
It's just how I work. You know, I work from a position of updates.
To my computer, see. We already got a detective on his way. He's on the screen.
Faking your way through the world today. Sarah sure does lie a lot. Taking a drink would sure feel great, but the cops offered us begot. Wouldn't you like to get away?
No, ya que lavarse las manos con Tony, that's my corporal, and pick it up.
All that wine and you're feeling fine. 2 bottles in the trash. You just bought cigarettes and now you're almost out of cash. And again, this is the body camera being off as the detectives come on the scene. Oh, this switches to Kayla Rodriguez's body camera, but if we, let me even switch to what the court feed is. You'll see that, yeah, that's just her angle. But then when they walk over, it's John Martinez's camera that's recording the audio of, this is the quick briefing on the scene. They're just getting it. Okay, so Suitcase, yeah. Her name, it's Boone? All right. Faking your way through the world today.
Hey, Sarah.
Hey, Sarah.
Did you get enough water? No.
So you hear how much clearer this audio is? This is what I'm doing for you.
You want to stay seated. I don't want you getting lightheaded. So remember I said the detectives were going to come out and talk to you and go from there. You know what I'm saying? They're here. They're going to ask you a few questions and then go from there, okay? All right.
All right, Sarah, my name's Chelsea. My partner, Scott. To my understanding, you reside here? Yes. Okay. Is it just you, and George. Okay.
Well, George doesn't live there anymore.
Your former husband. Okay. But you reside here with George, and then your son lives with you, or lives there's 50-50? Yeah. Okay. So, from what has told me, she explained last night that you guys were drinking a bottle of wine, and around midnight, you decided you guys... Okay. You guys decided to play hide and seek.
Well, we were playing hide and seek, and then...
Was your son home at the time, or... Okay.
No, with mine. With Brian.
Okay.
Decided to play, we just figured like that. Like, we were putting puzzles together, we were doing artwork. You can see the puzzle that we finished in there, and then the artwork, and then decided to play hide and seek. Just being stupid.
Okay.
So, he decided to get in the Suitcase, so I thought it would be funny to, and he was laughing about it too, to dip him up in there. I go upstairs.
That's a good point.
So this morning when I woke up, this afternoon, I actually got up out of the bed. I thought for sure he was downstairs on the laptop. He was really quiet. But then I came upstairs and I'm like, where is he? Like,
where is he?
And that's when I found him.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
Okay. And then you weren't sure about if you woke up this morning?
It was afternoon. I mean, I wasn't
or this afternoon.
Bell 73 brings up that someone pointed out that she never did get that cigarette. I love that for her.
But I just didn't want to come downstairs, so I just laid in the bed for a little while. And then I eventually came downstairs and was confused about where he was, and then I was like, oh my God, he's in a suitcase still. So I pulled him out.
And Bell 73 watched the documentary that I mentioned in the last stream. Chelsea hated her from the get-go. It was great. It's a really good documentary for getting a couple interviews with Chelsea Kepsel and Scott Lowen. I would review it on the channel, except they run music the whole time through the background. And Danielle Chavon, shout out to Danielle, she gave me the heads up that the music got claimed when she tried using it. So I'd rather just point people towards it. But it's a shame because it would be nice to show those videos too.
I stretched him out and I started to describe his CPR one. I called you guys. Well, I called Brian.
Okay.
And then as soon as he got here, which is 30 seconds down the road, I called you guys.
Okay.
And the documentary, Bernice Conklin, good for you for asking. There's a channel that has Killer Cases. I think it's season 2, episode 4. It's about 53 minutes long. I'm posting all the time on my community tab, so you have to maybe scroll back 10, 12 items to find it. But if you watch the last stream, it's also, I think I put it in the description as a link to watch. And I try and do that for all the streams. If I'm shouting out someone, I'll throw the links in the description, make it easy for you guys to find it on the replay crew and anybody who's going back for a rewatch.
Person on the phone had you do the concussions continually still, and you know what happened. So you guys shut up.
Okay.
Bernice, it's not on Netflix, it's on YouTube. So if somebody, any of the mods, if you guys, you know which one I'm talking about, go ahead and post the link. Anyone who's got mod access, if you got a blue shield, you've got the ability to post links.
And so as a part of our investigation, we obviously have to go inside the house. We have to look at things. Are you okay with us going in the house and looking at things? Okay. Okay. In forensics, so we have to have our forensics crime scene investigators come out. Are you also okay with them coming inside, taking photographs and...
Do whatever you need to do. You know, it just makes me look innocent to waive all my rights. So, you know, take my phone and do what you need to do. So glad that she... And, you know, if you're ever in trouble, don't waive your rights just to make yourself look innocent. If you're innocent, then, you know, you still should have your rights. You should have a lawyer advising you, but not Sarah. She excels at everything she does, including waiving her rights. She waived them like nobody's waived them before.
Okay.
Can I ask, is Brian, I'm sorry, George, is he diagnosed with any kind of medical issue?
None that I know of.
Not that I know of. I don't know. I mean, he doesn't take drugs. I mean, we'll have the occasional bottle of wine here and there, but I don't know.
Well, that'll be my next question.
By here and there, she means like, you know, one here in the living room and then another one there in the kitchen.
So you guys don't normally drink? You just drink once in a while?
Thank you, Elsie.
Well, I'm going to say, like...
If you're in the chat, LZB has posted the link. If you're on Replay Crew, you can always activate the live chat replay. It should sync with the part of the video we're at now, and you'll see LZB has posted a link to a documentary about Sarah Boone that exists on YouTube for no added charge. Check that out.
Okay, I guess...
After this stream.
Normal drinking is, like, we will have, like, a glass of wine or two, like, while we're at dinner. Sure. Here, and we'll play a board game with them, and we just won't right there. But, I mean, it's not, like...
A couple of beers a day?
Well, but I don't... Like, I don't understand them, like, for...
Couple beers a day?
Like, I don't know if they have a heart attack or a stroke or a aneurysm or what happened. I don't know.
And were you guys together all day yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. Here?
Yes.
Like, neither of you left the apartment yesterday?
I think we drove up to the beach store to get cigarettes.
Okay.
But I mean, you can walk there.
Does he have any history of taking drugs? I know he doesn't now, because he said he doesn't, but...
I don't know.
I don't know.
You've ever known him? You've never seen him?
No. I mean, he's from Philadelphia, and he grew up in Philadelphia, and then he went to Massachusetts, and then from Massachusetts.
Jane Crow says, the closet is a mess, and I'm tired of looking at it. You're unemployed, genius. Get to cleaning. I almost thought that was a low-key, like back when I thought she might be smart, one of the first few times I watched this, I thought that was like one of those, you know, what do they call it? 4-dimensional chess moves. I don't know if your CSIs have checked my closet, but it really needs to be cleaned out. And it's like, are you trying to get the CSIs to clean out your closet? So when you go back, it's like, oh, that really needed cleaning out. Thank you. But yeah, she's not that smart.
Came down here, so I don't really know, like, a whole lot of, like, medical history or...
How long have you guys been together?
Almost 4 years, like 3.5 years.
You guys been living together the whole time?
Yes.
Okay, that's about the point that I
Ever
switched
been to the
video.
doctor or to the hospital during that time?
He and his brother got into a really bad argument at one point, and he had to have facial reconstruction. But he had been in the hospital from that, and then I talked him into going to see, like, a regular physician so he could get just, like, a regular, like, checkup thing. Yeah. But there were no red flags.
How long ago was that?
The surgery or the doctor?
Both.
The surgery, I think, was at this point, what, 2 years maybe? 2.5 years? The checkup was probably a good 2 years, too.
Okay.
And the suitcase is still in there?
Yep, always.
Is it normally stored down there, or did you guys travel recently?
No, he was going to start putting some of the, what do you call it? Donations in there, so that's why
it's out?
Yes.
Okay, you guys didn't recently travel somewhere or anything like that?
After you zipped them up, did you move the bag around and mess with them at all, or you just zipped it up and walked away?
We were laughing about it, but I went upstairs and I fell asleep.
Okay. But what position was he in when you went in? Was he sitting on his rear end and his head up and he just kind of bent over?
Okay, so like this is the suitcase. Like this is his head and then he's right here.
So he was laying on his side?
Yes. Yes.
You just closed the flap and zipped it around?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, we were playing.
Understandable. Okay.
So said that I needed to tell you guys about his family. Like, who do I talk to about?
We're gonna do that once we walk through and see. Yeah, we're gonna.
I'm just telling you, like,
Yeah, it's gonna be a while.
I'm afraid for my life. I want you to know that. I'm afraid for my life. His family have never liked me. I'm the blue-eyed white devil, is what they call me. So they've never liked me. They've never taken me in. They've never accepted me. I'll put it that way.
Have you called any of them?
We talked to his daughters yesterday.
No, I mean, like, about this.
No.
Okay. So no one's gonna know until we will be making that notification. So
they're going to kill me.
Okay.
Do they live local?
Yes, they're down the road. They're going to kill me. His kids are going to kill me in Philadelphia. They're going to kill me. This was not intentional.
Okay.
They're not going to understand that. They're not going to accept it.
We're gonna do a thorough investigation, and we will definitely make sure that you don't feel scared when we leave here. Okay.
And my 9-year-old.
Well, he's at school. He's with your husband.
I know. Well,
ex-husband.
Your husband said that, or your ex-husband said he made arrangements for your 9-year-old to be picked up.
Oh, okay, Mom. Okay.
All right, we're going to go inside if that's okay.
Yes, please, but you guys just keep me posted.
Of course.
So I know what's going on.
Yes, ma'am.
And don't.
All you have to do is get their attention if you have a question you need to talk to us. He's standing right there. She'll be right here.
Yeah. Okay, but will you guys tell me, like, so you're telling me, like, you won't call whoever it is without telling me, right? No. I mean, I have all their phone.
We're not calling. We're not making phone calls. We're actually going to speak to them in person.
Yeah.
We
That'll
are.
be later
They're
on.
going to. Okay.
It'll be
You'll know
later.
prior to us making any
I'm
contact.
not going to be here.
Okay.
They're going to kill me.
Okay.
I'm not going to be
We'll
here.
address all of that, okay, before we leave.
Okay? This was. Okay?
Thank you.
There go Kim and Eli.
Stay seated, okay, Sarah? I know you're panicking, okay? Just relax. We're going to talk.
Notification. You'll have plenty of time to leave or do what you do. Whatever you need to do.
Run.
And we can talk about that more later. But yeah, it's not going to be a surprise.
Real quick, and then. But like, I don't like. This was totally like not intentional. Like, that's what I'm scared about too. Like.
We'll have all the answers. We'll have a lot more answers tomorrow afternoon. Like you said, what you're seeing here is common. This is us coming out.
Protocol.
Yeah.
Protocol. Oh. So there's another moment. So 36:55. Or I'm gonna have to pause.
This is us coming out.
Protocol.
Those murder sandals. Those are the same sandals that she's wearing, or that you see in the Suitcase video, which if you do watch that part, it's coming up in today's footage. But the first video, you see those sandals near the couch. And in the second video, you see those sandals are right beside the suitcase, like she took them off to jump on the suitcase or kick the suitcase or whatever. And I think those are George's sandals. Anyway, whenever I see them, I just think murder sandals. She's wearing them in the interrogation, these same sandals too, and that's why it pisses me off.
Yeah, his age, no real medical history
That I know of.
That I know of.
Have passed away. We come out.
I know. Yeah.
We come out and do an investigation. Medical examiner's office, we send people out. This is what we do.
Oh, another one to say. If you go through all the body cam footage, there is one police officer who says protocol. It's the one who's taping up the scene. So it's, not critical, like it didn't get shown in court, but there is an officer that's taping off the scene and she's like, oh my, why are you doing that? Just protocol. Oh, okay. And then Sarah starts repeating protocol to every other officer because I think she thinks it makes her sound smart. Like, oh, so you're just doing protocol, just protocol? Like, no, that's just what the protocol officer was doing. It'd be like meeting a protocol droid and assuming all droids are protocol droids.
If all of them had a history of heart condition, we wouldn't be here.
I don't know what it is.
Exactly. And that's what we're here to find out. We're here to get the answer. The answer is that
Yeah, that's it, Dorgan. You got it too.
I just really want to see my son. I really need to see my son.
Why would you want your son there? You've got people who are trying to kill you.
I mean, I know I can't go anywhere, but right.
Right.
So do I just like sit out here and wait for you guys?
If you would, yeah.
Is anybody else having to show up, or everybody's here that needs to be here?
My team's here that needs to be here. The medical examiners will show up when we call them, but we're not ready for them yet. So they're going to take him, they're going to take some photos, take him, but that's towards the end of it. And they'll be called well in advance when we're ready for them, but we're not ready for them at this point. So we won't be calling them quite yet.
We have things to do first.
So like I said, I got to go do some paperwork. They're going to chat
Okay, well, where is my Dr. Pepper on your list?
with some people, and then we're going to come back and talk to you if you're okay with that. So just
Yes,
give us
please.
a little bit more time. Like I said, I need to go and do that, and he's going to go do.
So, like, do you guys tell his family, like, today or after tomorrow?
You have to. It's the law. Once our investigation is pretty much complete here, once we leave here, we will be going to.
But again, we'll know. I'm not going to just go and do it without you knowing. You'll know. We'll talk to you prior to doing it.
Oh, Australia playing Egypt in a couple hours.
What you guys and how you do it, and you know.
Good luck, Socceroos. It's been a fantastic tournament so far for a few nations that haven't had success in previous World Cups. It shows how the expanded entry favor there's a lot of teams, like I think it was 48 that made it this time. It's always been 32, but a lot of teams that were on the periphery that could give teams a hard time. And there was a lot of, it's too many teams. They should, I think the purists are being proven wrong by the fact that there's a lot of very good teams that just need to have a day where they're playing as a team on the pitch and everyone working together. And yeah, go Socceroos.
So, but like, what do you just tell him? What do you tell his parents? Like, what's the reason as to why?
We tell them what we know at that point.
Yeah.
We tell them the truth.
And that we're going to be waiting for the autopsy results, and I will be at the autopsy in the morning, and hopefully the doctor will be able to give me some of what they think and see.
Give them their number, they can contact them and get it from them.
But yeah, they're gonna know what we're here, what we're investigating, and that they're gonna think I killed him.
Why would they think that?
They always have said that. They've always have said that. I told you it's because I'm the blue-eyed white dragon.
Oh, you didn't say that. You said the blue-eyed white devil, but now you're getting into your kids' Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Because they don't want him with me. So he's basically just not.
Hey, Michael. Michael E. Wang has joined the chat. Got to see the Michael Kranick interview from a previous Friday Night Ramble that got cut into its own standalone video. Glad you got to enjoy that, Michael, and welcome to the stream today.
Because he chooses me over them.
They had a crystal ball.
Even after I've encouraged him numerous times to go over there and see his family. Where they never accepted me, and everybody my ass. So.
Everyone in their family is going to kick my ass. I don't think that you need the quotes for that.
Especially his sister. He had to pull her off me one time.
Do you have somewhere safe that you can go tonight?
Both my parents are deceased, my grandparents are deceased, my aunt and uncle are deceased.
Way to work that in. Could have just said I'm going to Brian's, but...
I got nobody. I have a brother that's in the Marines, and I've got another one that's in jail.
Let's hear that again. 405. Where's your other brother? One that's in the Marines, and the other one where?
Do you have somewhere safe that you can go tonight?
Both my parents are deceased, my grandparents are deceased,
My aunt and uncle are deceased. I got nobody.
I got
I have
nobody.
a brother that's in the Marine, and I've got another one that's in jail.
I got another one that's in jail. All right. That sounds like excellent lineage there, Sarah.
Unless the brother that's Marine is
Thank you.
local.
No.
The Marine that's local? How about the one in jail? Well, he's actually a felon in prison, but I dumbed it down to jail.
Well, he's in Altamont, but I think he's doing whatever Marine thing he's doing. But
She keeps escalating it too. Right now, Altamont and Marine things, but by the court, it's like he's in Israel or Africa. I guess maybe, got stuff to do all around the world.
Your phone's inside, correct?
yes.
Does he have a phone?
No.
He doesn't have a phone.
He used my phone.
He uses your
Yeah,
phone.
we
Okay.
did
Share
it.
phone.
So the only place I could go is over to Brian's house. So I don't think I'll have a problem with it.
Like, what a long way to say I'm going to Brian's, but
So
Well, like I said, we're not going to leave here. If you do not feel safe, you're not going to leave here.
hey, Michael sent 5 True Crime memberships. I have to bring the bell right up to the mic because this new microphone is too good and doesn't pick up the ambient bell. Well, maybe if I'm talking. But if your name is Cody, if it's Jojo, if it is Glass Bandicoot, if it is Fooms, if it is JL Cupstas, you've received a free membership to Dandy True Crime, courtesy of Michael Huang. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And now we'll continue with our show.
We're not feeling safe because then we're like,
and then his ex-wife in Philadelphia.
well, she's in Philadelphia because
There's gonna be a funeral.
Gonna be a funeral.
that you're talking like days and weeks.
No,
I'm talking right here, right now.
Don't worry, Sarah, you're gonna be in safe custody by the time they come down for the funeral.
So let me get my investigation. Let me go do this paperwork that I'm talking about because we can go back and forth about what it's like all day long.
Okay,
So I promise we're not going to leave here for you and you not feel safe.
Look at that helmet too. She looks like she's been out riding a bike all morning.
Please.
I don't even know what to tell you.
It's okay. Just take a seat, have some water, give us a few minutes, let us do our thing, and we'll be back to talk to you, I promise, okay?
Like you said, you need us again, just let them know.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Martinez.
Okay.
This might be the end. Martinez.
There's nobody here, just me.
Okay, that's fine. You're right there, right?
Yeah.
Sit there and take, you're fine. I have relief coming, so just give me.
Yeah, that's the end of that footage. We will return to the regular courtroom footage. And let me just go back to a courtroom view before we go to the courtroom footage. Suitcase trial, let it play. And we're back. So we have, I think he gets excused pretty quickly here. Let me just catch up on the transcript. Makes it a little easy because the transcript is all in italics when the court reporter isn't the official reporter of the... No, that's it. There won't be any more questions. That. Won't be any more questions. Melissa Ruffgarden is coming up next, so I should change that Chiron to reflect that. Else, you guys can talk amongst yourselves. Transcript, there's a switch over. Oh, hold on, that didn't look right. Why did it go black? Okay, we're back. Paused? What the hell's going on here? And, oh, we need volume for the court. Thank you. Come back just a half tick then and figure out. There we go. We've got our volume, got the court going. On our main feed, we'll change the Chiron.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
No, sir.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You're released, not subject to recall. Thank you.
Thank you.
So far, the only ones that are subject to recall are the ones that are going to be needed for the battered spouse case.
State, you may call your next witness.
State would call Melissa Ruffgarden.
So this will be the CSI that took the photographs on the scene, photographs of the house. Like I warned before, there will be some brief glimpses of George lying beside the suitcase on the floor. You have to really work to see them. If you don't want to see them, just watch the stream. You're probably not even going to notice.
Melissa Ruffgarden, Melissa Roughgarden.
Thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
Ma'am, who do you work for?
I'm employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
So what is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I am a forensic biologist with the forensics unit. Prior to this, I was a crime scene investigator for 5 years.
And how long in total have you been with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
About 6.5 years.
And tell us all the positions you've held during that time.
Those two, a crime scene investigator and a forensic biologist.
Let's turn to your work as a crime scene investigator. What does a crime scene investigator do?
We respond to crime scenes. We photograph and document those crime scenes through
That's right. She's the zipper
notes,
expert.
And sometimes sketches. We collect evidence, we process the scene, and then we do further processing to that evidence back at our forensics lab.
When you say process the evidence or process the scene, can you tell us what that entails?
It depends on the scene and the evidence, but it includes the photographs. We also take swabs for potential DNA. We can also do testing for possible blood and things like that. We also process for latent fingerprints, among other things.
What type of training did you need in order to become a crime scene investigator?
Upon being hired with the Sheriff's Office, as a CSI, I completed a 16-week training program, which includes in-house processing as well as going out to crime scenes with trained crime scene investigators to observe and then assist, as well as taking on calls with the trained crime scene investigator.
Approximately how many crime scenes have you processed in the course of your career, in your course of your time as a CSI?
It would be hundreds. I don't know the exact amount.
Were you working in this capacity as a CSI on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, I was.
And tell us, where did you respond out to on that day?
I responded to 4748 France Court, Apartment 3.
And is that in Orange County, Florida?
Yes, it is.
And when you responded to that scene, whom did you make contact with?
I made contact with the homicide detective, Chelsea Kepsel.
Did you receive information from the detective?
Yes, that it was a death investigation.
Did you walk the scene with the detective?
Yes.
And tell us, what does it mean to walk the scene?
Yes, Margaret Adam, this is the zipper expert. I've used zippers.
We go into the scene and just observe. We don't interact with anything and discuss what we see.
When you walked this scene, did you see George Torres?
Yes, I did.
And where was he located?
He was located on the floor in the living room of the apartment.
A to B's on the Wi-Fi. Full speed ahead.
Did you, with the detective identify potential items of evidence to be collected.
Yes.
You had mentioned previously about documenting scenes with photographs. Was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
Oh, he's got to bring the evidence to James first before he publishes it. Like, show it to the other. He's like, oh, what is this? I don't even remember seeing this. Mr. Owens, this is.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been marked for identification as States M and been shown to defense?
You may.
And been shown to the defense.
Ma'am, I'm showing you who's been marked for identification as States M. Can you take a look at the contents of State M to yourself and tell me if you recognize the items contained within
Hey,
States
Margie 420, welcome to the chat and to the stream. Always good to see you. Lots of memory refreshing happening here. Okay, so she's going through all the evidence or the photographs that Mr. Cacciatore is about to introduce into evidence. So if you're squeamish, don't pay too close attention. Just listen and there won't be anything too graphic.
You recognize the contents of States M?
Yes, I do.
Tell us, what is the contents of State M?
They are photographs I took on the crime scene.
Do they fairly and accurately represent how that crime scene appeared on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as States M into evidence.
How many photographs are there? Do you have a total?
111.
No objection.
All right. What was pre-marked as States M will be received into evidence without objection as States 8.
111. Not doing all 111 though.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may.
So if you do want to see everything, pause and zoom when Mr. Cacciatore is switching pictures, and you may catch a glimpse, but it's just George lying dead beside the suitcase. So there's not a lot of evidentiary value to being able to see it for yourself. But again, if it gets blocked by my transcript, I'm not going to do anything to help make it more visible, but I'm not going to do anything to obscure it if it comes up on screen. But yeah, Bernice, I'm not going to be pausing or zooming or doing anything to highlight it. So it's just a warning to anyone who absolutely doesn't want to see it, to either just be listening for a bit
states
or a warning that, just don't watch while he's switching photographs, because the cameraman in the court, he zooms in onto the witness whenever it's a graphic picture. But then that's when he's switching pictures. Sometimes you'll get a glimpse.
This is the front door to the residence.
So this is first just to bring you through the house. It's kind of almost like playing The Sims. You kind of see it's a hallway, leads to a pant or to the living room, dirty carpet.
This is also the front door of the residence, just a closer image to the door.
Super Kelly G says Owens is telling her to stop looking so freaking smug. Reminds me of a South Park where Butters was getting in trouble for having a look on his face. And he's like, "What, Dad? I always look like this." They're so expression free, basically. Like,
That would be the kitchen.
you know exactly what I'm talking about, Butters? No, Dad, I don't.
Yes, so this is just inside the door. To the right, there is the kitchen area.
Showing you stage 14.
Yes.
What is this a photo of?
So this is the counter with the sink in the kitchen.
A lot of shit
and
for a cleaned up kitchen,
the
eh?
open area just above where you can see into the living room.
One thing to notice if you're looking is Mr. Cacciatore has a fabulous manicure. Checking out the live chat when I was doing my research for this, and a few people pointed it out in the original Law and Crime live chat that excellent manicure on Mr. Cacciatore. Ooh. Oh yeah, says, do you think she cleaned his body, like blood off of his mouth and stuff like that? I mean, I wouldn't put it past her. Eee, that's a whole new wrinkle to think about.
Showing you from States Composite, photo 19.
Yes.
What is this?
This is a hutch inside the kitchen. You can see in the background that is where that first photo of the kitchen was taken. So that's the entryway.
That's also where her phone is on the counter, and that was recovered as evidence.
And then this is the hutch, and there is a cell phone on the hutch in the kitchen.
Oh, and thank you, Ramono, who mentions it was Officer Martinez who was the first to mention protocol in reference to Sarah's question about all the law enforcement activity. Protocol, ma'am, that's just what we do when somebody gets murdered in cold blood by a vicious monster wearing pink shorts and a gray
This is the trash
t-shirt.
can in the kitchen. You can also see the hutch we were just looking at there on the side.
Notice that the food bowls were all empty for the animals, too. We'll just go back. Well, no. But, yeah. Yeah, empty bowls of food.
States 23.
This is the contents of the trash can.
Oh, there we
you
go.
can see two
You can see the empty bowls of food. Well, the water bowl might have water in it, but trash can's full.
wine bottles on the top of the trash.
Did you also find receipts in that trash can as well?
Yes.
Ramona points out that, George started having trouble with his teeth after Brian bought the bat. The prime source of tooth decay.
Photo 25 from the composite.
These are those same wine bottles and 3 Publix receipts that.
So I have a theory on this. 3 receipts, 2 bottles. If the one receipt is from the day before and there was wine left in the fridge, it wasn't like there was leftover wine, like they just did a half bottle of wine. It was just the last bottle of wine they bought was the first bottle of wine in the morning. So on the way to the liquor store or to the Publix in the morning, they drop off their empty bottle of wine at the dumpster or whatever the townhome recycling thing is, because they're already leaving. The other 2 bottles are still there in the trash because she doesn't leave the apartment from 5 o'clock or whatever time. Whenever that last bottle is purchased, she doesn't leave the townhome from that point until she's forced to sit out on the stoop.
Were removed from the trash can.
Did you take these items and collect them into evidence in this case?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, Vel 73 points to, in my opinion, she hated George. She took pleasure in destroying his life. She's really just an awful person. And so a lot of evidence to support that notion. Yeah, Detective Wolbefit says she put another bottle in a different bin. Exactly. Like, I think that
Photo 32 from the composite.
she's not a tidier,
This is
but
just in further into that entryway.
I could
You can see the living room.
I could see her removing evidence, or, before it's evidence even, but just evidence of her alcoholism by trying to drop it in the dumpster rather than having it as, recycling that gets put out. Like, oh, look at all the wine. Kim and Eli would look at my recycling box. But no, I go dump it in someone else's recycling box. Yeah, indoor camper, correct. She was yelling on a 911 call. That's mine. He peed on my pantry.
Photo 35 from the composite.
This is another photo of the living room. You can see the victim located on the floor and a suitcase in the bottom corner of the photograph.
Photo 36.
This is another photograph in the living room. This is that wall we saw in the kitchen there with the opening. You can also see a wooden baseball bat leaning against the wall.
Was that baseball bat collected into evidence in this case?
Yes, it was.
Photo 38.
This is, excuse me. This is also a photograph of the living room, just the other side of the room.
I picture Sarah sleeping on that couch. That's where I don't think she floated up the damn stairs at all. I think she's lying on the couch, and the point of view that we're looking at right now is where the suitcase was. Like, this is just an elevated point of view from where George died. Yeah, Super Kelly, I don't think she's recycling as much as just getting rid of evidence. Like, I know people who drink too much, and they're constantly bringing back their empties so that they don't have, the porch full of empties, or like, these people have a drinking problem. So they're almost hiding the evidence of their drinking problem through recycling. I don't think Sarah recycles. I think that she's in a townhome, so there's probably one of those community garbage bins, and she just takes, grab the empty bottles. We'll drop them off on her way.
Photo 43 from the composite.
Yes. This photograph was taken in the living room. You can see the stairs leading to the second floor.
This is another one too. Look how tight that turn is from the top of from the bottom of the stairs with that slanted hutch thing. Just doesn't seem like a normal way that you would have, maybe if it was tight, so everything's tight anyway and they're small, but as a big person, I wouldn't have put anything at the bottom of that staircase.
Photograph 45.
This one has George.
This is a photograph of the living room just from the other side of the room. You can see the front door in the middle back of the photo.
Photo 49 from the composite.
This is a more close-up photograph of the suitcase.
This is an example of what I think is the pinnacle of Sarah's art skills. She colors. I think that's Sarah's art right there. I think she colors and calls it art.
Photo 50.
This is a photograph of one of the zippers on the suitcase.
This is really sad too. I don't know why I thought that it was just like one of them had a broken pull and that the other one was full. Not that it really makes much of a difference. You're not unzipping shit from the inside anyway. But one of them's totally broken and the other one ain't much better.
Photograph 51.
This is a close-up picture of that same zipper. There is no zipper pull on it. It appeared to be a small wire of some sort, the pink wrapped around the zipper.
The first one, no pull at all. Second one, that tiny piece of wire.
This is the zipper on the other side of the suitcase.
Just for the record, that's photograph 52. States 53 from this composite.
The close-up image of that same.
There's the one with no pull. And it looks like there's an interior zipper as well, like this black one. But yeah, still like this. I don't know why I didn't notice this one the first time I was watching like it. But yeah, like even if you've got a coat and you're trying to zip that up from the outside, something like that would be almost impossible.
Same zipper. There is also no zipper pull on that one.
Photo 54 from the composite.
This is the contents of the suitcase after just lifting the lid.
They're not showing it because George is in the photo. But they will show you the contents of the suitcase separated from the suitcase, and you'll see, again, it's not donation items, it's George's items.
Photo 56 from the composite.
More of a close-up image of the items. There were miscellaneous papers and paperwork, some clothing items, and apparent blood inside the suitcase.
Yeah, those are not donation items.
What items, what apparent blood was inside the suitcase?
It was observed on the white cap and a necktie, and there was also visible blood just on the interior of the suitcase.
Photo 57 from the composite.
The contents of the suitcase, but you can see the white cap more clearly and the blood observed on it. You can see the necktie with blood. It appeared to be silver multicolored. And then there's also a diazepam syringe in the plastic casing there. It was prescribed to the victim.
The toxicology report didn't show diazepam, though. There was just caffeine, nicotine, and alcohol. Hey, Hairball Yarn, fuck you. Good to see you. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you for joining the stream.
Photo 61 from the composite.
I think all these fuck yous might be getting
That
my
is the
streams
miscellaneous
a little
papers and paperwork that was
into the
removed
warning
from
zone.
the suitcase.
It doesn't matter. I'm a renegade. I'm not doing it.
Photo 62 from the composite.
Doing it for the ads. I'm doing it for the love of the game.
That's the suitcase after all of the items were removed.
Photo 64 from the composite.
Yes, that is what appeared to be some like small pieces of paper that appeared to be soaked with blood.
Is this inside of the suitcase?
Yes.
I forgot.
Photo 65 from the composite.
That is the baseball bat that was leaning against the wall in the living room.
Photo 68 from the composite.
This is back to the stairs to the second floor in the living room.
Yeah. Detective Wobefit has a fuck you lighter. Great for me to light my medical cigarettes with. I did used to have a keychain that had 4 phrases. It was, fuck you, you're an asshole, fucking jerk, eat shit. Press each button and get them to say the different things. Fuck you, you're an asshole, eat shit. Fucking jerk. Eba says those pieces of paper were his birth certificate.
So it's moving closer to the stairs to the second floor.
Photo 70 from the composite.
Interesting. Vel73 brings up that most of his injuries, George, were defensive wounds from being beaten outside of the suitcase. The rest come from going down the stairs in the suitcase, in my opinion. An interesting one is the scratches to his back. So we'll all remember from the interrogation, and he has scratches from his back. I know what those are for. Or, I know what those are from. Chelsea says, okay. Goes on, explains things, and then, well, I thought you were just going to ask about scratches on his back. Those are from sex. From sex? Yes. She gets her fingernails CSI'd, and we'll hear from, in the testimony, there's none of George's DNA. And I know that she picked out she was picking her fingernails during the interview, but I think that if you're scratching fingernails down someone's back, you're still, any amount of picking clean, it's microscopic, right? In any case, I think she may have been lying about even the scratches on his back. There should have been DNA under her fingernails if the scratches were both recent and from her. So maybe they're from some other type of abuse. Scraping a curtain rod down his back, perhaps.
Photographing more of the staircase.
Dorgan881 welcomes Harry Balls to the chat. Harry Balls yarn.
These are the steps leading to the second floor before I proceed up to the second floor.
This is photo 71 for the record. Photo 72 from the composite.
The upper portion of the stairs leading to the second floor.
The garden claw. That made an appearance in one of the early phone calls and never got brought up again. The garden claw.
There were 2 bedrooms.
Good point, Kellyal. That's a throwback reference to the old days of the phone calls.
75 from the composite? What is this?
This is the hallway. You can see a closet in the hallway and then the door to one of the bedrooms.
Does this appear to be a child's room?
Yes, it did.
Yeah, Vel 73, I was the same. When I first started watching this case, and Vel 73's comment is, it took me way too long to realize the stupid story about games and puzzles came from what they would do when Sun was there. And yeah, I took her at face value for way too long. I think Suma talks about this too. But just, there's a point in like following Sarah where you kind of realize, oh, okay, so start from all of it as a lie and then try and figure out what nuggets of truth that she's spun into these elaborate webs of deceit, and which I think makes her so fascinating, because on the one hand she's super predictable, and on the other hand even her lies are tough to like sort out. Like, hold on, is that one a lie, or what part of it is real? There's got to be a nugget. There's got to be she spun it from something. And yeah, in this case, like the stories of the puzzles and stuff is probably her on her best behavior
within
with
the
Sun.
child's bedroom.
And yet she tries to paint her final day with George as a good day. What's my memory of a good day? Oh, I remember the good day with Lucas. I'll just put George. Oh, shit. I'm sorry for mentioning names. Blame it on the people that mentioned all the names. Indoor Camper, one of the first phone calls that got released that was purportedly her having discussions with a documentary team involved discussion of a garden claw. And I don't remember too much of it.
This is the door leading to the other bedroom upstairs.
Wasn't listening to the calls as much as they were happening, as much as paying attention to what the chatter was after a call.
Did this other bedroom also contain a bathroom?
Yes, it did.
But there was definitely some discussion of a garden claw. And that tracks with the fact of possible torture and her not having DNA under her fingernails, because...
This is the bed within that bedroom.
People say she didn't make the bed. If my bed looks like that, I'd say I made the bed. I'm going to go back to that, because he gets a lot of... That's not how you make a bed. It's not a military bed made, by any means, but the main blanket is over the top of the whole bed. That's not bad. And personally, I read something quite a while ago that was like, the healthiest thing to do is make your bed just before going to bed. If you leave it open all day, then it gets a chance to air out, and any of the nasty bed bugs and stuff like that you're cooking up with body heat get a chance to die off, or I don't know. But light is the best disinfectant. So air out that bed, make it just before you go, and don't feel bad about it.
This is the bed within that bedroom.
And we are coming up against the end of trial footage for this day. How long do we have? But don't worry, we've got lots more. We're going to be doing all of day 2 except for Chelsea Kepsel. Chelsea, I'm going to do a day on its own for the Chelsea coverage, because it's both her
Photo 97 from the composite.
time on the stand plus her interviews and interrogations.
This is the bathroom.
So next week is going to be all Chelsea.
Master bedroom upstairs.
Yes.
And then the week after that will be all Sarah.
You also have an occasion to photograph.
Then we'll bring on the experts that try and support Sarah's
Yes, I
overt
did.
act.
See the defendant here at court.
Then we'll bring on the rebuttal. Then we'll bring on the
Yes, I do.
sentencing.
Could you please point to them and identify our article of clothing they're wearing?
She is right there with a black blazer and a pink shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant?
Record so reflect.
showing you photo 98 from the composite.
Thank you, Michael.
This is the photograph I took of the defendant.
Why is it that you are photographing the defendant at this point?
I collected her buccal swabs, which is a DNA standard from the inside of the mouth, and it is part of our procedure to photograph that person for identification purposes.
Ocean Sounds.
Do you also document the rest of her body as well at that time?
Yes, I did.
Publishing
Pink shirt.
photograph 101 from State's Composite.
This is a photograph of her hands facing up.
And her murder sandals, her pink shorts, her stupid little hoodie.
Upward.
Yeah, it was a typical, as typical as an atypical witness statement could be. There were long stretches where she attempted to narrate, but then State would object, and James Owens, well, let me break it down. What did you do between 9 and 10 a.m.? And instead of her just telling the whole story of her day, he tried to turn it into testimony. But it's a shit show. It's a fun, long shit show. It's not like Robert Tella's, though. It's unique and something that's Sarah Boone's own.
This is her right hand facing upward.
I have no marks on me. That's right, indoor camper.
Photograph 103.
Her left hand facing upward.
Photograph 104.
Oh, the blinking
Both
too.
of her hands facing downward, so the tops of her hands.
My plan there, indoor camper, thank you for bringing up the blinking. I'm going to slow it down to 25% speed. We'll take a 15-second chunk. We'll count all the blinks. And then whatever that is, we'll figure out like the blinks per minute. And then I'll figure out a pop song that has the same beats per minute, so that we can just think of that alongside of her blinking. And like, I imagine it's going to be a pretty fast pop song. So yeah, we have that to look forward to.
Photograph 105.
Blinkety blink.
This is her right
blinkety
hand
blink,
facing
blink,
downward.
blink, 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 blinkety blink.
Photograph 106.
Could be a Metallica song.
And her left hand facing downward.
Oh, BRB Queen says, because every time we touch, I get this feeling.
This would be of her right arm.
Make me think of David Hasselhoff. I just get this feeling deep inside of me.
Her left arm.
Ooga chaka, ooga, ooga, ooga chaka, ooga, ooga.
Her right arm with it facing upward.
Photograph 110.
Her left arm with her arm facing upward.
During the time you were interacting with the defendant, did she ever indicate to you that she had any injuries?
No.
I have to recommend too, if you haven't seen it, even in the last 5 years, ever, for sure, you have to watch it. And I'm going to make sure that the link is in this video. It has nothing to do with Sarah, has nothing to do with true crime, but watch David Hasselhoff's video for Hooked on a Feeling. It's shot on green screen. It has him going to Africa, scuba diving, flying through the air, riding a motorcycle. It's almost like you'd figure like an AV kid got given, a green screen and, 2 hours to shoot a video of himself. It's it's a good time. It's really happy. It makes you feel good after watching it. But I definitely recommend it. If we even take a break today, I might post the link to it. And as I step away for a medical snack, you guys can watch it on your own time and come back to the stream. Oh, ludicrous, yeah. I got my twin Glock 40.
You had previously testified that you also collected physical items of evidence from the home as well, in this case.
Yes, I did.
And everyone knows she's blinky.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness what's been marked for identification as State C?
I haven't been keeping up with the transcript.
You may.
Who is the girl with hair like a helmet? Who is the one that blinks on the stand? She is the one that keeps on blinking.
Ma'am, I'm assuming
Everyone
it
knows
was
she's
marked for
blinky.
identification as State C. Can you take a look at that package for me?
Oh, we're all caught up here?
Yes.
Do you recognize that package?
Yes, I do.
And tell us, what is that package?
These are the 2 wine bottles that were collected from the trash can.
This is kind of funny.
Is your name on that package?
Yes, my name is on the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence label that I filled out, and my initials are on the evidence seal from when I sealed the package.
And it also has your agency case number and the location information for this case.
Yes, that is correct.
Ma'am, could you open the contents of States C and look at it to yourself?
So Melissa Ruffgarden, we're going to see right now. I bet on Christmas morning, she's the most annoying person. Like if you've got family like mine where it's one person opens a gift at a time. Okay, here's one for you, Melissa. All right, well here, first let me put on my gloves. Now let me get a surgical scissors and I'll just make a nice even cut here along the bottom. Don't worry, nobody's, no hurry here, Melissa. You just take your time. All right. Lots of other gifts to get to, Melissa, but, no rush. We're not trying to rush you. I know you got a sharp pair of scissors there. Anybody watching any of the bowl football games? Ooh, that's exciting. How's Florida State doing this year? Still worse than the Gators. Okay, good to know.
I have to pull them out to recognize the item. They're wrapped in paper.
Sure, just how the view from the board.
Okay, she's got the outer packaging off. Now she's getting to work on the inner packaging. Do my golf announcing. I've got a slight breeze in the courtroom, about 16 megawatts of electricity in the air. Melissa Ruffgarden is sizing up these 2 wine bottles. She's trying to figure out a way to get them out of the package and still be able to identify them for the state. It's a tricky operation. She can't show them to the jury. At the same time, she still has to be able to identify them. I think she's gotten a good look.
Contents of State C?
These are the 2 wine bottles that I collected from the trash can.
Are these wine bottles in the same or substantially the same condition as they were at the time that you packaged them on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, the same time I collected them that day.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as States C into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as
We
State
object
C
to how
will be
long
received
she took
into
to
evidence
open that,
as
Your
States
Honor.
9 without objection.
And Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may do so.
You can unwrap them now.
Ooh, that got loud. 2 bottles of wine on the stand, 2 bottles of wine. Take one down, pass it around. Now just one more bottle of wine on the stand. 1 bottle of wine, 1 bottle of Woodbridge wine. Take that down, repackage it. Now there's no more wine on the stand. It is a lot of booze. I did an experiment. I still haven't been able to shoot the video for it because things got out of sorts. My brother, my sister-in-law, and I, we each did a Magnum. We painted, we did puzzles. Got out of sorts. Nobody got in a Suitcase, but
Yes, I did.
It's a ridiculous amount of alcohol for a full-grown person to drink. So for 2 small people to drink that much alcohol is fucking bonkers.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been previously marked for identification as states B and shown to defense?
B is in bat. States B. Oh yeah, things got way out of hand.
Marked for identification as states B. Can you take a look at this item?
There's no way she did a 1,000-piece puzzle. I'll say that much. We each did a Magnum, yes. Maybe I will have to bring up some photos from that as part of the mid-show montage.
Yes, I do. This is the wooden baseball bat I collected from the living room.
Does this item have your name on it?
Yes, it has my name on the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence label that I filled out, as well as my initials.
We did it for science. I really wanted to, I wanted to believe Sarah. Something's got to be true, right? But no, there's no way she did a puzzle. There's no way she started a puzzle. Like, we barely got the corners and the edges. I don't think we got all the edges. We were getting feedback from people in the chat, like, do the flag. It was a map of the United States. I jokingly was like, oh, whoever gets Florida and has to do like a drunken test. We didn't get Florida. We didn't get the fucking edge. Like, got maybe 40 pieces put together in 2 hours of puzzling.
On the evidence seal.
And it also has your initials and your agency case number as well.
Yes, it does.
We did not eat during our Sunday Funday. We had food beforehand, but no. We did drink a lot. It went way faster than I thought. We did 2 hours of painting. We started at noon, and my brother and sister-in-law were both done their Magnum by 2. No, not quite done. Somebody finished one. And then I was like, oh, catch up. And then we all drank to start puzzling. And then that's when shit got out of hand. But by 4 o'clock, the day was over. Like, Sunday Funday was done. The live stream was off. And I think by 4:30, I was passed out in the bed downstairs. Like, just shut off all of my stuff, took my gear down, passed out. Woke up at like 2 a.m, quietly gathered all my things and tiptoed out of the house, went to the McDonald's, ate some greasy food, fell asleep in my own house. But yeah, I'll figure out how to use that footage one day, but it's going to debunk. It's going to be like Mythbusters, and it's not plausible that the day happened. It's not probable. It's busted. It did not happen.
Open states B and look at the contents.
I got the puzzles in the bank.
Displaying it to the court.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I got some cool paintings. Melissa, please. Other people who have gifts. I floated down the damn stairs. I don't remember walking down the stairs, but I was in a downstairs basement when I woke up in the guest bed. So I may have floated down. Unclear at this point. Snip, snip, snip. Yeah, exactly. Rita Schuler, welcome to the chat. They only weighed 100 pounds each. I outweigh both of them on my own, and one Magnum was enough, but fuck me up. Now, I don't have a tolerance. I'm more of a couple beers at the hockey game once a week when the hockey's on, and I can go months without as well.
The wooden baseball bat.
And is that bat in the same or substantially the same condition as it was at the time that you collected it on February 24, 2020?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as States B into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as B will be received into evidence as States 10 without objection.
Beth Serrano asks, so Sarah and George didn't eat at all that day? I don't remember hearing that. The two bits of evidence I think we're going to hear on that is, one, her saying that, I think he had a pork loin sandwich. There was, pork that I cooked for the other day when my son was here, which if we do the math would have been 3 or 4 days old by the time, because she was just about to get son again, right? Or she was due for it. So if it was from the last time she had him. Anyway, he says, George has had a pork loin and cheese sandwich, which sounds fucking disgusting. But that's what she claimed. The autopsy did not reveal any stomach contents for food. So I think those are the two bits of evidence we're going to get that medical snacks were sorely in need on that particular evening. And Ramono, she says she was going to be honest about the scratches anyway, which suggests, and as Ramono says, suggests that she planned on lying about the rest.
You may.
I think even the scratches, if, let's just say that she did do it with the garden claw, like this was just something, ha ha ha. It looks like fingernails. Oh my God, ha ha ha. So she said, I thought I'd be honest about that. No, she thought that she had a good excuse for that one. So, oh yeah, no, that was me. That was just sex. And Vel73 says son hadn't been there since last Tuesday. So if the story is true, then it's Tuesday pork that's being eaten on Sunday night that's been left in the fridge for however long. And, if the story's true, it's not surprising that George didn't eat a pork loin sandwich if 5 days in the fridge. Yeah, the way she displayed that is like somebody who's not happy with the gift they got for Christmas. And sorry to divorce it from the context of the trial here, but kind of a little absurd moment. 7/29/31. Melissa, show everyone the bat you got. Oh, what a nice bat. Who got you that? Here, let me take a picture. I don't know why my aunt got me this. She knows I hate baseball.
You also had an occasion to collect the suitcase as well in this case.
Yes, I did.
Prior to placing the suitcase
Zipper
into
expert.
evidence, did you process it?
I took measurements of the suitcase.
What are the measurements of the suitcase?
It was 28 inches in length, 20 inches wide, and 8 7/8 inches deep.
For perspective, 28 by 20 by 8 and 8.875. It's just under 3 cubic feet. 3 cubic feet by volume. 28 by 20 by 8 well, let's call it 9 inches, but 3 cubic feet. And you think of the displacement of a body, albeit, 103 pound, 5'2" man. So now you've got, what, a half a foot of cubic space for air.
Your Honor, this time may the witness step down from the stand and approach the clerk's area.
Yes.
All right. Zipper expert is about to open her final gift. Let me just do a quick search too. What are some other common items with 3 cubic feet of volume?
What's been marked for identification as states A. Tell me, do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
Tell us, what is this item?
This is the suitcase I collected from the living room.
And how is it that you know that this is a suitcase you collected from the living room?
It has the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence label that I labeled with the item description. It also contains my name and the agency case number, and my initials are also on the evidence tape.
Other things with 3 cubic feet of volume are a mini fridge, like the kind you would find in a hotel or in a dormitory, a large microwave, a paper lawn bag, the heavy brown paper yard waste bag when filled to the top, a large duffel bag, a small chest freezer, a storage bin for bedding, a laundry hamper. Fuck me. Jesus fuck. It reminds me of like the Apollo 13 movie where there's the 3 men in the capsule
What is inside of
that was built for 2.
This is the suitcase I collected from the living room.
And does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as the time that you collected it and placed it into evidence?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as states A into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
Look at
What was
Sarah.
pre-marked
Oh
as
my
A will be
fucking
received
God.
into evidence.
Now, let me make sure that you're able to see that. Okay, I might be in the way. Let me get my fucking mug out of here. Here. Watch Sarah turn to Tony Henderson after they introduce A, states A, as Exhibit 11. Oh, you fucking cruel, cruel bitch.
Without objection, a state.
Okay, so we have to go back a half second. 7:32:54, 7:32:37. That'll be good. Okay, so James Owens is saying something to her.
Time that you collected it and placed
Don't react when they show the suitcase. Then she's going to look at Tony Henderson.
it into evidence.
Yes.
Don't react.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's been marked for
Just
identification
don't
as
show the
states
jury
A
anything.
into evidence.
Don't show them your reaction.
Any objections?
Okay?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as A will be received into evidence without objection as states 11.
And Your Honor, at this time I'd ask for permission to
So it was at 7:49. Appreciate you guys indulging me on this.
time that you collected it and placed it into evidence.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as states A into evidence.
Any objections?
Okay, here she's smirking right now. Mr. Cacciatore is looking. Oh, he can hear the chatter. And he's not liking it.
No objection.
There's the look.
What was pre-marked as A will be received into evidence without objection.
I shrink it back down.
11.
Oh. Ah. How have I? Oh. How have I? There we go. Whew, that was close.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask for permission to publish State's A to the jury.
You may.
Can you open the inside of it?
Easier said than done, Mr. Cacciatore. Well, this is good that I moved my head over because now I'm out of the way of this too. I remember watching this live and how much we were like blown away in the chat by how hard a time that Melissa Ruffgarden was having with this. Just hide myself as well.
How easy is it to operate the zipper that closes the suitcase?
Speaking as a zipper expert.
It was a little difficult.
Oh, Lori Reese caught that moment.
I have
Okay.
no additional questions at this time.
Lori Reese and
Any
Watson, I
cross-examination?
believe.
Yes, Your Honor.
Some great coverage of the trial in time. Yeah.
Are you
Yeah,
also
smiling,
referred to as a
kitten
medical
pusher.
examiner investigator as opposed to just crime scene investigator?
No, that is not my title.
Do you do reports that the crime or that the medical examiner necessarily relies upon?
Okay. This is Kevin
Process
Beck
of
doing the cross.
autopsy and additional.
Going to have to move myself out of the way again.
You would have to ask them.
Who makes the decision at the scene as to what items will be photographed and what items will be taken into custody, what items will necessarily be tested or analyzed?
Yeah, another one to say you can see the judge
Collaborative
looking.
effort between the crime scene investigator and the lead detective while on scene.
That would be yourself, and who was the
And I think the thing to keep in mind too, like we hear what the mics pick up, and you could really tell in day one how different like what we're hearing is from what the actual courtroom audio is. The fact that they could hear just fine when we couldn't lets you know that when Sarah's sitting there smirking and talking to James Owens and Dave Cacciatore is looking at her, Melissa Ruffgarden is looking at her, Judge Kranick is looking at her, they can hear. Just because it's not mic'd up, it doesn't mean they can't hear. It's a small courtroom. If you're not talking, or if you're talking when other people are talking, it's audible.
the lead detective?
The lead detective was Chelsea Kepsel.
Now, you authored a report in this matter, did you not?
Yes.
And that report was utilized, if you in fact know, by the medical examiner in developing her autopsy report, was it not?
I do not know.
In your report, did you advise the medical, or whomever might read your report, that
This cross is kind of dumb too, so don't. If you need to go do something, by all means, this is a good time to go do it. There's no reasonable doubt he gets poked into it. The only good part is the. Are you a zipper expert?
in fact the body had been removed from the suitcase by first offenders or first responders?
No, I don't believe so.
And we know that you have the capacity to do DNA analysis, correct?
No, we process DNA and or collect swabs for DNA, and then that's submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for conventional DNA analysis.
You did that with a sample from the inside of Sarah Boone's mouth.
Her buccal swabs were submitted to the FDLE.
And who made that decision?
The detective and I.
Who made the decision not to bother to do a DNA analysis on the blood from the items within the suitcase or the suitcase itself?
That was a discussion between the detective and I.
And you chose not to do that?
No, we did not.
We need to test this blood? No, it's probably his.
Belonged to George Torres, correct?
There was blood observed in the suitcase.
But you don't know who that belonged to because you didn't bother to analyze it or have it analyzed, correct?
The blood was not tested.
I love her answers there too. She doesn't get trapped into the arguing part of it. Like, I'm here to give facts. The fact is that blood wasn't tested. I don't know how would it help. Like, oh, it's a third random person's blood in here. Like, there's no testing of the blood that would change the case one way or another. Like, oh, this is all Sarah's blood inside the case. Okay. Still killed him.
Now, State's Exhibit B, the bat. You took that into evidence. Was that, again, a collaborative decision by yourself and the lead detective?
Yes.
I did it all on my own.
And what efforts did you make to have the bat analyzed, given the fact that it was apparently evidence?
It was just collected as evidence from the scene.
Did you advise either the lead detective or anybody else involved with this investigation that there may be matters that could be analyzed when analyzing the bat that would help or assist in the investigation of this matter?
It's my job to do the documentation and the collection of evidence.
Well, you said it was a collaborative effort between yourself and the lead detective, so did you participate in that decision?
We chose to collect the bat and put it into evidence.
And so there was a fiber analysis done on the bat to determine whether or not it was used to strike George Torres when he was in the suitcase. Was there not?
Pardon?
In fact, there was not, was there? There was no effort to analyze the bat.
I'm going to object. I don't believe the witness had an opportunity to answer the question.
Sustained.
I'm sorry. Please.
Can you repeat the question?
If I can remember it.
I can't remember.
Do you know that there was any effort made in this particular investigation, the investigation of Sarah Boone, to analyze the bat for fibers?
No, there was not.
And why was that not done?
It was not done.
Why was that not done? It was not done. It doesn't have to be a why. We just didn't do it.
You indicated that you had some interaction with Ms. Boone. Is that correct?
I collected her buccal swabs.
Did you speak with her?
In collecting her buccal swabs, yes.
Did you speak to any other witnesses?
No.
Did you make any determination of other matters that might be of import or evidentiary value when you were going through the house and taking photographs and documenting the interior of the townhouse?
You'll have to be more specific.
Well, how many pictures of the child's bedroom did we see?
Here today?
Yes, ma'am.
We saw the entrance to the bedroom as well as a photograph of the interior of the bedroom.
Very much like a Ramos moment. Kevin Beck's big chance.
It's my job to photograph and document while on scene, so the rooms in the upstairs were photographed and documented.
Did you photograph
Good call, Val 73.
holes in the wall, possibly made by the victim?
I don't recall photographing holes in the wall, no.
Did you take photographs of items within the house or throughout the house that may have depicted incidents of prior violence?
So these questions, I think I'm getting the reason for it. He's trying to introduce evidence without introducing it as evidence. Did you take pictures of scenes of violence in the house? I took pictures that you saw here in court today. But it kind of, he's trying to suggest that there's pictures that weren't taken that showed all the violence.
You'll have to be more specific.
How about bloody pillowcases? Did you make any effort to collect and analyze pillowcases of the rooms that you were photographing?
No.
Here it comes.
Who made you have significant experience with zippers?
I use zippers regularly, yes.
Enough to have an opinion as to whether or not a zipper is stuck or not.
Is what? Sorry?
You testified on direct that the zipper was a little tight.
Just that it was difficult without the zipper pulls to use the zipper.
And that was your opinion.
Yes, from opening the suitcase here today.
Okay, just one more time for posterity.
To have an opinion as to whether or not.
More even, okay. Problem with these long videos is it's hard to scroll around without getting big chunks, but the best I can, Your Honor, doing the best I can. Margaret usually is the one who scrolls my videos for me.
Did you make any effort to collect and analyze pillowcases of the rooms that you were photographing?
No.
Okay, here we go.
Who made you have significant experience with zippers?
I use zippers regularly, yes.
Enough to have an opinion as to whether or not a zipper is stuck or not.
Is what? Sorry?
You testified on direct that the zipper was a little tight.
Just that it was difficult without the zipper pulls to use the zipper.
And that was your opinion.
Yes, from opening the suitcase here today.
And that was your opinion.
Today. You only tested it today?
Pardon?
You only today have for the first time tested.
You only today for the first time tested the zipper? Well, that sounds like you didn't really do a great job.
The ability to pull open the zipper on the suitcase?
No, I'm saying it was difficult today.
Vel 73 asked for it, so we're going to get it just one more time, but then I promise we'll move on to the next video. We only have about 5 minutes left in today's video, but not in today's stream. We'll go to the next one, but
to have an opinion as to whether or not a zipper is stuck or not.
Is what? Sorry?
You testified on direct that the zipper was a little tight.
Just that it was difficult without the zipper pulls to use the zipper.
So yes, Bernice Conklin asks, is this Sarah's lawyer? This is Kevin Beck. If you've been watching the trial from the beginning, you'll notice that James Owens and Mr. Henderson tend to come back on time. Kevin Beck is always a few minutes late. He's the last one in the door. Oh, sorry, Kevin Beck for the defense, Your Honor. He sits in the back with the girls. He doesn't get to sit at the table with the legal team like Boone, Owens, and Henderson. He's got a back seat with Shelby Andrews and Lauren Henderson. They help Sarah do her makeup and get a little bit of hair done in the hallway. Doing the best we can, Your Honor.
And that was your opinion.
Yes, from opening the suitcase here today.
Today. You only tested it today?
Today?
Pardon?
You only today have for the first time tested the ability to pull open the zipper on the suitcase?
No, I'm saying it was difficult today.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. In this case, you documented the entirety of the house as you saw it.
Yes.
So every room in the house.
They were all taken overall photographs.
Right. So she didn't just take extraneous pictures of the son's bedroom for no good reason. It was to show the layout of the house.
Walls in the house.
In the overall photographs, yes. They weren't all individually photographed, no.
And you did not document or note any type of holes in the wall or any type of damage to the walls, anything like that?
Not the walls, no.
Is that something that would have been documented both photographically and also within your report?
Yes.
You also, as we've previously seen in the composite, saw the victim where he was laying in this case, correct?
Yes.
Was the victim, did he have blood on his mouth and on his face?
Yes, he did.
Did he have open wounds on his body?
There was blood coming from his nose and his mouth. There was also some other areas of like defects noted on his body.
You also made contact with the defendant too as well?
Yes.
Did you note any other wounds or cuts or anything else that was not documented that you haven't testified to?
No.
So no wounds, nothing on her?
Not that I recall, no.
No further questions?
Thank you. Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Owens, can this witness be released?
Judge, we'd like her to be on call.
Subject to recall, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, sidebar coming up. This one's a little bit more housekeeping, but you'll get it. I'm going to slow it down a little bit, try and get into the timing. Court says, if I understood the state, this was going to be the last witness here today. Is that correct? Mr. Cacciatore, yes. Court, okay, all right. I have jury certificates for our members of the jury to give their employers about the extent of service. I will be giving them the same instruction that I've gave them before the lunch hour. Anything else we need to discuss before I give those instructions to our jury state? Not from the state. Mr. Owens, it's a long weekend, you know. I guess the standard instruction would do it. Court says it's going to be the same one that I read right before lunch, in addition to don't do any homework, don't read the local news or newspapers. Okay, all right. Well, thank you all very much.
Members of the jury, thank you so much for your attention in this matter. It is 4:52. At this time, we're going to go ahead and take our recess for the evening. Madam Clerk has letters that I have signed regarding your jury service for you to provide to your employer. Court deputy will provide them to you in the deliberation room before you are released for the day. I have a similar instruction to read to you that I gave you before the lunch hour. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial.
Yes, Thanksgiving weekend, another
again,
one to say.
That just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device.
And thanks for reminding me on the date.
Use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, I'm going to release you back to the deliberation room for you to receive the paperwork for your employer, and we will see you at 9 a.m. this coming Monday, October 21st. And I thank you for your sacrifice and your service.
All right, we will be returning on Monday, October 21st in historical time, but we're not going anywhere. So if anything, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, stretch out. I don't think there's any sidebar to discuss. Oh, hold on, I can see. I've got the transcript. Is there anything we need to discuss? No, they go off the record.
You all may be seated. Thank you. State, anything else we need to discuss?
Not from the state.
Defense. All right, thank you all very much. We will see you at 9 a.m. Monday, October 21.
Very
We're off
good.
the record.
We'll stay and watch Sarah get reshackled. While she's doing that, I will update my chyrons. So this is going to be, we're going to come back on October the 21st. Okay, that stays the same. Court full screen. It won't be CSI Ruffgarden. I think it's Dr. Sarah Zidowitz. Oh, there's Sarah. Oh, this is kind of funny too. You can see she wants to take her, and Sarah's like, no, hold on, my papers. Let me just get there's my power wheel. I've got that. But I'd really like to, hold on. It's very important that I sort out all their papers. They've just left, and they really need my help. So what I'm going to do is take all these papers and just sort of, flip them around and fold them a bit instead of getting up and getting shackled. Oh, this is interesting too. So you see who she's looking for? So that's Billy, I think she's asking for, because Billy's going to come over. But there's someone else in the courtroom, and we get a little bit, yeah, there's Billy. I called it. See, I'm doing my homework. I know what's happening here. There's someone else in the back. She calls herself the mayor of Orlando. She spoke up at the beginning of trial in day 2, and then she gets called out in a sidebar, and they discuss what to do about her. So we're going to get all of that. So if you remember, somebody spoke up in the trial, and everyone was like, what'd she say? And she's like, I'm the mayor. I run this town. We all got to work together. In the sidebar, it's kind of funny because they're really worried. I think it was Mr. J saying, like, we're going to have a mistrial. Like, you've got to get her out of this courtroom. So we have that to look forward to. Let me change my witness chyron. We will change the properties to state witness. Let's see. Sarah Zidowitz, Zydowicz. Starts with the Z, ends with a Z. And we'll call her Zidowitz M.E. Detective Wolbefit, if you're still listening, I did say Z both times. Always calling me out for my Z's. It should be Z's. Look at her still stalling. Really, because I need to study my power wheel. Do you know how good I'm getting at this? I can name like 12 of the different things. Like punching, pushing, pulling, grabbing, kicking, tripping, biting, beating, throwing down stairs, threatening to use a weapon against partner. Do them all. Yes, we have that. There we go. Get those shackles on. I see the defendant standing before me in a black blazer and a pink blouse with a shackle belt, pink handcuffs around her wrists, and a custodial officer giving a second rap. Kevin Beck, late to come back to court, late to leave court. Okay, that is it for this stream, but then we'll move. Oh, I have to change my lower chyron as well. That is not trial day 1. We'll just let that continue then while I fix this. We'll be moving to trial day 2, which is October 21. Got to have a little of the Great Seal of Florida State. That wouldn't be a trial watch without it. Okay, and now to my watch screen and next video.
Do you know the Crown to run?
That's halfway through. We're not going halfway through though. We're going to the beginning, or at least to the beginning of the beginning. 40 minutes into this video. Remember all the time we just sat there waiting because it could be starting any second? We're just sitting there in the chat, chatting amongst ourselves, waiting. Not on a dandy rewatch. It's fine and dandy. We get to start the minute Sarah enters the courtroom. Or maybe a minute before that. Maybe right around here is where we'll start. let me just, okay, this is where my trailer started. This is the trailer. If you were waiting for this video to come online or you were checking it out, I'm trying to throw a trailer that isn't, a huge, like, oh my God, so funny. But just the, there's the defendant sitting before me. Get the description of the outfit, and this is one of the best descriptions of the trial.
Judge, can the parties approach the bench? As soon as Madam Clerk calls it, we can do that.
As soon as Madam Clerk calls it, we can do that. That's a long way of saying no, Mr. Owens. You'll wait for the court to take session.
Case number 2020.
I'm going back for that. I really like the way that Judge Kradick said it too, like the morning DJ radio host. Like, Yana, can we go off the record? We can do that just as soon as the case gets called. That's funny, that doesn't show up on the record either. The record starts with the clerk calling the case.
Approach the bench. As soon as Madam Clerk calls it, we can do that.
Case number 2020.
Oh, hairball yarn.
03, the state of Florida
Good
versus
question.
state of Boone. Partisan MK.
So, hairball yarn asks, what is the power wheel? Let me go. I haven't used my main camera all show. There we go. This is the power wheel. So if you're looking at Sarah's table, she's constantly flipping this over. Now, I don't have a color printer, but the inside is orange, the outside is blue. And this is, at first, I caught it on the trial, like the hearings. And I thought this was just one of many papers that they gave to Sarah to study what it was like to be a battered spouse. It turns out this is the only sheet, because constantly in the trial, you'll see the little edges of this. And shout out to, God, so I think it was Sue's what? Sue's, S-U-Z. But one of the fine and dandy commenters said, if you look up power and control in orange, you'll see that in the Google image search. And sure enough, found it. So thanks to the fine and dandy chat, we know all of these words that are around the outside where it talks about physical and sexual violence that could be part of a intimate partner violence relationship. Does this sound like anything? Pushing, shoving, hitting, slapping, choking, pulling hair, punching, kicking, grabbing, tripping, biting, beating, throwing down, rape, or using or threatening to use a weapon. Anyway, it's not quite word for word, but it's the exact same list of things she talks about in her sentencing statement. And she has it written down as a little list. So she's studying the whole time, and then she can't even come up with it on the stand. She has to do the open book test at her sentencing where she brings it all up. Anyway, if you're wondering what the power and control wheel was, what it is. Shout out to the fine and dandy chat.
For the record, beginning with the state.
Dave Ketchcore on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Tell me Henderson for Sarah Boone. Kevin Beck over at Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone, raise your right hand and be sworn. Please do you swear or affirm to the testimony you should give, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you state your full name and date of birth for the record for me?
Sarah Boone, 10-10-77.
Right, Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing a black jacket and a white multicolored shirt. Looks like some splotching on it. She is in custody. However, she's not wearing any restraints, so we will be standing when our jury panel enters and exits. The parties may approach.
So this is exactly the incident with the mayor of Orlando that I was just discussing. So this was one of those sidebars where watching it live, you're like, hold on, what the fuck's going on? Tell me. So now you're going to know. Yeah, well, I'll just read it live and then I'll give you any extra context if I know any extra context after. But here is one of our first sidebars for day 2. Court says, yes, sir, Mr. Owens. Judge, I understand. Oh, this isn't it. This is a different one. Never mind, though. Judge, I understand there was a delay. The security said that on Mondays it's a really long line trying to get into the courthouse. Court says, correct, Mr. Owens. So they have to go through security. Is there any way? I'm just suggesting. Is there any way they could get some kind of secret pass to get in through that side door like we do? Court says, I don't believe so. Mr. J says, at the front of the courthouse, the far right is the juror entrance. I just think you should remind them that they can use the far right entrance and not get in the long line. Sure, I can do that. That's probably what happened.
State, anything we need to address before we bring in our panel this morning?
Not from the state.
Defense?
No, sir.
All right. Ms. Boone, just a couple of questions before we bring in our panel this morning. Are you still satisfied with your lawyer's representation of you in this matter?
Very much so.
And are you still on board with the strategy that
Very
they're
much so.
utilizing in your defense?
Yes.
All right, very good. Let's go ahead and stand and bring in our panel.
See, this is stand? Get the fuck up. So on day 2, there are 2 less. These 2 guys were still here. Were here on day 1, but 2 of the observers are not here for day 2. Shelby Andrews, again, showing up Sarah. I really think that Shelby's game was, I'll do her makeup and then I'm going to look fucking fantastic every time I can get myself in the same shot as ugly Sarah. But that's quite a stunning hairstyle that Shelby Andrews has for today in court. Your hair looks great, Shelby. Just leave it. Super Kelly G. Very much so, narrator. We find out later it was not very much so. Oh, I'm talking about Shelby's hair this whole time. You guys can't see her. Let me change my screen. There we go. There we go.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
All right, everyone can be seated.
All right, we'll go back to the regular view.
Members of the jury, good morning. Welcome back to 12 Alpha of the Orange County Courthouse. I hope that you all had a restful weekend and enjoyed your time with your loved ones, your friends, and your family. Just if you could, I gave you a long instruction on Friday before we broke. If you could please confirm that you complied with the court's instructions by raising your hand at this time.
Welcome back. This is forever.
All members of our panel have raised their hands. Now, members of the jury, I know the line to get in this morning was quite long. So the lawyers have reminded me that on the right side.
Okay, so the judge asked the jurors, basically based on the sidebar that we're now aware of. But listen carefully. Juror number 2, and I think the numbers may change just based off of the seats they're sitting in. Sounds a lot like juror number 3 when he speaks up to say, that line was pretty long too, court or judge.
Side of the entrance of the courthouse is a jury-only line. So if you can make your way all the way to the far right side of the entrance, there's a jury-only line. Yes, sir. Juror number 2 in the back. Huh? It was still quite long? Okay.
It's still quite long. I love juror number 2, who may very well be juror number 3.
Thank you. Just wanted to bring that to your attention if you did not know. Obviously, if you're stuck, we're waiting on you. So don't feel anxiety or anything if you're stuck in that line. We can't start till you all get here. And I appreciate, again, your sacrifice and your attentiveness in this process. With that, State, you can call your next witness.
State will call Dr. Sarah Sidovich.
There we go. Sarah Sidovich. Now, it may just be me, but she was giving me strong Jan Levinson vibes. If you remember The Office, Michael Scott's girlfriend, or some storylines anyway. Sarah Zidowitz very much looks like a Jan Levinson.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, thank you.
Good morning, doctor. Could you please state and spell your name for the record for us?
Sarah Zdowicz, SARAZYDOWICZ.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Can you tell us, what do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
And who do you work for?
I work for Orange County. We cover Orange County and Osceola County.
And how long have you been a forensic pathologist?
I've been at this office for about 12 years, and then 1 year in Tampa, so about 13 years.
And what type of educational background do you have to be a forensic pathologist?
So I have a bachelor's degree in kinesiology from the University of Wisconsin in Madison. I went to medical school in Kansas City, Missouri. After that, I went to Cleveland, Ohio to do a 1 year rotating clinical internship. After that, I went back to the University of Wisconsin. I did my residency in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. I have 2 fellowships or subspecialty training. One is in cytopathology from Northwestern University.
Yeah, Dr. Zidowitz's channel, Siba123, asks if she works with Dr. G. Hey, Dr. Z here.
In Chicago. And then I did my forensic pathology fellowship in Tampa.
Is continuing education something that you must maintain in order to hold your position?
Yes, I have to do continuing education for my board certifications, which is in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology. And I also have to do separate continuing medical education to maintain my medical license for the state of Florida.
So tell us, what are your duties as a medical examiner?
So we're involved in what's called the medical legal investigation of deaths, and that just means that we investigate certain types of deaths, and there's a Florida statute or a Florida law that states which types of deaths that will be involved in investigating. And in general, they're deaths that are not natural, so accidents, suicides, homicides, or deaths that are natural but maybe unexpected. Those are the types of cases that we're involved in. And again, that Florida statute lays out exactly which types of cases that we'll be involved in. And the reason we're involved in that is our goal is to determine cause of death and manner of death in those individuals that we're investigating.
Hey, Victoria.
Can you tell us what an autopsy is, generally speaking?
So an autopsy is also called a postmortem or after-death examination. And there are kind of 2 main parts to it. The first part is what's called an external examination, which is just as it sounds. So that's making observations about an individual. So hair color, eye color, height, any sort of unique markings like scars or tattoos. And at that time, we're also looking for any external signs of diseases or injuries. After that, we go to what's called the internal examination. So that means that we open the body cavities, we remove all of the organs, and dissect all of the organs. And again, as we're doing that, we're looking for any signs of diseases or injuries that might help explain why that person died. And we can also add ancillary tests or other tests, so things like toxicology, microbiology. It's a little bit dependent on each case, but we have options for other testing as well.
Can you tell us what is the cause and manner of death, and is this something that you document?
Yes, so cause of death is either a disease or an injury that ultimately results in an individual's death. Right? So it's very individual and unique to that individual. Manner of death is a way to categorize or group similar types of deaths together. And for manner of death, there's only 5 choices. So there would be natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined. So those are the manners of death.
In your career, approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
Around 3,000.
And have you previously testified as an expert witness in court?
Yes.
How many times?
Between 75 to 80.
And in what areas have you testified as an expert witness?
Forensic pathology.
Turning our attention to this case, did you perform the autopsy?
Yes.
And what were your findings as to cause and manner of death?
So the cause of death, which I put on the death certificate, is positional asphyxia with environmental suffocation.
Welcome to Dabs for Dummies.
I classified as homicide.
Now, when you perform your autopsy, what information do you have at the time that you begin that examination?
It's incredibly variable. I can have a lot of background information. Sometimes I have none. It just depends on the particular case.
In this case, what information were you provided ahead of time?
So the information I had was that the decedent was with his girlfriend, and at some point in time in the night, he got into a suitcase, which was then zippered shut. At another point at time, I believe she went to bed, and then the next morning discovered that he was still in the suitcase. And I think that was in about an 11-hour time frame from the information that I had.
You mentioned asphyxia. Can you explain for us what asphyxia is?
Sure. So asphyxia is a very general term. It would be kind of like saying, I drive a car, right? That's very generic, and we know that there are many different types of cars out there, right? So asphyxia simply means lack of oxygen or inadequate oxygen for an individual. And there are different categories of asphyxia. So you can have suffocation, which just means that there's obstruction of the airways. So that could be smothering, that could be somebody choking on a piece of food, or maybe just being in an environment where there's not enough oxygen in the air to sustain that individual. There's a category called strangulation. That would be compression of the neck, either blood vessels or airways. There's another category called mechanical asphyxia. That can be when the body is in an unusual or abnormal position where the actual mechanics of breathing can't occur. So that can be the position of the body, or it can be, like, let's say if a heavy object fell on somebody and you simply can't breathe because of the weight of that object. That would be a mechanical asphyxia. And then there's drowning. That's a different type of asphyxia. And there are a couple of other categories as well that are much less common.
Is there a most common type of asphyxia?
The most common would be ligature compression of the neck. So that would be like an event, a hanging. That would be the most common that we would see.
You also mentioned environmental suffocation. Could you tell us a little bit more what that means in more layman's terms?
So that just means that there's not enough oxygen in the environment that the person is in. You could think of somebody who's in an enclosed space where there's a fixed amount of oxygen. So as that oxygen is, as that person is breathing, they're using up all the oxygen. And once it's gone, there's no oxygen left. Or you could think of maybe people who are, climbing Mount Everest. There's not as much oxygen up there, and that's why they have oxygen tanks. So it just means that the amount of oxygen available in the air around that person is not enough to sustain them.
In this case, what can you tell us about how long George Torres was in that suitcase?
There's not a really good way for me to give you a time frame as to how long he was in that suitcase. Again, because there was both the component of positional asphyxia, being in an unusual position for a period of time, and then also the environmental suffocation component. Because within that suitcase, certainly there's going to be oxygen, but it's not going to be the same as if you were sitting in a room like this. And because there are those multiple components happening at the same time, there's not a really good way to estimate or say with scientific certainty, oh, he was in for X amount of time. There's really not a good way to do that.
I'm the same, Hairball.
Is there any good way to...
So we'll pause a second. Hairball Yarn says, this part surprised me, honestly. I always thought suitcases had more airflow for some reason. And yeah, I was of the same sort of mindset. I just didn't... I thought if something's not airtight, then there's air. But the best way I could think of it... So think about... Go back to when you were a kid and you used to, there's monsters under the bed. Well, what protects you from the monsters? Blankets. So if you're really scared, you get underneath the blankets, right? That way the monsters can't get the part of your body that's outside of the blankets. Anybody with me here? You remember doing this? So what happens after you stay under the blankets for like 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes? Well, it depends how thick your blankets are. They're not airtight. It starts getting hot. It starts getting hard to breathe. And eventually, you kind of peek out. You want a little fresh air because the air that's in underneath that blanket is shit. Like, it doesn't take long for it to become shit. And that's where I was like, oh, okay. It probably didn't take very long at all. And then you think like, the Apollo 13 movie, I was bringing this up earlier. There's the point where 3 of the men have to get in a capsule that was meant for 2 of the men to be in. And they start doing the math and they realize, like, shit, if there's 3 of us that are actively exhaling carbon monoxide, well, we're displacing the air at a much faster rate than, do we have enough air for 3 men to be breathing out carbon monoxide? No. The answer is no. Now, that's a capsule, they had hours, like, maybe even a couple of days, whatever it was. They had to manufacture a filter and figure that all out. Great dramatic part of the movie. But then getting back to George being in the suitcase, obviously that's not an option. And you realize that, he's basically poisoning whatever air is left with every breath that he does take. So the air is getting worse and there's less of it. And it's a really terrible thing to imagine. Like, it's got to be like, what's going through your mind in that moment where you're realizing that, and it's not like, a car crash where, your life flashes before your eyes, but, in seconds turn into hours, whatever people say. This, hours just turned into like, oh my God, agonizing. Okay, we have to get back to the trial.
Approximate or determine the time that George Torres died?
There's not a good way to do that either, again, because there are so many different components at play.
Carbon dioxide. Sorry, I said carbon monoxide, but carbon dioxide. But even that, carbon dioxide's poisoning the air. We start with 17, 18% oxygen in good air. So, carbon monoxide. I just think of that. That's what cars breathe out. That's not good either. But carbon dioxide doesn't help you if you're trapped in a suitcase. What the fuck did I just do? No. Okay, we can find our way back. Oh my goodness. Oh, I've gotten out of sorts.
The person is in. You could think of somebody who's in an enclosed space where there's a fixed amount of oxygen. So as that oxygen is, what that does is it tells me that that person is a little bit further away from the actual time of death. So it's not something that's going to occur immediately after death for most people.
How about, is there any...
Well, this is good. We're going to come back because I want to focus on Sarah listening to this evidence. We don't get to see very much of that through the trial.
The person is in. You could think of somebody who's in an enclosed space where there's a fixed amount of oxygen. So as that oxygen is, as that person is breathing, they're using up all the oxygen. And once it's gone, there's no oxygen left. Or you could think of maybe people who are, climbing Mount Everest. There's not as much oxygen up there, and that's why they have oxygen tanks. So it just means that the amount of oxygen available in the air around that person is not enough to sustain them.
in this case, what can you tell us about how long George Torres was in that suitcase?
There's not a really good way for me to give you a time frame as to how long he was in that suitcase. Again, because there was both the component of positional asphyxia, being in an unusual position for a period of time, and then also the environmental suffocation component. Because within that suitcase, certainly there's going to be oxygen, but it's not going to be the same as if you were sitting in a room like this. And because there are those multiple components happening at the same time, there's not a really good way to estimate or say with scientific certainty, oh, he was in for X amount of time. There's really not a good way to do that.
How about, is there any good way to approximate or determine the time that George Torres died?
There's not a good way to do that either, again, because there are so many different components at play at the time of his death. Sitting in a normal room like this, the percentage of oxygen that's available is about 20 to 21%. If that were to drop to 10 to 15%, the person can be impaired with judgment, they can be impaired with activity. Once that percentage drops between 8 to 10,
there I was all talking about 17% like it's good. I guess I'm tolerant to bad air because of all the smoke I take in.
10%, most people will lose consciousness. And at a percentage of 8% oxygen or less, that's when we would expect the death to occur. And so again, there's not a really good way to measure the amount of oxygen that would have been available to him in that suitcase, in addition to the fact that he was in an unusual position.
What position were you able to determine he was in that suitcase?
I wasn't able to see what position he was in. By the time that our medical legal death investigators were at the scene, he was already removed from the suitcase. Based on some of the findings, I favor that he was most likely in like a fetal type position. So knees flexed, arms flexed, and the head most likely flexed forward. But again, that's from my findings. I didn't see what position he was in.
I do vape occasionally, Dabs.
Would he be resting on in this fetal position?
Give me a second.
That's most likely his left side. However, I do say the caveat that some of the findings are dependent on time, meaning that, if that suitcase had been moved or flipped over, that could be different than what I'm seeing at the time of my examination.
Tell us, what is skin slippage?
So after death, the body goes through a series of progressive changes. And one of those changes is skin slippage. And what that does is it tells me that that person is a little bit further away from the actual time of death. So it's not something that's going to occur immediately after death for most people. It's something that would occur a little bit later on in that process of changes that happens after death.
And tell us, what is rigor mortis?
So rigor mortis is also called the post-mortem stiffening of muscles. And again, that's one of the changes that occurs after death. Most of the times that will occur before we see skin slippage. But these changes are very variable from individual to individual.
Margarita, you made it just in time for the skin slippage testimony.
It also depends a lot the environment the person is in. So for example, those changes that we're going to see happen more quickly in a warm environment. As somebody who maybe is engaged in a physical or violent struggle, those changes are going to occur more rapidly. And then it also depends on the person themselves, their relative size, their relative health. Those things can all impact the changes that we see after death.
How does skin slippage and rigor mortis inform your findings about how long George Torres was likely in that suitcase?
So again, the time frame that I had was about 11 hours, just from the last time that he was known to be in the suitcase versus the time that he was found. So I'm basing it off of that. So about an 11-hour time period. Well, when I did my examination, the rigor mortis was already dissipating or leaving. Also, there was some skin slippage. And so If he had not been in the suitcase, if he had been out of the suitcase, I would not expect that advanced amount of change. It's compatible with him being in that suitcase for a longer period of time. It would have been warmer. And also if he had been, struggling to get himself out, engaging that physical activity, those are things that are going to accelerate or speed up that process. So my findings at the time of the examination are compatible with that 11-hour time period, or, somewhere around there.
Additionally, did you note any injuries to the body of George Torres?
Yes.
Yes.
These injuries that you noted to the body of George Torres, did you document them on what's called a body chart?
Yes, the diagram on a body chart, and we also take pictures as I'm going through my examination.
Your Honor, may approach the witness who has been previously marked for identification and shown to defense as states R.
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states R.
Hey,
Do you recognize
Lakeisha.
this document?
Yes.
And can you tell us, what is this document?
That's a copy of my body diagram.
Sorry.
Oh, it's a copy of my body diagram.
And does this fairly and accurately represent the diagram that you created in this case for George Torres?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states R into evidence. No objection.
What was pre-marked as states R will be received into evidence without objection as states 12.
And Your Honor, request permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
So, ma'am, on this body chart, can you describe for us and point out what was the first blunt impact injury you identified?
So, ma'am, on this body chart, can you describe for us and point out what was the first blunt impact injury that you identified?
So there were some blunt impact injuries to his head. I don't think it's on this one, but there were some blunt impact injuries to his head right up here around the eye and on the mouth area.
And then, did you notate any injuries to his hand?
Yes, so there were some ecchymoses, or you can think of that as like a large kind of bruise on both hands.
What other blunt impact injuries did you identify?
So there's a series of ecchymoses on the left side of the back, which right about here.
And any others?
There were some on the forearms as well.
And you use this body chart, you say, in addition to photographing the injuries that you document, correct?
Yes.
As part of your examination, and I believe it's on the body chart itself, do you document the height and weight of the person as well?
This is interesting.
And what was the height of Mr. Torres?
So technically for us, it's length. Height is the measurement that's taken while someone is standing. So his length was 62.
So just, really casual, but it shows that the exacting way that she speaks, I'll get her on a better screenshot if I'm going to pause her. But yeah, I didn't even think of that, but when you're dead, you're no longer measured in height. Your height is like, basically as tall as your toes stick up. Your length becomes your measurement. But But yeah, she's not going to testify wrongly. She knows that it's not his height anymore. We measured his length.
His weight was 103 pounds.
In regards to these...
Ecchymosis. Yes, that was Hairball Yarn says ecchymosis might be in my top 10 words I love to say. I think ecky means outer or outside, and mosis means some of or a collection of. I think that's what my elementary Latin tells me.
Blunt impact injuries. How is it that you come to the conclusion that these injuries were the result of blunt impacts?
So these are typical wounding patterns for blunt force trauma. And when I say blunt force trauma, that can mean something striking a part of the body, or on the other hand, it can be the body striking an object.
George was notorious for running into walls and the hall tree.
And that causes injury to the skin and to the soft tissue and sometimes the deeper tissues, depending on how severe or how strong that blunt force trauma is.
Are these injuries consistent with a person being struck with a baseball bat?
They could be, yes.
Are they consistent with a person being pushed down a flight of stairs?
They could be, yes.
Can you say whether or not these injuries occurred while George Torres was in the suitcase?
Hey, south of the river.
Why is it that you cannot say that?
So they all...
Take a quick second to welcome south of the river to the chat, who says, hey, you guys, happy 4th of July weekend from your friend across the pond. Thank you for that lovely little hello, and welcome to our chat south of the river.
All of these injuries seem to have occurred around the same time, meaning that they're relatively acute or new.
Hey, Carolina Hurtado is here as well.
Healing
Fantastic.
Or something that happened last week. So they all occurred around the same time. But you can't really look at a bruise or a contusion and say, oh, that happened 2 hours ago. There's not a good way to do that.
Are these injuries consistent with them occurring while he was inside the suitcase?
Yes, they could be.
So like Grissom from CSI, he was able to use bugs to pinpoint when people died, but you can't use a bruise to figure out, well, that came from a bat hit 12 hours ago versus 6 hours ago. You need bugs.
As part of your examination, do you also check the toxicology of George Torres?
Yes.
And is that something that's pretty standard in any autopsy?
Yes.
Protocol.
And what were the toxicology results for George Torres?
So there was a blood alcohol level of 0.139 milligrams per deciliter. And
pretty high.
There was also caffeine and nicotine detected as well.
There's the toxicology report. Just caffeine, nicotine, and alcohol.
That level of alcohol, is that over the legal limit in the state of Florida to drive?
Sure. So for driving under the influence, that's a 0.08. So that is higher than that.
What does that alcohol level at the time of your autopsy tell you about George Torres's level of impairment 11 hours earlier?
So I don't necessarily know that it was 11 hours earlier, but it was at the time of death, at or near the time of his death. That's what the blood alcohol level was. So at that level, everyone reacts a little bit differently to alcohol, and some of it has to do with whether or not somebody is accustomed to drinking alcohol or if they've never had alcohol. So you can develop tolerance. But at that level, there's going to be impairment of judgment. There can be impairment of motor skills. There can be slurring of words. Something that's called disinhibition or lack of inhibition. And again, it's really variable from person to person, but those are the common things that you would see at that level.
Would that level of alcohol impair the ability to problem solve?
It can, yes.
Medical snacks.
You also stated earlier that you document your autopsy findings also photographically, correct?
Yes.
John and Kate +8. The Algaritas on a Kate Gosselin binge. I think this is just, you have to show the evidence to the other side before you present it. James Owens is going through it like he's never seen it before.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been marked for identification as States Q and been shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as States Q. Could you take a look at this composite of photographs to yourself and then look up once you're finished?
Well, it's giving Owens a hard time, but it looks like she needs just as much time, so. Negative unearned. I'll retract that negative.
Ma'am, do you recognize these photographs?
Yes.
Are these photographs a portion of the photographs that you took in your autopsy of George Torres in this case?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent how he appeared and how his injuries appeared to you at the time you performed your autopsy?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as States Q into evidence.
No objection. What was pre-marked as States Q will be received into evidence without objection as States 13.
And Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may do so.
Ma'am, I'm showing you photo 1 from State's Composite. Tell us, what is this a photo of?
So again, these are autopsy photos that are coming up. If you hear them referring to them and they aren't being shown on screen, it's because they're quite graphic in nature and won't be shown in the video feed. There are videos that exist on YouTube if you're interested in that, but I'm just as happy to not be supplementing this coverage with any of those pictures. So we'll just go with the audible testimony and the close-up of Sarah's ugly ear.
So this is the identification photo that's basically just showing from about the level of the collarbones up.
And this is George Torres?
Yes.
This is actually more interesting to me than the autopsy photos, is her reaction to seeing her damage blown up on a, 4 foot by 7.5 foot screen. Sorry, her lack of emotion and reaction.
Do you note any signs of injury in this photo?
Yes, so there's some ecchymoses around the left eye. This picture, it's a little bit hard to see, but I think there's another one coming up. There's also an area of ecchymoses up here on the left side of the forehead with also some swelling associated with that. The lips have some contusions and small lacerations. And then on the left shoulder here, you can see a little bit of some ecchymoses here. Or again, ecchymoses are kind of like big bruises.
Turning to photo 2 from State's Composite. this photograph?
So this is his right arm near the elbow. And right here you can see this kind of darker area. So this looks similar to an abrasion, but it's actually it's what's called drying artifact. And again, this is one of the reasons that I think that he was in that suitcase for a little bit longer. Most likely that was a pressure point where part of that suitcase was resting on his elbow in that area. And then after death, that tissue dries out, and that's the discoloration that you're seeing there.
Beauty school dropout.
Turning to states 3 from the composite.
I tried cutting Sarah's hair. Beauty school dropout.
So here you can see a little bit better. I don't know if you can get a feeling for this, but this area is what we call edema or swelling. So this whole area is edema. It's a little bit discolored, so ecchymosis. And then again, really at the corner of the eye here, you can see that darker discoloration. And so those are injuries from blunt force trauma.
Phil Perdom Russo asks about the tattoo. If anybody knows what the tattoo is, that's on George's arm, please mention it in the chat.
States 4 from the composite.
Trying not to linger.
So this is the left shoulder and arm. So again, you can see this kind of red to purple area. So this is all ecchymosis, and then a couple of linear abrasions or scratches.
Oh, there we go. Mialgarita mentions that it's based on his art. It's cute, but definitely homemade. Welcome back, Indoor Camper.
States 5 from the composite.
This is the same area.
Hold on, what's going on in the chat? How many people are naked? I didn't know that was a thing. I'm going to have to pay closer attention. What's going on here?
Just a little bit closer up so you can see this whole area of ecchymosis. It's a little bit variegated, differential in color, but again, that's all blunt force trauma.
And what part of the body is this we're looking at?
This is the left shoulder.
Well.
States 6 from the composite.
That's the same area, but in this picture we have a scale or the ruler.
And why do we use scales and rulers?
That's just to give an idea of how big the area is or how large the injury is.
States 7 from the composite.
So this is the left forearm and hand, and you can see the area right here that's a little bit red to purple, and then also right here on the left hand, right here and here. Those are all areas of ecchymosis, again, blunt force trauma.
States 8 from the composite.
Again, the left arm. Just from a little bit of a different angle, so you can see, and a little bit with the elbow too here, but you can see all these areas. Ecchymosis.
States 9 from the composite.
And now looking at the left hand, a little bit closer up, so you can kind of see a little bit better these areas of ecchymosis.
Yeah, Margarita, I might be able to do a stream in an apron, but...
And again, the left hand just closer up.
I don't know about fully naked.
States 11 from the composite.
Right now, the only parts of me that
So
are
now
naked.
we're looking at the back, and you can see that there are these linear abrasions in the mid-back.
Are those scratch marks for?
They could be scratch marks. They could also be blunt impact, more of just a straight-on blunt impact, especially being in that suitcase if there are objects in there.
What is the discoloration that we see around his shoulders and then some other spots on his back as well?
Sure. So you're talking about this area?
Yes.
So that's called livor mortis or lividity, and that's one of the changes that we see again after death. And basically what that is it's post-mortem, after death, settling of blood in the blood vessels. And so it's dependent on gravity, and it's dependent on the person's position.
Just remember that part. Owens kind of brings this up on his cross-examination. Doesn't do anything effective with it, but if you remember it, it makes it a little easier to follow what he's trying to go for.
So what I mean by that is we're seeing it on his back because after the time of death, at some point in time, he was more positioned on his back. And the areas that are lighter, that's because for a couple of reasons. It could be the position of the body, meaning that it's not in the gravity-dependent position, or there could be something pressing on it. So either one of those.
Stage 12 from the composite.
So those are those linear abrasions, just shown a little bit closer up.
Stage 13 from the composite.
And the same, but with a scale.
Stage 14 from the composite.
So now you're seeing the left side of his back and also the back of his left arm. And you can see these areas here of ecchymoses, and these are a lot darker than some of the others that we've seen. One of the things that I did is I looked underneath the skin in these areas because they're so much darker and so much more dense. So I wanted to see if there was injury of the deeper tissues. So these areas are associated with hemorrhage or bleeding into the skeletal muscle, so the deeper tissues. And so that's just indicating more force applied to that area.
And when you did your internal exam, did you examine this area and did that inform your findings?
Yes.
Stage 15 from the composite?
And that's showing those areas a little bit closer up. So you can see that they're much more dense. There's at least 3 distinct areas here. There could be more than 3 impacts, but there's at least 3 separate ones that can be seen.
Hey, welcome to the chat, Amy. We still have 2 more witnesses today.
This is just showing the upper back and the back of the neck. We've got a linear abrasion right here on the back of the neck, and these were the ones shown in the earlier pictures.
And stage 17 from the composite.
And this is just showing the same area of the back and the back of the arm, but just at a different angle.
So we've discussed and seen evidence of many different injuries. In total, how many blunt impact injuries did you identify?
I can't give you an exact number. Again, you can have multiple impacts in a very close area, so it can be hard to discern each one. They can overlay each other, or they can be so close to each other. But at least 5 to 6, most likely more than that.
Charles Greaves says nobody laid a hand on anyone. This was all from the Chardonnay Ferry.
Well, and I guess
right hand on the Bible.
Saw some of
right
it
hand to God.
graphically. You also mentioned impact to the left side of the head.
Yes.
And I believe that was subgaleal?
Subgaleal, so kind of similar to what I was describing on the back. I looked at the underside of the scalp, and so in those areas on the left side of his forehead where there was the edema, when we reflect or we fold the scalp over, there was hemorrhage or bleeding that went through the entire scalp and was deposited on the skull. There was no associated skull fracture.
A lot of people shouting out some very positive things for our mods, but Beth of a Salesman says, I have issues with all the mods. Let you all know you're on notice.
And there was no bleeding inside of the skull, but it was all in the scalp and deposited on the outer surface of the skull.
So under the skin, but not under the skull?
Correct.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Oh, yes, there is. Mr. Owens is going to get up and have a few words to say. Now, you let me know if you can hear Mr. Owens.
Good morning.
My name is James Owens, and I'm one of the lawyers that represents Sarah Boone here today. And I've got a few questions.
Hey, Kenty
Can we first
Sukaroi.
talk about the toxicology?
Yes.
The alcohol. You said you've done approximately 3,000 autopsies. And of those autopsies, how many years would that have been over that period of time?
12 years.
Oh, this is where a
So
good
when you first got down
sidebar
to Tampa,
comes up in
I think
this.
you were up in the Northeast, came down here to Tampa. That's when you started?
Yes.
And you would agree you've interpreted toxicology results in all or most of those cases?
Most, yes.
Most.
And you did order the blood alcohol test of the decedent in this case? And you said he was a .38?
No, 0.138.
0.138. And you also ordered the vitreous level
yes.
of alcohol as well? And the result was a .213?
Yes.
And you would agree that's about 3 times the legal limit?
Close, yes.
More like 2.5, but I'll give it to you, Mr.
Now,
Owens.
you would agree that at those levels there are some pharmacologic effects from ethanol in the body?
Yes.
And I know you mentioned some, but you agree that level of alcohol in the body would impair somebody's judgment?
For most people, yes.
And their decision-making abilities?
Yes.
And it would release inhibitions?
Yes.
And they would be more apt to take risk that they otherwise would not?
Yeah.
We have a comment in the chat. Phil for Dom Russo says her cracks are filled with crud, not gold. A old Dan D short. I think it's the one where I did Lowered Expectations in the style of Mad TV. I do a bonus at the very end of the video. There's a Kintu Pooperoi. And it's basically when breaking people into pieces isn't enough, that you have to try and put them together with the shit that's your own life. And that is the wisdom of Kintu Pooperoi.
Yes. And of course, it would impair motor skills and potentially loss.
Hairball Yarn, there was 2 measurements that were given. Hairball Yarn asked what was his blood alcohol. 1.39 was the tested level, but also 2.13 was his vitreous level. And my understanding is that somewhere between the two, you would get a sense of where he was at death. There is some elimination of alcohol that occurs in between dying and being dead, I guess. But yeah, that's it's the difference between being almost double to almost 2.5 times up to.
It's a balance.
Yes.
It would also impair coordination.
Yes.
Hand-eye coordination as well as fine motor skills.
Yes.
It also impairs memory, alcohol does.
Yes.
So there are lots of effects that ethanol has on the body.
Yes.
Now, you're aware in this case that George Torres, the decedent, stepped into the suitcase under his own power in a game of hide and seek.
That's how it was reported to me, yes.
Do you have any evidence to dispute that?
No.
Can you tell us when Mr. Torres drank the last drink he had prior to getting in the suitcase?
That I can't tell you because, if somebody had been drinking either periodically throughout a time period or continually throughout a time period, that's difficult to say.
So he could have stopped drinking an hour before he got into the suitcase, or 5 minutes before he got into the suitcase, or 4 hours before he got into the suitcase?
Yes.
We just don't know.
Correct.
We do know he wasn't drinking in the suitcase.
Do you have any idea at the time of the autopsy whether or not he was in the elimination phase?
So he was in the metabolic phase, yes.
The elimination phase is what I refer to it as, but
yes.
Okay. All right, now I want to talk about time of death.
I love that reaction. The elimination phase is what I refer to it as. Okay, well, then you'd be wrong, but please continue, counselor. You can see she just gives a little look and is like, oh, yeah, I don't need to fight you on this.
Before he got into the suitcase, or 4 hours before he got into the suitcase?
Yes.
We just don't know.
Correct.
Do you have any idea at the time of the autopsy whether or not he was in the elimination phase?
So he was in the metabolic phase, yes.
The elimination phase is what I refer to it as, but
yes.
Okay. All right, now I want to talk about time of death determination.
It doesn't matter,
It's
Phil.
fair to say that you did not go to the scene.
Phil for Dom Russo asks, what does it matter when he stopped drinking? And yes, the correct answer is it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. But please continue, Mr. Owens.
That day that Mr. Torres was found.
No, a medical legal death investigator from our office went to the scene.
So there was an investigator with your agency named Ashley Hammermeister?
Yes.
That went to the scene?
Yes.
So this is kind of interesting. If you watch the earlier hearings, there was at one point where the defense is like, we just got notice about two of their witnesses with almost no notice. This is one of them. So Ashley Hammersmith would have been the one who attended, and her and Sarah probably both did the autopsy together. But for whatever reason, Ashley Hammersmith couldn't make this trial, and rather than ask for a continuance, the state arranged to get the other medical examiner to testify. But that's why James Owens' questions are bringing up Ashley Hammersmith.
She would have prepared a report.
Yes.
You would have reviewed that report.
Yes.
Do you agree that Fire and Rescue assessed Mr. Torres at 1:07 p.m. on that date, February 24th of 2020?
Yes.
Does that sound about right based on your case file?
Yes.
Yeah, her attitude, and this is forever, says she has that look of, I've stomped on men smarter than you, but please, mansplain some more. She really reminds me of Park Dietz testifying in the Betty Broderick trial, when Betty Broderick's lawyer tries, talking in some weird circles, and at some point the lawyer says, am I making any sense? And Park Dietz is like, yeah, sometimes. Doesn't call him out like right now, no, but yeah, sometimes you're able to put words together that form a coherent. Yeah, just that confidence and knowledge. I think she and Park Dietz both have that in spades.
And so this investigator that we mentioned, she did not arrive on scene till 6:27 p.m., so nearly 6 hours after the body was discovered, she arrived.
Yes.
Beth, if you're not a fan of Boston cream pies, Boston cream pie, yeah. If you're not a fan of the Boston cream pie, that would be an excellent reason to be a fan of Betty.
And the body was laying supine, stretched out?
Yes.
In front of the suitcase?
Yes.
Now, you examined and assessed the body of Mr. Torres at the time of the autopsy?
Yes.
And you said that the body was ambient temperature?
Yes.
Is that the normal air temperature we're in today?
Whichever environment you're in, yes.
So the body was...
And Charles Greaves says to Kelly, this is all stuff we can infer or know. There was so much more savagery from her, and we'll never know about it. She's utter evil. Yeah, and that's the great thing about being able to watch this in retrospect is not only do we have, all the evidence that we saw in its raw form before the trial, that we got to see how it would be adapted through motions in Limine and stuff into the trial, but also everything that's come out since then. And, we already have the verdict, so it's not a matter of, allege this, allege that. She's a convicted second-degree murderer. And, makes it a lot more, I don't know, I really appreciate being able to watch trials after the fact with everything we know. And in this case, we know so much that it only takes 2 years for us to go back and watch this with a lot of knowledge.
It's not stored in a cooler for 24 hours.
No, the body was stored in the cooler, but in the mornings when we get there, the bodies are brought out of the cooler.
Okay. How long had the body been out of the cooler before it was examined by you? Do you know?
Most likely an hour to an hour and a half.
Now, you said that the lividity was in the back, correct?
There's lividity in the back and also on the left side of the body as well.
And you agree the body is stored at the morgue on its back?
Correct.
Now, were you aware of the last time that Miss Boone, my client, actually saw her boyfriend alive or observed him in the video, in the suitcase by video from her phone?
I think in the report it was around 12:30 or 1 in the morning, somewhere around there.
Have you looked at either one of those videos from her phone?
I briefly saw one that the detective showed me.
Do you know if that was the 2-minute video or the 20-second video?
I believe it was the shorter one.
Okay. So would it be fair if I said the time last seen was around 11:30? Would you dispute that or?
No.
Okay. So really, from the time, I guess it was 11:30 that evening with the videos, and then you understood that the body was found around
Where are you going, James?
12 hours later the next day or so. Would you agree that the death occurred sometime within those 2 periods of time?
Yes.
We don't know exactly when that is.
Yeah.
But it would be a guess if we tried to speculate about that.
Yes.
Now, considering the 3,000 autopsies, how many cases have you ruled the cause of death as positional or postural asphyxia?
A handful of times. It's not very common.
Gather round.
5 times or less?
Yes.
We've got another sidebar coming.
And we're going to talk about environmental suffocation in a little bit, but let's talk about this positional asphyxia component.
Gather
what was
round.
Your ruling in those 5 cases that you ruled that it was positional asphyxia? What was your ruling in terms of your diagnosis?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to relevance.
Approach.
Court. So, what's the relevance of the prior findings, Mr. Owens? I think, number one, she's going to say it's an accident. I think the literature says that the majority of those type of positional asphyxias are accident cases. So how is that relevant? Well, it just shows that in this type of scenario, that with this type of asphyxia, positional asphyxia, that the majority of the cases are accident. Okay, you repeated the same thing again. How is that relevant?
The objection is sustained.
Sorry, I'm going to have to go back.
Doctor, you're familiar with Dr.
Because James Owens... Okay, never mind. We're just going to read that one more time. What's the relevance of the prior findings? I think, number one, she's going to say it's an accident. I think the literature says the majority of those type of positional asphyxias are accident cases. So how is that relevant? Well, it just shows in this type of scenario, with this type of asphyxia, positional asphyxia, that the majority of the cases are accident. Okay, you repeated the same thing again. How is that relevant? That's all I got. Okay, I'm going to sustain the objection. And then back to open court. The objection is sustained. And that's how we're going to go back just a couple seconds there. But what James has to get his footing here, like he was just rebuffed soundly there. Like, all right, you just said the same thing twice. Nothing that you said in any way made any point at all. We're both dumber for you having said it. Would you like to continue? That's all I got, Your Honor. Okay, 30 seconds back. Okay, you've repeated yourself. Well, I'm going to sustain the objection.
The objection is sustained.
Doctor, you're familiar with Dr. DeMaio, Vincent DeMaio's textbook of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Would you agree that that's authoritative?
I'm sorry?
Would you agree that that's authoritative? I'm sorry? Authoritative. I said authoritative. Do you agree that that's authoritative?
Would you agree that's authoritative, a well-accepted book?
Yes.
Environmental suffocation is a lack of oxygen. You would agree?
Oxygen.
Yes.
Now, how many of those cases of the 3,000 that you've done where you found environmental suffocation?
He goes right to where he was going.
Probably 2 to 3.
So very few?
Yes.
In a positional asphyxia case, that's kind of an example, like you get stuck in a hole, and as you breathe, you sink deeper into the hole, or it tightens.
It can be anything
See you
that
soon or see you
impairs
later,
the actual
Margarita.
physical aspect of breathing. So that could be if the neck is flexed very much forward, and so that way cutting off the air supply up towards the top of the head. That could be something compressing around the torso, so not being able to take a full breath. So those are examples of
Another example may be falling out of a tree stand and getting suspended upside down.
Yes.
Another example might be falling out of a tree stand and hanging upside down. ADJ Farside says that she's loving my southern accent, and as a person from Mississippi via Alabama, she approves. So I got my accent card. I'm allowed to do this one. I've got put that one into my wallet and bust it out anytime I need it.
Or the majority of the blood gets in the top half of the body?
Yes.
Would you agree in those type situations that the deaths occur fairly quickly, usually within an hour?
They can. It depends, again, on the situation.
Now, you said Mr. Torres was 5'2" and 103 pounds.
Ramono's thinking this is Jan Levinson, like she's moonlighting as a forensic pathologist, but also appears on sitcoms for, just for kicks.
Yes.
Do you know how big the suitcase was that Mr. Torres was in?
I don't have the exact measurements with
3 cubic feet of volume. 28 by 20 by 8.875.
So if I told you the measurements, you wouldn't know one way or the other?
4,970 cubic inches.
No, I think they were described to me, and I saw the pictures from the scene, and I was able to review crime scene photos to see what the actual suitcase was like.
Okay. Do you know the crown to rump length of Mr. Torres?
No.
Did he just say that like it's a thing? Do you know the crown to rump length of Mr. Torres? No, I don't. Do you know your own crown to rump length? Who knows the crown to rump length of a man? Oh yeah, no, that's page 2. We put the crown to rump lengths of everyone on page 2. Do you not see that, Mr. Owens?
Did you do any demonstrative study on...
That look like you can ask me about something besides crown to rump length. Gotta hear it again.
Described to me, and I saw the pictures from the scene, and I was able to review crime scene photos to see what the actual suitcase was like.
Oh, is that a fetal measurement? Thank you, A to B. Is that maybe how they measure babies? Like, because we can't get them to stretch out their legs, so we just measure their crown to rump?
Okay. Do you know the crown to rump length of Mr. Torres?
No.
Did you do any demonstrative study on the suitcase to determine what kind of spacing he would have inside that enclosure?
No.
And you don't know the position that Mr. Torres or his orientation at the time that he was in the suitcase was?
Again, I favor a fetal position, but again, I didn't observe him in the suitcase.
Yeah, this is for everyone. I'm with you. I love the way that she looks at him. Where are you going, Mr. Owens? Where are you going?
Case.
I would imagine the crown to rump length of Mr. Torres is something less than 28 inches. I think we can figure that part out.
But you don't know exactly what the positional component was that caused.
So if he's 62 inches and the suitcase is 28 inches, that means there's 34 inches of leg to 28 inches of crown to rump.
Or what led you to believe caused his death.
Or maybe less, because it wouldn't be exactly 28.
Correct. I mean, based on his stature and what the suitcase was, he would have had to have flexed at the hips and knees to be able to fit into the suitcase.
Shabuzi, yeah. And 1. And then come the 2 to the 3 and 4.
Based on what you've said, you would agree you didn't know how much Mr. Torres would have been able to move and stretch his various extremities inside the suitcase, did you?
I know how he wasn't able to move and stretch inside the suitcase, but no, Mr. Owens, I have no idea how he was able to.
No.
So you would agree that his repositioning inside the suitcase would have been easier if he didn't have so much alcohol in his bloodstream?
I don't know that I would agree with that.
I don't know that I would agree with that. Good for her for answering 100% correctly too. He's trying to lead her down. Was he just too drunk to get himself out? Doesn't matter how drunk he was confined by a suitcase. It's like a boa constrictor. Do you think he died because he was drunk while the boa was constricting him? No, I think it was the boa constrictor constricting him.
I don't know that I would agree with that.
Well, you said his fine motor skills would be impaired by the alcohol.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you meant his ability to just move.
Yeah. To reposition himself inside this, that would be limited to some degree by the alcohol he consumed.
It could be. I mean, that's not really a fine motor skill. But...
Okay. Or the use of his hands to unzip the suitcase would be affected by...
Or the use of his hands to unzip the suitcase. Sure, that... If he was physically able to get his hand anywhere near the fucking zipper, then yeah, maybe.
By the alcohol that he had consumed.
Sure, that could be.
Okay. Now, the environmental suffocation deals with the lack of oxygen.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And due to that insufficient oxygen that we breathe in the air, so you essentially run out of the oxygen in the space.
Yes.
So I guess years ago, how this sometimes would occur was a child would somehow get into an old refrigerator and it would be enclosed, so it was airtight, and eventually you would run out of oxygen.
Yes.
You would agree with that?
Yes.
And I think you said the normal makeup of air has about 20% oxygen?
Yes.
So we had either a decrease in the oxygen levels or a low concentration of oxygen.
Yes. And also, keep in mind that while he's in there, every time he's exhaling, he's pushing out carbon dioxide. Okay, so again, whatever oxygen is there is most likely diminished because it is an enclosed space. It doesn't have to be no oxygen, but it's decreased from what we would have in a normal room. But every time that he's exhaling, there's more carbon dioxide that's in that space as well. so that displaces any oxygen that might be there too.
So what volume of air do we inhale and exhale in a normal breath at rest?
Well, it depends. I mean, you can take a deep breath, you can take a shallow breath. It depends. And then there's also the rate at which people breathe, so that's variable.
So if it was average, would you say 500 milliliters on average?
Depends on the person.
Is it possible that perhaps Mr. Torres was breathing too big a breaths of air and it's his own fault he died?
Well, would you agree that at rest, you take a normal number of breaths per minute of 12 to 14?
That would be considered the normal rate.
Dabs for Dummies says, even I could ask better questions. I'm guessing Dabs for Dummies wouldn't ask a medical examiner if 12 to 14 breaths is a normal amount of breaths as a way to get his or her client off.
Yes.
So 6 to 7 liters per minute
yes.
at rest?
And yeah, think of that. So 6 to 7 liters per minute at rest is how much you're breathing. So you've got 3 cubic feet of space. You've got a body displacing, at least 2/3 of that space, right? So now you've got a cubic foot of space. You can imagine that, right? Box. And you're talking about 6 or 7 liters of air for the, metric. For people who don't know a metric system that well, 6 to 7 liters of air is a little less than 2 gallons. It's about 1.5 to 2 gallons. Well, 1.5 to 1 2/3. Anyway, it's less than 2 gallons. So if you think of a couple of milk jugs and a 12 by 12 box of, available air, starting to see how dire the situation was.
Do you know the volume of room air contained in that suitcase?
No.
Like I say, 3 cubic feet before a body's in there. So, there's no, George is small, but he's not that small, right? You got to think he's taken up at least 2 of the cubic feet. If it's more, then it makes it even scarier. And even if it is 2 and he has 1/3 of space in amongst all of the crevices and cracks, if you're displacing 6 to 7 liters of air, thanks to your questioning there, James Owens, yeah, we can see exactly how terrible things are.
Do you know how porous the fabric of that suitcase was?
That's the correct expression. Oh, yeah, it was very breathable. It was like he might as well just been out in the open air.
No.
Did you run any tests on the suitcase?
No.
Yeah, we all got in, tried to breathe for a bit, just checked it out,
Were you aware that the suitcase, the lock on it,
hey,
or the
past
zipper
perfect
on it
Pam.
was broken? The pull handles were broken.
Yes, I did know that.
Maybe the zipper expert would have been a fabric expert. Thank you for pointing that out, Phil for Dom Russo.
Do you agree if there is a portion of the zipper that's open that air can travel in and out of that space?
Yes.
That's a great point. This is Forever Wander. So if it was porous, it was breathable, and then he didn't die, right, Owens? Oh, wait. Yeah, that's a tough line of questioning to try and continue with.
Do you know what the anticipated exchange of gases would be through that fabric?
No.
Do you know if, the suitcase was out in the rain and it rained, do you know whether or not...
If the suitcase was out in the rain... Good on her for just raising her eyebrows but dialing it right back in again.
Rain or the liquid would pierce the interior?
I don't know.
She had to let it out. She was like holding back a fart. Like there was no way it was not coming out. She just suppressed it. Delayed at 1:43:47. He couldn't hold it any longer.
Do you know what the anticipated exchange of gases would be through that fabric?
No.
Do you know if, the suitcase was out in the rain and it rained. Do you know whether or not rain or the liquid would pierce the interior?
I don't know.
There it is. She held it in for so long, and it was just, okay, it's got to come out.
So from what I gather, no studies were done on the suitcase.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So we don't know that zipper being busted, what exchange of air could go in and out.
Correct.
I think you said there are physiological effects once the value or percentage of oxygen is decreased from the norm.
Yes.
You said 8 to 10% you become unconscious.
Yes.
And then a value of less than 8% death occurs.
For most people, yes.
Excuse me?
For most people.
And the normal oxygen saturation in adults and children is 95 to 100%?
Yes.
So if it decreases, the oxygen decreases less than 10%, someone would lose consciousness and die within less than 30 minutes.
So that's hard to give a time frame on that. Studies that have been done shown if the oxygen content is anywhere from 4 to 6, unconsciousness can occur in less than a minute, death within minutes. But those have been empirical studies.
So, and I know that's kind of, maybe you tell me, is that kind of why you gave the
you tell me, that's a good idea.
The environmental and the
here we go.
Positional, is because the environmental may have had an.
This is where he's trying to cause the reasonable doubt. On the death certificate, she gives both environmental and positional as reasons that he could have died. Or not could have, but, those are both reasons for his death. And he's like, is that why you put both? Is you weren't sure? Like, no. He's in a suitcase. He either died from running out of air in the suitcase or running out of air because he couldn't take full breaths. In any case, he's dead, and those are the two things that were the active contributors to this. But he's going to suggest it's because she wasn't sure, so she just put down both.
Effect, or the positional may have had an effect. You're not sure, so you listed them both?
It's not that I'm not sure. I think that both mechanisms were at play at the same time, and that's not unusual in deaths, is there can be multiple factors occurring at the same time.
But you don't know the percentages, 50% for one, or 70% for one, 30% for the other. You don't know?
No.
But you would agree, in concert, if these two causes, the positional as well as the environmental, if they were acting in concert, that would render a relatively short amount of survival time.
I can't say.
You just don't know?
No.
So James Owens, I think, is trying to imply there that, those two things working together, there is no way that Sarah Boone could have known that it was dangerous. She could have thought that there was enough air coming in, didn't even realize that the body position would cause the problem. It was 70% positional and 30% environmental. Then my client is, 52% innocent. You gotta quit.
Now, we talked about these blunt force injuries, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be fair to the jury to say that there were no broken bones?
There were no broken bones.
And it would be fair to say that the blunt force injuries on his body that the jury has seen here today.
Carolina Hurtado points out that James Owens and his team all had to pay for room and board while they were down from Midland. Wonder if they all rented an Airbnb, because hotel rooms are $100 a night.
Okay. Did not contribute to the cause of his death?
Not likely.
And I think you didn't put that anywhere in your report.
No. I included it.
That's hilarious, too. I don't think you put that anywhere in your report. Like, why would you put the things that didn't cause the death in the report? Like, and he wasn't hit by a car, and wasn't hit by an asteroid, and there wasn't spontaneous combustion.
In my report, I did not include it on the death certificate.
As the reason
and it was in a report.
Contributing cause of the death.
Correct.
Judge, can I put up a couple of those exhibits?
Judge, can I put up a couple of those exhibits?
Doctor, are you
Yes, sir.
aware that there was a baseball bat that was gathered in the evidence in this case?
I didn't hear about.
So he's away from the microphone. He just says, "Are you aware that there was a baseball bat put in the evidence for this case?"
That until later.
When is later? When did you first
When is later? When did you learn about the baseball bat?
That might have been around the time that I was sitting for a deposition, but I can't quite remember.
You know when that deposition was taken?
I was deposed.
I'm going to show you this exhibit. It's number 14. This composite exhibit is State's exhibit, I believe, number 13.
And this composite exhibit is State's exhibit, I believe, number 13. This is picture number 14.
This is picture number 14. Do you see? They said they were circular type injuries.
Circular type injuries.
Yes.
And you've seen a regular baseball bat.
And you've seen a regular baseball bat or a kid's baseball bat. The wooden bat.
If you were to swing that bat and hit somebody's body, or hit
You were to swing that bat and hit somebody's body or a suitcase with blunt force, that would be a linear line across the person, would it not?
It could be depending on the position of the body, the position of the suitcase, and the position or how the object came in contact.
What is linear?
What does linear injury mean?
Is if you think, linear, it's more like a line.
Okay.
Now, if you took the
barrel
of the bat, the very end of the barrel of the bat,
the barrel of the bat, the very end of the barrel of the bat,
into the suitcase,
and you poked into the suitcase with the barrel of the bat, would those spots there in this exhibit, is that
compatible with that? Yes.
Is that consistent?
That's compatible.
Excuse me?
and then here's a close-up. This is picture.
And here's a close-up. This is a picture.
Picture number 15.
Picture number 15.
Again, a close-up.
Again, it's a close-up. Same question.
Would that be consistent with poking?
Would that be consistent with poking of the suitcase if she's in the suitcase at the time? Thrusting the barrel of the bat, crown of the bat?
Potentially make those type of injuries?
Yes, it's compatible with that.
Potentially make those injuries? Now I want to draw your attention to the cardiovascular system. You have a report there?
Now, I want to draw your attention to the cardiovascular system. Do you have your report?
I do.
Okay. You describe the proximal third of the left anterior descending coronary artery having greater than a 75% narrowing of the lumen due to its centrically placed firm yellow-white fibrolipid atherosclerotic plaque?
Yes.
And is that
Okay, you describe the proximal third of the left anterior descending coronary artery having greater than 75% narrowing of the lumen due to centrically placed firm yellow white fibrolipid atherosclerotic plaque? Yes.
much verbatim with what you said in the report?
Yes.
Okay. And that terminology is synonymous with a single vessel high-grade atherosclerotic coronary artery disease?
Yes.
And in that location, it's kind of a classic location for what people refer to as the widowmaker.
Yes.
Because
kind of a classic location for what people refer to as the widowmaker. Acting like he knows.
location in that vessel that supplies most of the circulation to the left ventricle?
Yes.
Ventricle?
If you had a spasm in that artery, that could nearly totally obstruct the lumen and cause a fatal heart attack, could it not?
Did you all check George's Widowmaker?
It could cause a dysrhythmia, yes.
I'm sorry?
A dysrhythmia or an
I'm
abnormal
sorry?
beating of the heart.
But that could kill him.
It could.
The lumen is the inside space of the tubular structure?
Yes.
And so that was blocked, over 75%.
It was, but there was no evidence of myocardial scarring. So when the vessels become blocked, you prevent blood from getting to the muscle of the heart. So there was no evidence that there was any scarring. There was no evidence that there was anything that happened acutely. When that happens, we can see changes in the actual muscle of the heart. So there were no changes suggestive of that.
Well, let me ask you something.
If
he were to get out of the suitcase on his own and he would have passed out or fell asleep on the couch, and she would have woken up the next day about that time and came down.
Another hypothetical that she's just humoring. You can see her like, okay, put on your humoring face. It's going to say something really dumb.
And he was dead on the couch.
So if George was just dead on the couch and not in a suitcase, you probably wouldn't have claimed positional asphyxia and environmental asphyxia. You might have looked for a heart attack, right?
And you did this autopsy. Would it be fair to say that in your ruling on cause of death, that single vessel coronary artery osculocorosis would be your probable cause of death?
It could be, but, any sort of...
It could be, but, since he was in the suitcase and died from positional asphyxia and environmental asphyxia, we didn't really look for a heart attack.
If injury overrides natural disease, if the injury is significant, right? So,
the man who got shot, do you think he had a heart attack just before he got shot? That would have been really scary. And if he had a heart attack, then my client didn't murder him because, well, he was dead before that bullet even left the gun.
you don't have to be a perfectly healthy person to have trauma and die. So it's very common that we see people that have injuries for whatever reason, but also have a lot of natural disease. But we look at it as the injuries override the natural disease because, especially atherosclerotic disease, that's considered long-term. Right? So that's been going on for years and years.
The bless you
People
made it
walk
into
around
the
with that
transcript.
all the time. So what's different is that we have trauma, and so that overrides natural disease. And sometimes natural disease can contribute, but again, it depends on the individual. It depends on the circumstances.
So absent the positional asphyxia or the environmental asphyxia, and he was dead.
So absent the environmental asphyxia and the positional asphyxia, or in other words, so aside from this,
and you did the autopsy, it would be fair to say that you would determine this was a natural death from an isolated coronary heart disease, would you not?
It would depend on the circumstances. Again, I can't speculate on this case because I know what I know about it.
If you had nothing else, the widowmaker would have caused his death, or you would have.
if you had nothing else, well, yeah, if there was no other evidence, then, if he just dropped dead in a room with 50 people watching him and nothing happened to him, we might suspect that it was something, a long-term condition. But what a weird, I'm just trying to raise a little reasonable doubt, Your Honor.
Had to have assumed, having nothing else, that would have caused his death.
I most likely would have given him cardiovascular disease.
Now, this ethanol metabolism that we talked about earlier, and there's a question about you believing he was in the elimination phase, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Indoor camper, we're not quite at the defense for Sarah. This is cross-examination of, that's a great pause too. She's getting sick of Owens. She's letting it out in like little quick segments. Like, I'm humoring you, buddy. But yeah, this is the end of the state's case. We have two more witnesses. There's a digital forensic witness that is going to bring in both of the Suitcase videos, that's going to be the really sad note that we close today's coverage on. And then opening next week, we'll have Chelsea Kepsel, and she'll be bringing in both the car interview on the scene, the interrogation video, which we'll watch in full. So we've got a lot for next week, but there is still a bit this week. And heads up, if you want to cut out early, the final witness is where the videos are shown, because she brings them in. Obviously, they need to be brought in for the jury to see, but that'll be... I think that'll be the only time we see them until the closing arguments, because I know Mama Torres has a hard time. She must not be in court this day, knowing that they were going to present them, but was there for the closing.
Is it fair to say that George Torres, the decedent, was in the elimination phase since the blood ethanol was below?
It's the metabolite. I don't even know why it's metabolizing rather than elimination, but... I don't know why he insisted on calling it that after getting corrected.
Below the vitreous value.
Yes.
Given the vitreous value was a 213, is it justified in saying the decedent's blood ethanol level was at least a 0.213 prior to starting the elimination phase?
Yes.
And now you know that the normal elimination rate is, I believe, 0.015% per hour?
Yes.
Is that standard?
It's an estimate.
And so we have a difference of a 0.138 to the 213. So roughly 5 hours of elimination. Does that sound about right?
I don't know why, but whenever I hear that part, I just think of the area code song. So we got a 138 to the 213. And I got hoes in different area codes.
Yes.
Area codes.
So in other words,
I got hoes.
You would agree there's a short interval where the vitreous and the blood are identical?
Yes.
And then the blood drops beneath the vitreous value as ethanol is metabolized in the blood?
Yes.
So is it fair to say, given the significant difference in the blood and the vitreous ethanol values, that the true vitreous and blood ethanol level had to be much higher than what is reported in your report at the time that he passed?
At the time that he passed? Yeah. No, this is reflective of the time that he passed.
Say again?
This is reflective, the 0.139, that's reflective of the time that he passed. There's not...
Whenever he says say again, I find it really condescending. I don't know why, but say again?
You know, there's not metabolism after death of the alcohol.
All right, well, let me. What I'm saying is, he could have been, prior to that time of passing, he could have, his blood alcohol level would have been much higher.
It was at least at the same level as the vitreous. Yes.
At least the 213.
Yes.
It could have been much higher.
It could have been, yes.
Judge, if I could approach the witness.
You may.
This is defense composite exhibit for identification.
This is defense composite exhibit for identification.
Has the state seen it?
Jay?
Yes.
Has the state seen it? Yes. Mr. Cacciatore off of mic. We stipulate Jay into evidence.
We stipulate Jay into evidence.
Never mind, it's just delayed.
Marked as defense J will be received into evidence without objection as defense 1.
Judge, can I publish these?
Judge, can I publish these?
You may.
Ma'am, there's 5 photographs.
Ma'am, there's 5 photographs. They're just from the autopsy. I want to ask you. First one is number 5. What does this depict?
What does this depict?
So that's the left hand. So you're looking at the outer surface of the hand, the knuckles, and 3 of the fingers.
You notice that bruise there on top of his left hand? And then the same for picture number 4?
So that's the same, just a little bit further away and without a scale.
And then here is picture number 3.
And then here is picture number 3.
So now you're looking at the thumb and the index finger.
And then it shows some bruising on the hand.
And it shows some bruising on the hand.
And here's picture number 2.
And we go to number 2.
So what you're seeing here is, from the scene, our investigators put brown bags over the decedent's hands, and that's, we collect evidence at the time of the autopsy. So at the scene, brown bags are put on the hands to preserve any evidence, and so that's why you're seeing this, because this is a picture that we take. We cut the bag open and we take a picture to show exactly what the hands look like.
You agree there's the bruising here?
Yes, there.
And also up around the knuckle area?
Yes.
The fingers, and also on the section here?
Yes.
And then here's the last picture.
And here's the last picture, number 5, which again is the left hand.
Showing the bruising on
Showing the bruising, top of the hand, as well as knuckle area. So this is important because this is going to be how they get the overt act in part of this testimony. This is going to be, strangely enough, part of the defense that Sarah attacked his hand with a bat, which showed she was really in fear of her life. And now we have the evidence from the other side testifying to the fact that, yes, his hands were beaten. Really bizarre. But this ends up coming up in the closing arguments. This is one of the good bits from what James Owens is able to put together this trial.
Thank you, Doctor.
Any redirect exam. You may proceed.
Yes, Elizabeth.
You were asked several.
Elizabeth makes the point that a raging alcoholic died from alcohol poisoning at 3 times the legal limit. I've seen body cam footage where drunk drivers had 4 times the legal limit. I think we've previewed some of those, some of that footage on this channel on some of the Friday night rambles. My favorite one of late, I think I've watched her 3 times now with viewers at different points, but straight line, straight line, straight line. Show me the straight line. She thinks that she's refusing the test when she's refusing medical help, and then they talk about, yeah, she's refused. I never refused nothing. Show me the straight line. Not even there yet, lady. Just, are you okay?
Questions on cross-examination of
Florida lady.
The alcohol level in this case. And I believe there was a term, metabolic phase or elimination phase. Could you just explain for us what that is?
Sure. So in the toxicology testing, there's 2 different levels that I ordered for levels of alcohol. One is they look in the blood to see the level of alcohol. The other is in what's called vitreous fluid or eye fluid. And we look at both areas because that can give us an idea of whether somebody is metabolizing through the alcohol or whether it's still rising. It just gives us an idea sometimes of how close to death they were when, the ingestion of alcohol happened. But basically, the level in the eye fluid trails behind what we see in the blood. There will be a small point in time, as we discussed earlier, that they will be almost the same. But you can just think of it as the blood alcohol goes up, and then a brief period of time later, the alcohol in the eye fluid will start to show. So again, it's just to give us an idea of whether somebody is metabolizing or whether they're still, the level is still rising, or if they're still, intaking alcohol.
So the result in this case was indicative that George Torres's level was coming down.
Yes.
And I think some of the math was a little bit difficult to follow on the fly. But with that rate of dissipation, would it be fair to say that he would have been in that suitcase for approximately 5 hours, because he couldn't be drinking whilst in the suitcase, that we're seeing this great decrease between these two levels?
Well, you have to be careful how you interpret it, because the numbers that I have from toxicology testing, that's from one point in time. Right? We're collecting those specimens at the time of the autopsy, so that's only one point in time. It's possible, but I can't say for certain. All I can tell you is that at some point in time, his blood alcohol was at least the higher level that we saw in the vitreous fluid. So if the calculation of the 5 hours, that's an estimate, because again, everyone's a little bit different. But I think it's reasonable to say 5 hours. Yes, that's within reason to say that.
And obviously a pretty obvious point, but we don't continue to metabolize alcohol after death?
Correct.
You were asked about studies or tests being performed on the suitcase in this case.
Correct.
Would the presence of objects in that suitcase also affect the length of time a person may have survived in that suitcase?
I guess if there were a lot of other objects in there.
So we did our math, 3 cubic feet of space. Body takes up as much as that takes. Maybe we're now getting rid of, another 20, 30 cubic inches of space taken up by the items that were in the case. Each time there's less and less air, and you're quicker and quicker at poisoning it.
That maybe could, occlude the mouth or nose, or maybe if that means if there's more stuff in the suitcase, there's less room for the person. So I guess.
Another variable that would also be present would be the opening of that zipper, would it not?
Yes.
So if the zipper was further open, potentially more oxygen could be coming into that area. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, there could be more oxygen coming in, but that's always the question is, would it be enough? Because you can still have oxygen there, but it may not be enough. Again, that I talked about before.
And there would be no way to know exactly how far that zipper was potentially forced open.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. All right, thank you, ma'am.
This is a very interesting little detail, but if you watch the Judge Cranick interview, towards the end of the interview, he's just talking about his personal life. And one of the things he mentions is that he is a scuba diver and got into underwater photography for a while. And he brought up some, very esoteric facts about oxygen levels and how if you use a certain type of, I'm going to say oxygen tank, but it's not oxygen. It was some kind of supplement, whatever it was, you could go to a deeper level than if you just did a regular oxygen tank. Anyway, this is just yet another level where Judge Cranick would have understood the dire situation that George was in, running out of air based off of this testimony. As an undersea diver that depends on the oxygen and getting those mixtures right to deep sea dive. Just another level of Judge Cranick's perfection for being the judge to handle this case. Nitrogen, thank you.
Can the parties approach for a moment?
Into Suitcase and Kelia, also do a little scuba diving, knowing about the nitrogen in the air necessary for deeper dives. BRB Queen is back. Or maybe not back. I just see BRB and think that she's back. But yeah, every time you have a cheeseburger, every time you have wings, think of Sarah. Think of the wings she can't have. Those sad shoulder pads and that splotchy shirt. You know, the more I rewatch this trial, the more I wonder how much of this wardrobe, if this is just like defense clients. This looks like what they dressed Corey in. Didn't Corey come out in some kind of snakeskin patterned splotchy shirt with a blazer? And then another day with like
Members of the jury, it's 11:01. We
the green lapels that she was wearing when she made her snacks motion.
did get a bit of a later start this morning due to those security issues. Do any of y'all need to take a break at this point in time? Raise your hands if you do. All right, court seeing no hands.
Sorry, I'll read the sidebar there. You guys didn't even get to. Mr. Cacciatore approaches. We have 2 witnesses on deck. I imagine Miss McCaskill would be the shorter of the 2 witnesses. We also have Miss Woodon, whose testimony I think is going to be a little longer. I'll leave it to Mr. J, who's handling those witnesses, as to affix a time frame. Court says, well, the reason I'm asking is it's 11 a.m. I don't know if we want to take our mid-morning break at this time. And then with the late start, we didn't start until approximately 9:45. I'm on board with working a little bit later this morning. Mr. J says we can ask them if they need a break. Otherwise, we're ready to take 2 more witnesses before the lunch break. Court says, perfect. Okay, very good. Members of the jury, it's 11:01. We did get a bit of a later start this morning due to security issues. Do any of y'all need to take a break at this time? Raise your hands if you do. All right, court seeing no hands, state you may call your next witness. State you may call your next witness.
You may call your next witness. Yes.
Can we approach one more moment? Mr. Cacciatore, Your Honor. Yes, sir. I wanted to do this at the bench. We have states F and N, which were stipulations that we admitted to beforehand. We'd like to move those in at this time. Court says it's F and what, sir? Mr. Cacciatore, N. N as in Nancy? Yes. One moment. I have not inquired of Miss Boone as to either of these stipulations. Mr. Cacciatore says, I believe we did on October 2nd at the time they were signed. The court says, I recall having conversations about the stipulation. I'm assuming it's a stipulation as to he's deceased. Mr. Cacciatore says its stipulation is to the ID and the stipulation to the FDLE report. Court says, I recall generally speaking about it. I don't recall seeing a signed stipulation at that point in time, so I don't really know if I've fully vetted that issue. Mr. Cacciatore says, okay. Court says, so I would prefer to do that not in the presence of the jury. Mr. Cacciatore says, as would we. The court says, so I'm going to excuse our panel for just a couple moments while I have that inquiry of her. Mr. Cacciatore says, all right. The court says, all right, thank you. Mr. J says, there's the short standard instruction. You read about the stipulation? Court says, I have it. I'm pulling it up right now. Thank you, sir. And then we'll move to open court. All right, members of the jury, I have a matter I want to take up with counsel outside of your presence. I promise it won't take too long. We'll bring you in as quickly as possible. Again, same instruction I've given you previously. Don't conduct any independent or investigation or research into the persons, places, things.
Members of the jury, I have a matter I've got to take up with counsel outside of your presence. I promise it won't take too long. We'll bring you back in as quickly as possible. Again, same instruction I've given you previously. Please don't conduct any independent or investigation or research regarding the persons, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any conversations among yourselves or anyone else about those things. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
And then this is just basically, there's some stipulations that happened, I think when Sarah was still pro se, or just, no, he would have just come on. But one is stipulation that the dead person is George. So just agreeing that that's who he is, so they don't have to bring in, I don't know, evidence to prove he is who he is.
Y'all may be seated. Thank you.
Judge, James Owens here, and I'm here with Sarah Boone. The first exhibit is State's Exhibit F for identification. It is the title Stipulation Victim Identification, and it is signed by Mr. Cacciatore, Sarah Boone, and myself, October 2nd, 2024.
Okay. And the other stipulation?
The other is a stipulation of FDLE report, again signed by Dave Cacciatore Jr., Sarah Boone, and James Owens. It is it's listed as identification for identification States Exhibit N. It is a 2-page FDLE laboratory report.
And just so you know, I'm showing about an hour and a half left in the footage we're going to be watching today. Then they take an hour and a half long lunch break, and then Chelsea Kepsel's testimony picks up at the 5-hour mark and continues to the end of this day's footage. So like I mentioned before, we'll be watching Chelsea Kepsel's testimony and all the evidence she brings in full next Friday. And we will watch the remaining 2 witnesses probably over the next 2 hours. If I can shut my fucking mouth for a few minutes and let them talk.
Generated June 3rd of 2020.
Can you approach with both of those documents, please? Thank you.
State's almost done. State will be done at the end of Chelsea Kepsel's testimony A to B. These are the final 2 witnesses before Chelsea, and then Chelsea is where State rests their main case, and we pick up with Sarah on day 3 trial time. That'll be 2 weeks from now.
State, anything else to add over and above what Mr. Owens identified?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Phil for Dom Russo, I don't know if sentences are more lenient, but we do have a more lenient parole system, and not necessarily that you get out, but you do get seen for parole a lot more often. Clifford Olson was a notorious killer when I was a child, like serial killer of children, and lots more. But anyway, I'm not wanting to get too much into him. But in any case, he was convicted of it in the 80s and still had faint hope type parole hearings, but he never got out. So I think there's more opportunity in Canada, but not necessarily. Well, yeah, we do have a bit of a we don't do like 3 strikes and stuff. Like every person is given probably too much opportunity. But again, for somebody that there's a chance for them to be a member of society and have some redeeming qualities and, do something with the rest of their life that adds to society instead of taking away. Might not ever be able to pay their debt, but I'd still rather have a person be afforded that opportunity rather than just a system of punishment, because I don't think punishment really does much to change society. And let's get into political views now. We'll get back to the case.
Boone, good morning. You were previously sworn earlier today. I hold in my hand 2 stipulations. The first stipulation, pre-marked as State's Exhibit F, reads Stipulation of Victim Identification. Reads as follows. The Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., the defendant, Sarah Boone, as well as his lawyer, we have a scrivener's error there, James Sullivan. Okay. Owens stipulate that the identity of the deceased in this case is George Torres. Signed the 2nd day of October, 2024. Ma'am, have you had the opportunity to go over this stipulation?
I'm just going to let Judge Kranick have a second shot at that. He looks at it. He reads it. James Sullivan. Oh, okay. Sullivan.
Reads as follows. The Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., the defendant, Sarah Boone, as well as his lawyer, we have a scrivener's error there, James Sullivan. Okay. Sullivan Owens stipulate that the identity of the deceased in this case is George Torres. Signed the 2nd day of October, 2024. Ma'am, have you had the opportunity to go over this stipulation with your attorney?
Yes.
Do you understand what this stipulation means?
Yes.
Are you freely and willingly entering into this stipulation?
I am.
Did anyone force you,
Hairball yarn.
threaten you, or coerce you to enter into this stipulation?
No.
All right, the court accepts this stipulation.
Yeah,
How do we want to handle the little issue with regard to his lawyer as opposed to her lawyer?
Hairball Yarn says, "Oh, you should do Colonel Williams' interview with the police." Hairball Yarn, you need to check out my archives. I've done the interview. Colonel Russell Williams. It's what I think is the #1 interrogation on YouTube. Now, that said, I didn't have my setup. I was, still kind of just fumbling along. I still am. But yeah, that's an earlier one. I think I was looking after, so God, that would be February. Sometime around February. I was looking after my daughter's house while they were on a vacation to Mexico. It's around the same time I did the lemon pound cake video for the Afroman trial. Because I was cooking in their kitchen. But I definitely did the Colonel Russell Williams case, and we watched the full, I think it was a 2-hour interrogation, and we probably spent 4 hours watching it. Cowboy Criminology popped in on the chat. Definitely worth rewatching. That might be, that's a potential for getting the Judge Kranick interview treatment, where I'll clip out my old stuff and turn it into new stuff.
I'm fine with the court making an edit to scratch out his and insert her, if that's acceptable with the defense.
Acceptable?
Yes.
Ma'am, is that acceptable to you as well?
It is.
All right, thank you. The court will make that handwritten interlineation, removing his and adding her. State, do you seek... we'll move this into evidence in front of the jury, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you, sir. Moving now to what was pre-marked as State's N. Ma'am, this is a stipulation of FDLE report. It reads, the Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., and Defendant Sarah Boone, as well as his lawyer, James Sullivan Owens, stipulate to the admissibility into evidence at trial of the FDLE lab report authored by Carolina Benito on June 3, 2020. It bears Mr. Cacciatore's signature, your signature, and the signature of your attorney, Mr. Owens. Have you had the opportunity to review this stipulation with your attorney?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to review the 2-page FDLE report that will be attached to it?
Yes.
Do you understand what this stipulation means?
Yes.
Are you entering into this stipulation freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Did anyone force you, threaten you, or coerce you to enter into this stipulation?
No.
All right, the court accepts this stipulation. Any issue with striking through his and adding her, State?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir. All right, the court will make that interlineation as well. Anything else we need to address, State? I will return these to you for the purposes of moving them into evidence with regard to these two stipulations.
Yes, Your Honor.
So nothing else?
Nothing else.
Okay, thank you. Defense, anything else? All right, thank you very much. Anything else we need to address before we bring back in our panel?
No, sir. No, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring back in our panel. Thank you.
Melissa McCaskill. Oh, Meredith McCaskill. Crime Lab Analyst Meredith McCaskill kept the price next. barely hear him. Hold on, we're going back. Going back, I can just barely hear him. Sarah said yes. Yes. Okay, that wasn't terribly helpful. Sorry. Oh, she said thank you. Whatever it was, she said thank you. This will be Mr. J.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
All right, members of the jury, thank you. You can be seated. Members of the jury, Ken, if you could just confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during that short break by raising your hands. The record reflect that all juror members have raised their hands. State, you may proceed with your evidence and testimony presentation.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, we'd like to move what's been pre-marked for identification as states F and states N into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as states F will be received without objection as state 14. What's been pre-marked as states N will be received into evidence without objection.
Carolina Hurtado, everyone's favorite moderator and all of our favorite channels, has her own channel and is excited to do it. Feels like the right thing to do. So check out Carolina Hurtado's channel. I'll be checking it out myself. Right. Channel activity. No, that just shows channel activity. How do I go to your channel? Oh, go down, go to channel. Boom. Subscribe. 11 subscribers. Let's pump up Carolina Hurtado's subscriptions. If you want to go to her channel, you can follow the link that I have just pasted in the chat. If you're watching on the replay crew, you can also turn on your live chat, look for the link that was just posted, and you'll see Dan D. True Crime, Kelya, Kintu Sukaroi have all posted the link, and dub to Carolina. That's what we're going to do. Dub.
It's state 15.
And Your Honor, we would request that they be published.
Thank you. Members of the jury, I'm going to read to you some stipulations along with an instruction. When the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true.
Beth of a Salesman asks an important question to Carolina. Will you be posting crap?
Are as follows. Stipulation of victim identification. The Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., and Defendant,
do a little
Sarah
chair
Boone,
adjustment.
as well as her lawyer, James Sullivan Owens, stipulate that the identity of the deceased in this case is George Torres. Stipulation of FDLE report. The Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., and Defendant, Sarah Boone, as well as her lawyer, James Sullivan Owens, stipulate to the admissibility stipulate into evidence at trial of the FDLE lab report authored by Carolina Benito on June 3, 2020. With that, State, you can call your next witness.
Meredith McCaskill.
Meredith McCaskill. There we go. Early on that. Now you are. Oh, did I post the wrong channel? We just all post. Carolina, do you have a new channel, or is it the one associated with your name? Sorry, Carolina.
I do.
And now you got a bunch more personal.
Morning. Could you please take a seat and state and spell your name for the record for us?
My name is Meredith McCaskill, and it's spelled MEREDITMCCASKILL.
Thank you.
If you subscribe to Carolina's channel, just keep an eye out on our community tab. When she has a new channel, you'll be able to check that out. And yeah, I would recommend, Carolina, now that you have all these new subs, just post something on your community tab when you're launching your channel.
Mr. J, you may inquire.
Thank you. Where do you work, ma'am?
I am employed at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Orlando Regional Operations Center.
Hairball Yarn also has a channel called Crafting on the Floor. Hairball Yarn's channel, Crafting on the Floor, has 76 subscribers. If you're interested in subscribing to her channel.
And is that also called FDLE?
Yes, it is.
And what do you do for FDLE?
I am a senior crime laboratory analyst in the biology DNA section.
And what is your educational background? We'll get into training.
And I'm just going to get out ahead of Beth of a salesman. Hairball Yarn, are you posting crap?
And experience as well, but what's your educational background that allows you to do that job?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biological Sciences from Clemson University and a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Science from the Boston University School of Medicine.
And when did you first start working for FDLE?
I started at FDLE in April of 2011.
Did you have any prior work experience as a forensic examiner of blood or biological or DNA evidence?
No, I did not.
So for the last 13 years, your experience has been with the FDLE?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you have any sort of in-house training and then continuing education that goes on as an employee at FDLE?
Yes. So when you become a crime laboratory analyst, you have to successfully complete a training program. This training program takes about 1.5 to 2 years. It covers all of our policies and procedures and manuals, reading textbooks and scientific articles, and performing a lot of in-house testing and training under the supervision of a qualified analyst. There's also written and oral examinations, and you have to successfully complete every part of that in order to work cases as a crime laboratory analyst. And then every year we have continuing education. So that's education that we need to do in order to stay current with new trends and technologies in the field.
Does the lab itself enjoy any accreditations, and what process, if so, does it go through to get them?
Yes, FDLE is accredited by an organization called ANAB. It's the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board. So we've been accredited for, I believe, over 30 years. It's a process where every 4 years they send people to come and inspect our lab, make sure that we're doing everything that we're supposed to be doing according to our policies and procedures, and then we're also following national standards that have been set down. That's every 4 years. It's very in-depth, and then we have additional kind of like spot checks every year just to make sure that we are maintaining everything that we are supposed to be doing.
Have you ever given testimony in court about your opinion about serology analysis or DNA analysis?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 35 to 40 times.
Have you ever not been allowed to give opinion testimony in those areas?
No, I have not.
Can you tell us about the place, particularly within FDLE? Tell us about your workspace and what personal protection equipment you may wear when you're doing DNA analysis.
Yes, so in my workspace, I have what I call a clean side, which is where I keep all of my paperwork. And then I have my other side, which is used for actual screening of evidence items. So this is a surface where I can clean it with a detergent. I clean all of the instruments that I'm using, so scissors, markers to take notes.
Just going to interrupt. This is mostly foundational, explaining her expertise, and I'll stipulate to her experience. Some people are subbing, some people don't have channels. One interesting thing I have noticed is you can sub to people who don't have content. They're not going to, clog up your feed or ruin your algorithm. If anything, I think YouTube points out videos that you two watch in common. So let's say, I don't know, well, a good example is like Suma. I was subscribed to her channel. I start my own channel. I reach out. I'm telling her about some of the stuff I'm watching. From time to time, we were getting the same stuff in our algorithms. And I think it was because we watch enough Sarah Boone stuff that YouTube figured out, oh, okay, well, somebody who watches 90% Sarah Boone likes a little bit of, drunken Karen just to act as a palate cleanser. Suma liked it. Maybe this Dan guy will like it too. So anyway, nothing to be harmed. If you see somebody in the chat, you get along with their sense of humor, you subscribe to their channel, even if they don't post content, you might end up getting content in your feed that's related to the people you like that. And speaking of people I like, Bedtime Lullabies. Harder to do this because I got a new mic that doesn't pick it up. Unless I talk. If I talk, hey, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are the number of memberships that were given out by Bedtime Lullabies. If your name is Gina Galea, Mina, Texas Granny, DeSanto, New Jersey, or Karen Winesmore, you've all received gift memberships to Dandy True Crime, courtesy of Bedtime Lullabies JLC. Thank you so much. You have joined Michael Huang and somebody who bought themselves a membership and just became a member of the channel, started off the broadcast. Who is that person? I'm not going to rest until I've thanked that person as well. Mrs. Just My Opinion became a member of the Fine and Dandies to start this broadcast. Got her Drunky the Bear, Michael Huang, Bedtime Lullabies, each with their pro save. And we're going to get right back to trial coverage. I think we're on time. I think we're fine. I think we're fine and dandy.
Anything like that is cleaned with a detergent both before I start and after I finish, and it's cleaned and maintained in between every item of evidence. So only one item of evidence is open at a time, and this is to minimize any potential contamination, so DNA from one item getting into DNA from a second item. I also wear what is called personal protective equipment. This includes a lab coat, face mask, gloves, and potentially a hairnet, depending.
Doesn't Sarah's hair look like, as soon as she said hairnet, or as soon as I read it in the transcript, and then I knew it was coming, but it reminded me, if you've ever been to a fast food place and you've seen people that have, probably nice hair, the helmet that it looks like is what Sarah's hair looks like. It's almost like she got it cut to fit the hairnet, or, everything that stuck out of the hairnet just got trimmed off. Or, I don't know. Her hair looks very hairnetty.
On what type of evidence that I'm working with. And then the Gloves are disposable, so they are changed before and after each item of evidence. It's also changed if I have to touch my computer to take notes, I change my gloves. If I have to touch another surface, I change my gloves. So it's a lot of procedures that we use in order to prevent my DNA from getting onto the item of evidence.
When DNA analysis is done, are instruments used to assist you in that process?
Yes, we have an instrument platform that we use that allows us to run the DNA in batches in a efficient manner. So there's multiple instruments that are used across the varying processes.
And do these instruments generate paperwork that humans such as yourself can then go read and interpret?
Yes, it does.
Now, in this particular case, you are
welcome
not
to
the analyst
Hairball
who
Yarn.
examined the items.
1
Is
month
that
of
correct?
membership that's
Yes,
moved
that's
up to a bloody keyboard.
Did you review the information that is generated by
A
the
to B,
instruments used
shout
by
out
the
to you.
analyst who did this work?
4 months of membership
in
from A
coming
to B.
your own conclusions.
I was the technical.
That's so if you are a member, I think you hit the $, but it doesn't mean you have to give more money. Everybody should get a free shout out. And if you haven't used it, we can maybe do up a few of them now. But any channel that you're a member of, if they've enabled shout outs, I think that it's default. But anyway, look for basically you can just, I can't do it because it's my own channel. Yeah, okay. It says member shout outs are a perk. So once a month, you get to just kind of highlight the fact that you are a channel member, and it posts a little green thing in chat. Michael Wang, member for 3 months. Just let us know. There we go. Candace, member for 3 months. There you go. You guys are finding it. We've got Hairball Yarn, A to B, Michael Wang, Candace, and Bedtime Lullabies, and Kelya. Oh, yeah. We're having a membership celebration party as people discover the shout-outs. Yeah, I didn't know. I just thought that because I was saying people's names, that was me doing shout-outs, but it's an actual thing. Kitten Pusher, boom. Everybody's finding it. Welcome to the party. Beth of a Salesman, even. Usually Beth of a Salesman would be the type to poo-poo on a group trend, but she's joined us celebrating 4 months of memberships with the Fine and Dandies. I saw Mama Lola sneak into the room. Everyone can say hello to Mom.
Co-reviewer on this file, so I reviewed all of the documentation and the paperwork and also the original analyst report.
All right. Now, one of the items that is said to have been analyzed was a DNA card. Are you familiar with what that is?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
Usually it's referred to as a DNA card or a bloodstain card, and that's just a
shout out to This Is Forever Wander, 1 month of membership with the Fine and Dandies. Carolina Hurtado, 3 months of membership.
Card where somebody can spot blood, usually human blood, on it and dry it down. Then the analyst can take a cut.
Fine and Dandy chat has been called one of the best chats on YouTube. I agree.
Of that stained area in order to generate a DNA profile.
And is that typically the manner in which a decedent or a dead person's DNA sample is provided to the lab for analysis?
Yes, that's a very common thing that we see in decedents.
And can you explain
Carolina
to the jury
Hurtado, did you build
how
up?
it is an analyst such as yourself would take that blood stain on a portion of the DNA card?
No, you didn't even
and
get in.
develop a DNA profile?
Yes.
Shout out to Carolina Hurtado, jumping onto the membership train. Everybody getting their shout outs.
So it usually is blood stained on the card, so you can identify that stain visually. Take a cutting of that stained area and then place that cutting into a sterile tube, which is then sent through the DNA process. So that's adding chemicals and heat in order to break the cells open and release the DNA into the solution, and then running it through the rest of the procedures where we determine about how much DNA is in the sample, make millions of copies of our specific areas of interest, and then generate a DNA profile that can be used for comparison to any questioned items in the case.
And I'll just take break from shouting out everybody in the chat to shout out the accomplished women that are part of this trial. Just going to get you on a better screen freeze. There you go, Meredith. Very accomplished women, excellent experience backgrounds, very well spoken, confident, assured witnesses. I think it's very cool that Sarah, who claims all of this intelligence and ability, has to face all of these truly accomplished women in this trial and reckon with the fact that she's not smart. Like, if you ever, a good example, I thought I was absolutely brilliant, like Einstein level, like, next level kind of stuff based off of doing really well in elementary school. And, every level that bubble expanded, the more I realized, I'm smart, but, top 10%, okay, maybe top 15%, top 20%, that's not too shabby. But yeah, Sarah is so dumb, she doesn't even realize how outclassed she is. And I just really appreciate that as a B storyline for this trial, how accomplished all the women are that are testifying against her, or at least in the state's favor.
Some sort of commercial kit to develop DNA profiles on known items such as this?
Yes, we do.
Approximately how many locations back in 2020?
And just as I finished up, Carolina Hurtado sent out 10. Okay, hold on. I have to hold this. I have to put it right by the mic because it's a new mic and it's really good at canceling out sounds that have nothing to do with a voice. But Carolina Hurtado has sent out 10 Dandy True Crime gift memberships. Kawila, Nikki Love, Harper's Nana. That's a long name. Fister. Oh, this is probably going to be like obscene. Fister. I hardly knew her. No, Fister macrocephalus. Fister macrocephalus. Congratulations on your gift membership. I hope you don't come here for shout outs every episode. Fister macrocephalus. All right. Quilada, Nikki Love, Harper's Nana, Fister macrocephalus. Fister macrocephalus snuffleupagus. Therapist, Rosie Grace, Nancy Ms. Sinclair, Nancy M. Sinclair, Gabby Gale, Joyce Tyrell, Nina Robinson. You've all received gift memberships that I read out so smoothly and cleanly, thanks to Carolina Hurtado, who will be launching a channel of her own in the near future. Stay tuned.
20 would have been tested on this DNA card.
In 2020, it was 21 locations.
All right. And in going through this process, is there a process that amplifies the amount of DNA?
Yes, there is.
Can you describe that?
Yes. So we need to amplify or make millions of copies of the specific areas of interest that we're looking for. We don't want to make copies of the entire DNA molecule. We're just wanting to isolate those specific 21 areas and make copies of those specific areas in order to generate the DNA profile that we use in forensic DNA analysis.
And do you know what a short tandem repeat is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
A short tandem repeat.
Do you know what a short tandem repeat is? Yes, I do. I don't think James Owens knows what a short tandem repeat is.
We also call them STRs. That's just what we're looking for in the forensic DNA analysis.
And I'm not going to pretend like I know, but I did read the transcript a few times. So I'll just quickly summarize and then you can hear her explain it correctly. But basically, when you're looking at DNA, you're looking at patterns. Some patterns can come from the mom, some can come from the dad. Some of them repeat, so if one of them repeats 16 times, then that, okay, well, the mother's DNA repeated that. So that's, anyway, that's little classifications. They find little sections of the DNA where the repeat structure can let them know the lineage of where it came from. That was my understanding of it. Now I'll let it be properly explained.
Are small, short areas of repeating DNA pieces. So, for example, at somebody's DNA profile at a specific location, you can have a set of 16 repeats and a set of 17 repeats. And that's just this one little piece of DNA, and it repeats 16 times, and then you have a piece that repeats 17 times. And it's the number of repeats that is different from person to person.
And you said you might be a 16 at one spot and 17. Let's just be clear what we're talking about. On one particular location, or well, all of them, do you get DNA from mom and dad? Can you explain that?
Yes, so you get DNA from your parents. So it's inherited. You get half of your DNA from your mom and half from your dad. So when I'm talking about the short tandem repeats and the example of a 16 and a 17, that could mean that you got a set of 16 repeats from one parent and a set of 17 repeats from the other parent. So it's just the copies that you get from your parents.
And you might happen to have 16 from each.
Yes, that's also a possibility.
All right, and so the chemicals end up copying about, you said 21 areas in 2020?
Yes, so there's 21, and then we look at several areas that are on the gender marker, so it was 3 areas on the gender markers.
And each of these locations will come up with some sort of number like 16, 17, 4, 4, so on and so forth.
Yes, that's correct.
Were you able, in reviewing the instrumentation data in this case, was the DNA profile that was said to have...
Bill for Dom Russo says it's insane how she has no problem being around it, the suitcase, let alone zipping it up. And Bedtime Lullaby says, yeah, just wait till she's in the well with it.
Come from Mr. Torres. Was there able to be a full DNA profile at those 21 locations developed?
Yes, a complete profile was obtained for that sample.
Now, can you tell us what a buccal or a buccal swab, sometimes people call it each, which way is the right way?
I usually use the word buccal, but buccal is not incorrect either.
All right, what is that?
It's just a swab that we can use as a reference sample from a person. So it looks, all of our swabs just kind of look like a long Q-tip with only one end. And then you just take that cotton tip end and rub it on the interior of your mouth to get a good DNA sample. You have a lot of cells on the inside of your mouth and a lot of saliva. So that's a good source to use for a known sample from a person.
I'll be right back.
And
I'm going to get some of my
long
chili.
Q-tips, I believe, as you described, are they put into a box that is designed in a way so that the Q-tip doesn't touch the edges of the box?
Yes, I've seen it in boxes like that, but I have also seen it where they've been put back into the original paper packet container. So either method is fine.
And did the FDLE in this particular case, in the data that you reviewed, was there buccal swabs represented as being from the defendant, Sarah Boone?
Yes, there was.
And in the process that you've briefly described for the jury already, can you just tell us if it's different in any way to take a part of that cotton swab to develop a DNA profile than a piece of the DNA paper?
No, it's the same process. With the buccal swabs, I'm just taking a small cutting of the cotton area of the swab, placing it in a tube, and then running it through the exact same DNA process.
And was a full profile at the 21 locations able to be developed for the buccal swabs represented as being from Ms. Boone?
Yes, a complete profile was obtained for that sample.
Were there also what we call unknown samples that were examined in this case?
Yes, there were.
And can you describe the difference between a known and an unknown sample for the jury?
Yes, a known sample is a sample from a specific person. So that's like the example of a buccal swab. I know that sample came from that individual, and I can use that as a way to determine that particular person's DNA profile. An unknown sample is just a sample where we don't know whose DNA or if there is any DNA on that sample at all. So those are question items that can be, once a DNA profile is obtained from that item, can be compared to the known profiles obtained from individuals.
And in this case, was there an unknown item labeled as DNA swabs representative coming from Mr. Torres's fingernails?
I believe it was fingernail clippings from Mr. Torres, yes.
All right, and typically, I know you didn't do the work on this particular case, but in reviewing the notes and in your experience, do these DNA samples from fingernail clippings come in as swabs, like a buccal swab?
So sometimes they can come in as swabs, but other times they come in as just fingernail clippings, so taking the clippers and just cutting off the ends of the fingernails. And then I've also seen it where they've been scraped using pointed sticks.
And so if there is a swab that came in represented as being from the fingernails, then that would go through the process of as you previously described for the buccal swabs.
Yes, that's correct.
And if it comes in as fingernails or scrapings, do you all have to make your own swabs?
Yes, that's correct.
And how would you go about doing that?
We have prepackaged swabs in our lab. We can then use some sterile deionized water and drip that onto the end of the cotton tip to make it a little bit moist so that it can pick up any DNA that is left on the item. And then we just swab the surface of the item, allow the swab to dry, and then cut it and place it into a tube for the DNA process. So we're just making our own swabs at that point.
And was there a profile obtained from what was represented as being a DNA sample from Mr. Torres' fingernail clippings?
Yes, there was.
And did it match either of the two known profiles that we've just discussed here this morning?
Yes, it did.
Which one?
Mr. Torres.
Were there any results indicating...
So I mentioned this earlier, and if you were still with me from then, George's DNA wasn't under Sarah's fingernails, and Sarah's DNA wasn't in George, which means there is some evidence to the nobody laid a hand on anyone, but also speaks to the fact that they probably weren't having a good day and hadn't had good days in a while, and maybe hadn't touched each other in a while, because you think there would be some evidence of one another. Just, it's normal. You live together. There should be some, right?
Foreign DNA on this item?
No, there were no DNA results foreign to Mr. Torres obtained from either set of fingernail clippings.
Likewise, was there something examined in this case represented to be swabs or DNA samples from Ms. Boone, the defendant's fingernails?
Yes, those were swabs that were sent represented as...
So people do bring up all the time in the interrogation that she's picking her fingernails and cleaning them on her jeans, but from what I understand, the DNA that you're going to get from underneath the fingernails, you're not just going to hide it by picking away at it. Like, if it's there, it's there, or if it's not, it's not. Probably would have been worth checking the stains on her jeans, but in any case, she said, "Oh, the scratches on his back, I know what that's from. I was going to tell you the truth about that." So if she doesn't have his DNA under her fingernails, then that means she's lying about that. And, did she use the garden claw? That brings up a whole bunch of other questions.
Being from her fingernails.
And so just like the buccal swabs, they come in as a Q-tip, and then you would test that in a similar manner?
Yes, that's correct.
Was a profile able to be developed from what was represented as being swabs from Ms. Boone's fingernails?
Yes, there was.
And did that profile match either of the two known profiles that we've been discussing this morning?
Yes, it did.
And whose was that?
Miss Boone's.
Now, in regards to both of these last items that we've talked about, the fingernail swabs from each Mr. Torres and Miss Boone, is it expected that their profile would be developed from DNA swabs from their fingernails?
Yes, it is. All of those samples were represented as being from those particular individuals, so their DNA is expected to be on those items.
Was there any DNA foreign to Ms. Boone on those samples that were represented as coming from her fingernails?
No, there were no DNA results foreign to Ms. Boone obtained.
I think there would be some Cadillac DNA and a little bit of Lola DNA under my fingernails. That's about it. It does remind me, though, thank you, Beth, of a salesman. In my younger years, I was with somebody that did a little bit of back art with her nails on a night that we were intimate. And I didn't think too much of it until I was out at the public pool the next day. And I was getting looks. And I didn't understand because I'm, fairly average. If anything, gravity worked its wonders on the extra weight on my body. So I'm not disgusting, corpulent, or anything like that, but at the same time, not usually getting looks. But I was getting looks. And then I realized I caught it from like the mirror of the mirror and saw these almost look like I had angel wings removed or something like that. It was quite a scene, quite a spectacle.
From either set of fingernail swabs.
Now, with this amplification process that you've described, is it PCR?
Yes, it is.
How sensitive
Rita Schuler, did I miss you?
is it when...
Maybe you shouldn't shout out. Maybe you did. In any case, welcome to Rita Schuler. I might have missed the shout out party. Everyone did it, and then I just was relaxed because... No, I didn't miss one from you, Rita, but welcome. Glad to have you aboard.
A sample is taken from an unknown area, such as fingernails.
The PCR process is pretty sensitive, and over the years, as the science has evolved and testing has changed, the process has become even more sensitive over the years.
And hypothetically, if two people are living together and are intimate partners, quite frankly, would you expect the intimate partner's DNA to show up on swabbings from their fingernails?
Yes, it's possible that their DNA would show up if they're in close contact with each other.
But in this particular case, after reviewing all of the instrumentation data, there was no DNA foreign to either of their fingernail clippers, both clippings or swabs from their fingernails, both Mr. Torres and Miss Boone.
Yes, that's correct.
No other questions?
Yeah, so they hadn't touched each other, and actually hadn't touched each other for quite some time. That speaks to the fact that George was leaving and was probably packing his bags to go, which triggered Sarah into intimate partner violence, which is known to be at its worst when you try and escape that sort of a situation.
Any cross-examination?
Mr. Henderson for the defense.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Once you develop a profile, are you able to take that profile and compare it to other possible DNA on objects or items?
Well, if it's a DNA profile that is obtained from a questioned item, we can compare that to profiles from known individuals.
And in this case, an example of that, if an object from an unknown source, you could take that and compare it to a known profile. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you get a match with that comparison, what can you take from that?
Just that is the DNA profiles are the same.
So if it's an object, let's say like a bat, and there's a DNA profile that's obtained from the bat, and it matches a known profile, could you make the conclusion that that person touched or handled that bat from the known profile?
No, I can't. There's nothing in the testing that we do at FDLE that will allow me to determine how any DNA ended up on an object or how long it's been on that object.
Now, you said that in this case, what was sent for DNA comparison?
In this case, there was a bloodstain card or a DNA card represented as being from Mr. Torres, buccal swabs represented as being from Miss Boone, fingernail clippings from both hands represented as being from Mr. Torres, and then fingernail swabs from both hands represented as being from Miss Boone.
Those are the only items that were sent to your lab for comparison?
Those were the only items sent to the DNA lab, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
No further
Any redirect
questions.
examination?
No redirect. She can be excused as far as the state is concerned.
Defense?
Yes.
All right, ma'am, you're excused. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
All right. And now we get to our final witness.
State, you may call your next witness.
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
Ma'am, good morning. If you could take a seat, state your name and spell it for the record, please.
First name is Janella, Junella. Last name is Wadden, UAD as in Delta, AN.
Wadden.
May it please the court?
May proceed, sir.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I'm currently employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office here in Orlando, Florida.
And what does Sheriff Mina currently having you do?
I'm currently, my current position is a digital forensic examiner.
And how long have you held that position?
I just hit 6 years.
And can you tell us about, and we're going to break it down, education, training, and experience. Let's just talk about your education.
Rita Schuler gets her shout out.
Prior to becoming a law enforcement officer, in particular, what is relevant to being a digital forensic examiner?
I actually started in crime scene investigations with the Sheriff's Office, so I have a bachelor's in forensic science through the University of Central Florida. Upon transferring over to our digital forensics unit, I became a certified computer forensic examiner through the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists.
That's IAC.
Interesting. Hairball Yarn says, fun fact, DNA is considered circumstantial evidence. And it sounds counterintuitive because it seems scientific, but I'm quickly extrapolating that the DNA process may be scientific, but the circumstances of how it got there is what makes it circumstantial. So there could be a reason. There could be an accidental, it could be a coincidence, could be a big coincidence.
CIS?
ISIS, yes.
And can we call it ISIS?
Yes.
That would Hairball Yarn says, can we stipulate to her background? This was exactly why I didn't want to. She works for IASIS. They said, can we call this ISIS? No, we don't call it ISIS.
Bachelor's in forensic science through the University of Central Florida. Upon transferring over to our digital forensics unit, I became a certified computer forensic examiner through the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists.
And that's IACIS?
ISIS, yes.
And can we call it ISIS?
Yes.
How do you say it?
IASIS.
IASIS. All right. I just want to shorten it for the.
Don't worry, it's not an extended.
Tell
there's
us
only
about
about
that program that you went through with
one more
IASIS
minute of
to become a digital forensics examiner.
foundation.
Yes, the beginning portion of it is in classroom training. It's normally only hosted in 2 different locations around the world, one being here in Orlando, the other one normally being somewhere over in Europe. They actually just expanded a 3rd location over in Australia.
Bill for Dom Russo says she was the first person to see the Suitcase videos. Yes, not like very likely the first. I think it's very possible that Sarah herself didn't even rewatch them. She filmed them and that was it. We found out through the hearing that they weren't deleted videos. They were talking about the difference between the metadata that's available for stuff that is recovered from free space as opposed to stuff that is recovered in its full form. And both of the Suitcase videos had the descriptive information that Mr. J was referring to as information that comes with the data that isn't from the deleted or free space.
So again, the first 2 weeks are in classroom training, normally with over 300 other students. And then the next 5 to 6 months are all a peer review type training where they give you problem sets on how to, it goes from basic education on computer forensics to how to recover data. Could be pictures, could be videos. You're not sure until you pass one step to move on to the next one to figure out what you're essentially what kind of questions you're going to get.
Victoria Carmen says, when you hear the slurring, it sounds like, what do I get extra? Bargaining. There's some speculation that what she's saying there is to wriggle around because I got this. Going to make the video extra, and then she doesn't come up with the adjective of what it will be extra, but extra something, extra special, extra outrageous, extra self-snitching. I'm not sure, but definitely encourages him to wriggle around a little bit.
We'll take a break from the education training experience for 1 second.
Let's take a break. Yes.
On February 23rd, 2020, were you called out to a scene?
I was.
Yes.
And does that happen from time to time as a digital forensic examiner as opposed to your previous duties like a CSI, which would always go to the scene?
Yes, as a digital forensic examiner, we are required to come out on scenes if requested.
May I approach the witness with E for identification?
You may.
Extra is a new saying. That's right. Yeah.
Showing you E for identification. You recognize states E for identification?
Yes.
I think I remember Eminem using it in a song off of his, I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago album. But
Yes.
And how is it that you recognize that?
I recognize the front label or the portion filled out on the envelope with my handwriting, as well as evidence tape sealed, also initialed with my initials.
And
here it is.
The information on it includes like your case number and some of the other information you just answered?
Yes, case number, date of collection, and the item description.
And what is said to be contained inside of that envelope?
An Apple iPhone model XS with a pink case.
All right. And
pink case because Sarah was reskinning Brian's phone. The phone is registered to Brian, and you will see Brian's name in all of the Cellbrite extractions. But make no mistake, this is Sarah's phone.
If I am not incorrect, I believe there's 2 sets of evidence tape on that item?
Yes.
Can you tell us about each set?
The first set, which is the red tape here, initially when I collect or sometimes when we receive items from crime scene investigators, the packaging necessarily doesn't have to be sealed just because the phone might have to be kept charged on prior to us receiving the phone. So in this case, I did collect the item from the residence. I brought it back to our office, and then once I was done with my exam, it later gets sealed, again with my initials and dates. And if there's a later on an evidence review or somebody needs to review the item again, if we need to do an additional examination, the package might be reopened and then resealed again, hence the blue tape here at the bottom.
All right. Other than the blue tape, is that item and the packaging substantially in the same condition when you were done examining what is said to be contained inside?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
If you would, could you open up this package and, without showing it to the jury at this point, see if you recognize what's inside of the envelope?
This would be a terrible time for it, but it would be hilarious if you did like, some kind of prank envelope that had like, the peanuts that had the exploding snake. Inappropriate. But.
Yes, there's a phone with a pink case inside.
There is my phone.
Do you recognize that as the item that you collected from the scene that you went to on February 23rd, 2020?
Yeah, Dorgan, Sarah wants to dive over and get that phone. If there was footage, I guess from a couple of years ago, but of a guy who just did a crazy leap, like a very athletically impressive leap from the well right into the judge's, like over the desk and into the judge. But could totally see Sarah doing one of those to, I got it.
And then later examined?
Yes.
All right. So, this scene, February 23rd, 2020, where is this scene?
I believe it's 4740, or can I refer to my report for the address or to the numerical?
If it would refresh your memory,
yes.
Go ahead, and then when you're done refreshing your memory, let us know if your memory was refreshed.
4748 France Court, apartment 3.
Yes. The
memory refreshed.
Yes.
What is your answer?
4748 Franz, not sure if I'm saying that correct, Court, apartment number 3.
Now, I know you work for the Sheriff's Office in Orange County, but I still need to ask, is this in Orange County, Florida?
Yes.
All right. Now, you collected that item. May I move E for identification and evidence at this time?
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as E will be received into evidence without objection. Estate 16.
Did you do anything with that item while you were on scene?
Yes.
What is it that you did with that item while you were on scene?
I was requested to come out. I was informed from the detectives that the user of the device gave consent for us to download her phone. So I responded out, and once I located the phone, I immediately started to extract the data from the phone.
All right. So now let's talk about what tools you used to do that. I assume there's some software involved with this process.
Yes.
Can you tell us about your familiarity and the training that you had in regards to using that software back in the time of February 2020?
Yes. One of the main tools that we use for data extraction is called Cellbrite. I did obtain, again, transitioning to our digital forensics unit, I obtained 2 certificates with Cellbrite, which is an operator certificate knowing how to operate the hardware and the extraction software, as well as a certificate in their physical analyzer software, which is more used for the analysis part. So once we download the phone, we get a digital file, which to us is a lot of data, which humans, we can't read. So their software basically makes it more readable for us humans, which we can then generate a report in different formats for review. So in this case, we used Cellbrite. They actually started to develop software for cell phone companies. So if you remember back in the day when you went to go upgrade your phone and you had to go into a brick and mortar store, they actually had the software to help transfer your old data from your old phone and transfer it to your new phone, like your contacts, your pictures, your videos, a lot of the data that you didn't want to lose when upgrading your phone. But they are now a predominantly digital forensics company, and they provide the software that we use to extract data off of digital devices.
And is there any hardware involved to use this software?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Yes, in this case, and especially at that time, we had 2 options. There was a portable tablet. In this case, you can still use a computer.
Michael Wang says, Dan D, hey Dan, just wanted to give you a really loud shout out for running an awesome channel. The chat's mediocre. The channel's awesome. But thank you, Michael, and thank you to everyone, whether you're a member or not, whether you're a subscriber, whether you're just listening. I appreciate you guys for being here. When I started the channel less than a year ago, I never expected to be broadcasting to people from around the world. Like, my star map has as many stars on it as Sarah's map at this point, and yeah, I'm not stopping here. I really appreciate it. So just want to thank everyone and everyone who's supporting, continuing to support, and the people that are out there that are watching this video 6 months from now that are still supporting me futuristically. Thank you.
And they have sister software that mirrors the exact same software that's on the portable tablet. So in this case, I had my call-out laptop with the extraction software installed on it. And just like you would to connect your phone to, let's say, your computer to export photos or take photos off of your phone if you want to save them, we're doing essentially the exact same thing in the field where we're connecting it to our computer, and we're letting the software pull all that data or the contents off of that phone.
When you were told that you had Miss Boone's password to her phone device, do you do anything to try and make sure that the data cannot be manipulated or...
Shout out to Dorgan881, member for 3 months, and remembers those first live streams. Thank you for being here as I worked through. And thank you for being here as I'm getting better. I'm committed to continual improvement. Speaking of which, I have lowered the resolution to 720p. My thinking for this would be less frame droppage, so it should be a smoother stream. If you guys notice any technical improvements on this stream compared to the last, let me know. If it's gone to shit, let me know that too. I know Beth of a Salesman will let me know if it's gone to shit.
Destroyed from the outside world.
Yes, it's standard protocol. Like once we receive a phone, hopefully somebody did it before it's handed to us. But again, if we're responding out to this.
And great point. So Phil Ferdom Russo says, I would love to hear the conversation where she, and Janella, tells Chelsea what she found. So remember, Chelsea and Scott are on the scene processing evidence till, probably dinner time, 5 or 6. Then they go home and, they know that they're going to have to, they're probably planning for the interrogation the next day because Sarah's interrogated, it's the afternoon. We see her being let out in the light of day. So they're, just preparing, going over the evidence and probably before, normally it takes hours, but they had the password. So she's probably just went and looked at the last photo and you're not going to fucking believe this. I haven't looked at more than 1% of the phone and you've got enough to convict her as it is right now. I'm going to send you these two and, we'll talk to you about what else we find in the morning. But yeah, that first conversation had to be wild. And Chelsea, trying to process it over the phone. She did what now? She's saying what? Oh, fuck me. Did they say anything about it being a good day? Did you see the puzzle?
Or we're the only ones that are interacting with the phone. We for sure try to, if we are given a passcode, we try to confirm the passcode, and then the phone is immediately put into airplane mode, which will disconnect it from any outside network. And we also try to ensure, because not always, once you place your phone into airplane mode, it doesn't always turn off your Bluetooth and or Wi-Fi connections. So we may go in and make sure that those settings are also disabled before we extract the data.
All right. Take us through this extraction process. I understand that there are many different levels of information that you can get depending on a lot of things that you'll tell us about. Can you tell us the level of extraction you were able to do on site with this cellular phone device?
Yes, for this specific phone, we were trying to minimally get the user data. Again, the stuff that you guys can see when you're looking through your phone, your calls, your messages, your pictures, your videos. And in this case, that's the level of support that the on-scene software that we're able to use is able to download from the phone, especially with having a password or passcode.
All right. So I think we're all familiar with Windows. I think Mac has its own special iOS operating system as well. Can you tell us about the operating system that was on this particular cellular phone device?
Yes, Apple has its own operating system, iOS if you have an iPhone, and of course even if you have Android or Apple, you're constantly getting notifications saying it's time to update your phone to the newest software. So in this case, it's an iPhone, so it's running their shortened version of iOS.
Can you also extract data that has been quote-unquote deleted from the operating system? And can you just tell us all about that?
Yes, it is sometimes a possibility. It's not always guaranteed, but we sometimes have more advanced tools that can potentially pull that data from the device, and then later, once we get that download, we can put it into that software, and normally will give us indications on whether or not data has been deleted.
And so if a particular photograph or a Word document or some sort of file has been deleted from the operating system, may it still remain on the phone device or computer device?
Yes.
It may still be locatable with your software tools.
That is the hope. Again, not always guaranteed, but again, that's why we're trying to go in there and look for that the data behind the scenes to see if we can recover those artifacts. Yes.
Did you later do another extraction of this phone device back in the office?
Yes.
And tell us if it is different in any way, how your software or hardware was different in doing it at the office.
Yes, in this case, we use, again, a more advanced tool, which is able to capture, the technical term is a full file system. So we're capturing that whole filing cabinet, you would say, of the data stored on the phone, with, again, the probability to not only collect possibly deleted data, but also your systems information, application data like your social media, messaging apps, everything aside from your normal user data, like your calls and messages and pictures and videos.
And what level of capture, and if you answered it in that, I'm sorry, what level of capture were you able to do?
Again, in this case, I was able to do the full file system back at the office. On scene, the technical term is an advanced logical or logical extraction, again, which encompasses your generic user data on your phone.
And the level of extraction you did at the office, does that encompass data that is outside of the operating system or in unallocated space?
It can include that data, yes.
Okay. Now, what kind of information can be generated by this computer software tool that you used to make it presentable for humans such as yourself or the members of the jury to review?
Yeah, in the software, it will place the data in data categories. So it's organized. We can, if we just want to search between messages, we can go in the messages category. If we want to look at logs, like maybe data that your phone's recording, like locations, app activity, that's also presented in its own data category. And it also has the ability to put all that data in chronological order in what they refer to as a timeline. So we can also see all that ongoing data in the timeline section, and if we need to, we can either narrow down to a small scope of time, or if it's requested, we can give all the data all in that timeline to whoever wants to review it.
Speaking of timelines, we have about 40 minutes left in this video. I'm going to try and keep it to 50 minutes with my commentary.
And for instance, if there's an entry on the timeline that says, April 1st, 2016, photograph ABC was taken, are there separate folders that are generated by this software tool that has all the images such as that still photograph generated?
Yes, when we export it or generate like in a PDF version of that report, all that data is categorized in a PDF, but it also exports a copy of that same data, such as images and videos, in separate subfolders. So if I just wanted to go look at the pictures from the phone directly, I could just go into that subfolder and just look at all thousands of images that might be exported from the phone.
Okay.
So it sounds to me almost like, and maybe you need to know about computers from the 90s to get this analogy, but I remember like there were C-prompt computers that were basically not user-friendly. It was just, it said C:// and you had to like type in commands to make the computer do stuff. Where was I going with this? Oh, what I think Cellbrite kind of takes that raw data that you would, maybe get from using a command prompt, and organizes it like the old, the first Macintosh computers, like, ooh, look, windows and folders and file systems. So it just takes everything that's on your phone and just makes it very sortable into all the different, just show me all pictures, show me all .mov files, show me all, location events, and everything's sortable. And, but yeah, probably the difference between just having that raw data dump that you would get from an old computer, diagnostic C-prompt kind of thing. DOS. Yes.
And is there identifying information such as an IMEI?
The Microsoft DOS disk operating system.
That is generated by this software tool. And can you tell us what these things are?
Yes, the IMEI.
Yes, 2 videos, Phil for Dom Rousseau, from the evening of 2/23/20.
is one identifier that your cell phone has to help authenticate it to your cell phone network. It also is like a serial number unique to your phone. And in this case, our software is able to read and report all those device identifiers from your phone, including an IMEI.
And do you take actual photographs of the cellular phone device, like the exhibit we just put into evidence, to document it before or after you do the extraction?
Yes, just like in crime scene, a cell phone digital evidence is essentially another form of evidence. So we always try to document the current state, condition, whether it's locked, unlocked, and if we, again, in this case, we were provided a passcode. So I normally like to photographically document the phone's identifiers or accounts that may be logged into the phone.
Funny story about landlines. My work, they have a landline for emergencies, and I was doing some emergency drill, but it struck me that if the particular emergency that I was doing the drill for was in place, the landline is useless because it's a cordless phone base that requires power. So unlike the landlines of the 70s, 80s, and even the 90s, if you had a 70s, 80s, they were powered by the phone line, and they ran off of, they didn't run off the electric grid, so your phones would still have power during a power outage. But yeah, not anymore.
Prior to trial, were you asked to look at two different exhibits to see if they represented a portion of that timeline you described that can be put into the PDF report form, as well as some of the images and videos from this extraction that you performed on the device that's in evidence?
Yes.
May I approach?
You may.
What I'm showing you first is O for identification. Did you have an opportunity to review that this morning to make sure that the portion of the PDF and the images in a separate folder there were part of the extraction that you did on this device that we're talking about?
Kevin Brady, how did you not get a
accurate?
notification?
Yes. P for identification, is that another carve out of the PDF timeline as well as videos and photographs from that device?
Yes.
All right, this time the state will move O for identification into evidence and reserve on P.
With regard to states O.
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as states O will be received into evidence without objection as state 17.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Kevin Brady, if you are notifications challenged, what I'll recommend is I think I'm locking in on 8:30 a.m. on Fridays. I may go a little earlier, like just to do tech setups or whatever, but I think that fits for me. So unless I have something else where I'm going to have to move it, you can, and 8:30 for me. Whatever time I started this stream today, about the same time every Friday. The night one I'm going to move around a lot. It could be as early as 3 hours from now. It could be as late as 12 hours from now. So Friday night, the ramble could take place at any time because I just feel like rambling. But the Friday morning stream, I think I'm going to lock it in at 8:30 a.m. So whether or not you get a notification, just know that Saturday, there'll be a long stream. It'll be a morning stream. It'll probably be a court rewatch stream, something that we can just kind of enjoy in the background while we're going about our day. We can be cleaning up in the front room and got it on the TV. You could be eating some bonbons with the phone by your side, chatting with the chat and watching on the screen. However you like to take in a dandy Friday, it's fine and dandy with me. So yeah, 8:30 Fridays morning. And if it's not, look at the community tab. If I'm going to change it around, I'll announce it there. But this feels like the time. And the night one, I'll announce what time I do it probably near the end of the show. I haven't decided what time I'll do tonight. Interesting thing about the notifications too is that
Opening up the file labeled extraction.
you can have there's two different settings. One is notifications on. There's another one within your apps which allows notifications to deliver or to be delivered when you're not using the app. So whatever it is, it tells me that 18% of people have turned on notifications and 11% of people have notifications on and active, which means that, you know, some people, I think, in their settings have it set up to be, you know, don't send me notification. In any case, nonetheless, regardless, all of those different words to fill space. Friday mornings, count on it. I'll be here. Come late, watch the replay. You can even come late, join the chat and watch the replay later, and then when you're watching the replay, you'll be like, oh, he said hi to me. That must be when I started watching. Now I can stop watching.
Looking at entry 31079, can we just go column through column? And
Rita Schuler, yes, this will be the first time that Judge Kranick sees the evidence. At this point, he has referred to a number of exhibits, but he only knows them by their file name and exhibit number. He knows that there is a Suitcase video. This is the Suitcase trial, and knows that kind of information, but he has not seen the specific video. Now, he has seen the interrogation video, which included Sarah being shown the Suitcase video, so he's aware of it, but this will still be the first time he literally sees it.
Explain what we're looking at.
Yes, the first column normally is just an assigned number, just like a line item number for the report, because again, this is an excerpt. There could be thousands.
Thank you, Bedtime Lullabies, and thank you so much for gifting some memberships.
So the far left-hand column is just a line item number, followed by again, the data category for whatever data you're looking at.
Good run, Socceroos. Well done.
In this case,
congratulations to Egypt, and World Cup for Canada continues tomorrow. Fingers crossed.
There's a couple listed as application usage and then location data.
Penalties too, eh?
Let's talk about the column that has dates and times, and can you explain to us what UTC -5 means?
Yes. Another column, again, we're looking this at a timeline, so we want to know dates and times. So we'll include the date and time of the data that was recorded onto the phone. And this report was adjusted for our local Eastern Standard Time here in Orlando, Florida, so UTC -5.
And going up to the top line there, 31075, that indicates that there is a start time for the application com.apple.camera, and then going back to our original one, 31079, that's the end time. Can you tell us what that means?
Yes, so Apple is very good about recording activity on the directly from your device. When you open up a certain application, such as the camera, Apple is making note that you, in this case, it's indicating a start time. So you opened up your camera at 10:21:36 p.m. And then you stopped using it. Maybe closed it out or stopped recording at 10:21:38 p.m.
Interesting to see the level of detail too.
Timeline, there does not appear to have been any videos or photographs captured while the camera was open. Is that accurate?
Based on that excerpt, I don't see a recorded media file.
So yeah, that particular one was just the fact that she brought out her camera and looked at something through it, and it still takes a record of the fact that the camera app was opened. So if that's 10:21 p.m., this is an hour before the Suitcase video. What was she looking at through the camera at that point?
All right. In the surrounding entries, can we just talk about what I would unfairly probably call spam of locations? What is going on there?
Again, if there's usage, application usage, or you're just in a really good location, or your device is just set to record locations wherever you are, your phone is also recording that data as well. And in some cases, like again, your phone, if you have it set for your camera to record your location when you take a picture. Again, like when you reopen that picture, it'll show you, hey, you were located at 2500 West Colonial Drive. That's that data that's being recorded in the background while you're using that application that it might have that permission to record that data.
Can we just go column by column through the first entry here, 16498? What does instant messages mean?
That's referencing text messages.
Second column, outgoing. Does that indicate there's an outgoing communication?
Yes, it'll reflect outgoing or incoming depending on the recipient or sender.
The next column, there's a 1. What does that mean?
I don't know.
That just might be like one entry, one message. I don't see the header for the columns. That one I'm not sure of.
All right, and the date and time we've already explained. Let's talk about the from, paren owner, and then the participants. What does this all mean?
So the from section, again, if we're looking at the first row of data, it's indicative that it's a text message because the sender, it's listing the phone number being used to send that message. And then for iPhone devices specifically, if you're communicating with another Apple device, it may also list the phone number as well as your backup, which is your Apple ID. So if it can't transmit that message through your phone number, it might default to your iCloud account. And in this case, it's listing both.
All right, and if, for instance, the outgoing recipient or the incoming sender of the text message is in the contacts, would it show up with the person's name, such as Wancho?
Yes, our software will display your contact name as how you save it.
And if there's no contact name, it would...
You're correct. Carolina Hurtado says, I recently heard that Sarah's appellate attorney is using James Owen's deposition of Dr. Tanya Werner as an appellate excuse. To be honest, I don't think she stands a chance for an appeal. And yeah, that is one of the 4 grounds for the appeal. I don't think it's particularly strong. I remember, we'll see it. Judge says, you want to depose her? Depose her right now. What? Here, right now, Judge Kranek? Judge? Okay. And then he just fumbles around a on-the-spot deposition, asking a bunch of questions. And
just show the phone number?
Phone number or, again, Apple, your iCloud account.
Falling a little behind the pace.
16499, capture time, what does that indicate?
25 minutes.
So that is when
left.
the video, in this case, it looks like a video is captured on the device.
Let's specifically talk about entry 16520. Again, we've discussed that's an instant message and it's incoming rather than outgoing. So that means it came to this phone device?
Yes.
And over to the right of the date and time, which would have been 6:07 p.m. 30 seconds on Christmas 2019, it indicates that it's from a contact named Mo. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Then the contents speak for itself. Going down to 16522, an outgoing instant message at 11:31
It says
p.m.
the
57
contents speak
seconds
for themselves, but for people that are listening, they don't, do they?
That is when the video, in this case, it looks like a video is captured on the device.
Let's specifically talk about entry 16520. Again, we've discussed that's an instant message and it's incoming rather than outgoing. So that means it came to this phone device?
Yes.
And over to the right of the date and time, which would have been 6:07 p.m. 30 seconds on Christmas.
The message is from Mo to Sarah. Yo, my daughter told me what you did. I don't want you around my nieces and nephews. Sarah says, ugh, your dad hit me.
2019, it indicates that it's from a contact named Mo. Is that accurate?
Yo, my daughter told me what you did, and I don't want you around any of my nieces and nephews.
Then the contents speak for itself.
So long, Kimchi Sukuroi.
Going down to 16522.
There's hide and seek I shall. Love your girls.
To an outgoing instant message at 11:31 p.m. 57 seconds on Christmas 2019. What is the content of that communication?
The content of the message is hide and seek, I shall.
And this is interesting. So she's taken all these pictures at this point. These are, well, it's Christmas, so Boxing Day pictures. And it shows that it's just a series of pictures. And then she's looking up pizza. This is January 12th. Oh, this is an interesting one too. So I just, because I'm nosy, I was pausing to read all the messages that Mr. J's not. This one here, it's not relevant to the case, but Brian Boone is texting to Sarah and says, at movie. To which Sarah says, can I buy a movie for $3.99, please? And Brian texts back, fine. Thank you. Real genius. And Sarah spells genius wrong. It's Genious. She types back to Brian, thank you. And we will see Brian says, I have that on Voodoo. So what I'm guessing from that is that he shared his Voodoo account, whatever Voodoo is, with Sarah, and she didn't have to pay for it, but she's probably already paid $3.99 for it. Yeah, I'm staying home tonight. And then from that, I'm staying home tonight. 13 seconds later to Janice. Hey, Janice, when you have a few minutes, I'd like to go over a few things with you, especially the schedule. I look forward to talking with you. And then she creates a contact for Abraham 2 seconds after that. Anyway, it's a Torres thing. Boo. Keep that fugly creep out. Still fugly. Lose.
Turning down to 17167. It's an instant message that indicates it's outgoing from this device on January 13th, 2020, 5:01 p.m. 41.
Some of these come up in the rebuttal. That's why, because I'm like, I remember him reading those ones that were just up above. He's going to bring up some of these in the rebuttal. He's only bringing up the main case ones at this point, and that's hide and seek I shall. I'll get rid of them.
Seconds, and it's from what is paren owner. Does that mean it's from the device?
Yes.
What's the content of that text message?
Sorry, what was the line item number?
17167.
And bless you and all of you too. I'll get rid of him.
And that's a message, a response to a message from Mo that says, get some help, Sarah. Bless you. Yeah, bless you too. I'll get rid of him. Then I'll be better. Fucking vindictive bitch.
And then the next three are also outgoing messages. What do they indicate as far as content?
Starting with 17168, then I'll be better, followed by 17169, ugh, and 17170, Torres.
Ugh, Torres.
Turning now to entry 31103, which is on page 49 of the 59-page PDF. Again, it looks like what we talked about before, the com.camera application gets opened up to be used at 11:12 p.m. 40 seconds. Is that what this data reflects?
Yes.
Bless you.
And then at entry 31107, a video that ends up being captured as IMG_1062.
IMG 1062 is the movie, is the video.
.mov begins at 11:12 p.m. 45 seconds on February 23rd, 2020. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then there does not seem to be any intervening closing of the camera application before we get to 31113.
In that portion, I don't see that information.
And then at 11:23 p.m. 03 seconds on February 23rd, 2020, in entry 31113, a second movie is generated by this device labeled IMG_1063.mov.
Yes.
So it's subtle, but what that is saying is she records the movie, the one we've seen with the, that's my name, you're wearing it out. She records it, finishes it, doesn't close the camera app, doesn't do anything else with her phone. All those other, these are just location pings. So, it might be that she's got a pizza app and the pizza app checks where the person is every 10 minutes to, see if she's any closer to the pizza joint. Then they'll send a notification for a deal. Some of those stupid apps you have. So she got all those pings, but there would have been an entry for closed camera, just like she opened the camera. It's just, she didn't. She recorded it and then maybe passed out with the camera there and then picked up the phone again and takes video 1063. In the second video, George simply says, Sarah.
I'm going to continue publishing from this exhibit.
This might be it. Step away if you don't want to see it. There will be a ramble tonight, A to B. I haven't decided on when. I know I'm running out of time to decide. But, yeah, I don't know. There will be one, though. I don't even know what it's about. I got ideas. Got irons on fire. Okay, prepare yourselves or go do something for 2 minutes, because if you don't want to see it, you're like Sarah, I just don't want to see it. Guys, this is killing me right now. I just really don't want to see. You don't understand. I've been up. I've been getting sick. I constantly am vomiting. All right, that's enough for me. You're warned. This is the Suitcase video, and that's George in the suitcase, and this is the point of view of Sarah recording George in the suitcase while she taunts him.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me. Fuck you. Fuck you. Stupid. That's my name. Don't wear it on. I can't fucking breathe, baby. Therapy. Yeah, that's when you do it. You choke me. Sarah.
on you. Sarah, I can't breathe. It's on you. Sarah. Real or handsome? Might want to give it for it extra. Because I got it. Sarah. Real or handsome? I can't breathe, babe. Oh, that's what I feel like when you chewing on me. Sarah, fuck you. I can't breathe, Sarah. Yeah. You should probably shut the fuck up.
For the record, that was IMG_1062.MOV, now publishing 1063, same respective file name.
Rita Schuler asks, I wonder why she recorded this. And we do find out in the state rebuttal case that she made a habit of recording videos that probably in the moment she thought would be evidence that she could use when the time came. But she probably anticipated being able to edit the videos and just, get what she needed from the raw footage, but later would edit them or whatever. But you'll see, if you haven't seen already, in a lot of the videos that she took of George, it was almost like a dictator with hostages, the way that she would make him read from a script or, rehearsed lines and direct him like, like if you remember the POWs from the Vietnam War, how they would get paraded in front of state television to say, I committed atrocities. And it's a way for the dictators to say, well, there, he's proved it, he's confessed. So chalk up another one for the regime. And meanwhile, the prisoners know that they're going to be tortured daily until they do their confession. And I don't know. It's, she took these videos because she's a sick fucking person. And if alcohol is what lowered her inhibitions to show that sick side off, she had two choices. One was to never drink again the first time she did something sick, and there had to be some first time. Or the second was, that was the only choice. She's sick fuck. And, she could have realized she's a sick fuck and not taken things that would have lowered her inhibitions. But she didn't. She instead chose to get herself as fucked up as she could on a regular basis until it was only a matter of time, until her actions killed someone. I'm just going to go back a quick second there, not to rewatch the previous video, but just to watch that moment where Sarah is reckoning with the fact that everyone just watched her video that she didn't even want to see. 31. Fuck, I have two choices. I gotta go about here. Okay.
For the record, that was IMG_1062.MOV, now publishing 1063, same respective file name. No other questions of this witness?
Any cross-examination?
Mr. Henderson will make a cross-examination. What do you have to say, Mr. Henderson?
Good afternoon, ma'am. I believe you stated on direct that you were called to the scene and you were asked to do your analysis out there. Is that correct?
At least a download.
Download. What type of phone was this?
An Apple iPhone XS.
Okay. And how were you able to get into the phone, for lack of a better word?
I was provided with the phone's passcode.
Okay. With an Apple phone, without being given that passcode, are you able to get in an Apple phone?
Maybe not necessarily unlock the phone, even though that is an option through some of our advanced tools that is supported, but it can have the ability to download the phone even in a locked state and pull 80-85% of that data.
Is it a much easier process when you have the code?
It's quicker, yes.
And how were you provided that code?
I believe either through Detective Copsel or Connolly at the time, or I may have asked Ms. Boone just to reconfirm the passcode.
And did she give you the passcode?
Yes, somebody did, yes.
Now, on the first exhibit that went up, or when you're talking about the communications or the identifying factors of the phone.
Dorgan 881 and Past Perfect Pam both have member shout-outs that I think I missed in the heat of all the exciting coverage earlier. So special shout-out to Dorgan 881 and Past Perfect Pam, also celebrating their shout-outs as part of their memberships.
One of the things that were identified is dates and times. Is that correct?
Yes.
Speaking of professional fuck yous, Indoor Camper brings that up. I have, maybe, I don't really think I should go into too much extra time because we've gone long. Maybe that'll be part of the ramble. I have her unedited sentencing statement because now I'm a docket watcher, and since I've downloaded the transcript for the trial, I'm like, I should download all these other documents too. And one of them was the unedited version. It even was appended, not only unedited, but with additions. She supplemented it. So maybe we'll read that on the ramble if I can't come up with anything.
Right. Also, you said it would tell you if the source was incoming or outgoing. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And then you said it would identify, it could identify either by phone number or name. Is that correct?
Oh, yes. The unedited version is way worse, Kelly. Yeah. It's hilariously
who is the identifying name as to the outgoing on this phone?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Who's the identifying?
And I apologize for talking over the cross. It's a stupid cross, just like a lot of the defense cross examinations. So I'll try and shut up when there's something of value, but I only have 15 minutes left to talk to you, so I'm going to start talking over Mr. Henderson occasionally.
My name for the outgoing texts or calls on this phone.
I think in some of the line items that were shown above, it was just listed as a phone number.
Was there ever a name listed?
A physical name, possibly in other line items, but in this, and again in those excerpts, it's just by phone number.
Okay. Did you ever see the name Brian Boone?
Yes.
Okay. Oh. Where did you see the name Brian Boone?
Okay, here we go.
I believe in one of the iCloud or accounts that was logged into the phone, there was the associated email address.
This is a kind of weird part of the cross, but it almost seems like they're trying to say, well, so it only says Brian Boone in the phone. Isn't it possible that Brian Boone is the one who's sending those messages? It's like, no, we can tell by the context of who's using the phone, who, just because it says Brian Boone, like.
Address.
Okay. Taking that, was it any other place where you would see in a different name as to the outgoing, other than Brian Boone?
Again, there might have been other names listed in other portions of it. But again, in those excerpts, it was just either by phone number or, again, with the Apple iPhone listing, the iCloud account.
But isn't it possible that Brian took her phone, used his account to send these messages just to plant seeds of doubt so that he wouldn't have to pay his alimony, which he's paying $1,000 a month? Wouldn't he have the wherewithal to forge these messages?
Do you have a copy of the exhibit up there?
No, not on me.
Can we get that pulled up, please?
Blame it on Brian. That is rich, Rita Schuler says. And maybe this is more of a text thing, but I see blame it on Brian. I can almost see blame it on B-Rain. Ooh. Blame it on B-Rain. Girl, you know it's true. I hate Boone.
Are you able to see that?
No, this monitor's not working.
May we approach?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sidebar. May we approach? Did they just approach because he ran out of shit to say? There wasn't even an objection. Oh, okay, the monitor's not working. I know what's happening here. The defense can't get their exhibit to work, and they're going to ask to borrow the the prosecutor's evidence. I'm just going to... Well, no, we'll see if I can catch up. Court says, yes, sir, Mr. Henderson. Judge, I don't know how to pull it up. If someone, our laptop, that's not what's been introduced into evidence. I can take the laptop up there and ask her if that helps refresh her memory as to that thing. That way the state can pull the exhibit back up because it's been introduced into evidence. Mr. J says, Mr. J's not into it. That's what I was in the process of doing. It just doesn't happen. It takes time. Court says, okay. Mr. Henderson says, well, okay. Court says, all right. Mr. Henderson says, thank you. That's fine. Court says, all right. Mr. Henderson says, I just want it. Court says, okay. Let's pull it up. Then you can utilize what's been placed into evidence. Thank you. In open court. And then Mr. J says immediately, can we approach? The court says, yes. Oh, okay, so we'll just let that happen again. I didn't realize they were just going to reapproach. Getting spicy before we shut it down today. Okay, so they're trying to sort it out. You can see that James Owens there was gesturing towards the table. Okay, so they're trying to do it. So right now, this is Mr. J rapidly going through the evidence so that they can provide something to refresh the memory for this cross that's going nowhere. But yeah, we'll all wait for you. Here's Sarah's whisper. No, I can hear them whispering at Mr. J's table. What are you standing up for, yes, Shelby? Okay, they're approaching again. And now we will go to our second. Yes, sir. Mr. J says, prior to the trial, I had sent them what was going to be part of the state's case in chief, this carve-out. This carve-out only includes December 25th, 2019, and then a conversation that's between January 12th and January 13th of 2020, and then the entries made by the phone device on 2/23/20, the date of the murder. They're asking me to publish portions of things that are on a rebuttal disc that has not been entered into evidence at this time and will not be entered into evidence at this time unless and until they put on a self-defense claim. Court says response. Mr. Henderson, December 25th of 2019 was not introduced. Mr. J says what was on this exhibit that is in evidence was 12/25/2019. Some entries from there. We published those to the jury. And then we also went through some of the texts and the conversation between January 12th and January 13th of 2020. And then we have the entries from the point in time where it appears the owner of the device began using the device at about 9:42 in the morning on February 23rd, 2020. Through the events, you know that we're here, we're discussing the last page, the two movies. What he's asking me at Sidebar was about something from an earlier date, 2019, or was it Christmas? No, I said 25/19. Mr. J says, okay, I can get you that page. The court says, okay. Mr. J says, okay. Court says, all right, thank you. And we move back to open court. Ma'am, are you able to see that? Made me rush and shit, and now you're not talking? Oh, because he's still trying to bring up the prosecution's exhibit as his own. This is kind of funny. This might be a reason why.
Were you able to see that?
Yes.
There's a entry on 12/25/2000.
I think this is why Mr. J insisted on using the stupid photographs that Owens blew up. Fine. If you're going to use my evidence, I'm using your evidence.
19. Is that correct?
Are you referencing like the instant message row? Yes. Yes.
All right. Does it, as far as participants, what does that show you? What does it tell you?
As far as participants,
listing the owner in reference to I'll say the first phone number, 8684. It's referencing that phone number as well as the Gmail account or iCloud account associated with the phone, and then it's listing a physical name of Brian Boone.
Okay, so it's showing Brian Boone as being the owner of the phone. Is that correct?
For that phone number and or one of the participants in that message conversation.
Brian Boone.
Did you recall seeing any other name associated with that phone number other than Brian Boone?
I'm not sure I'm understanding the question.
All right, when you did the analysis of this, and you would look for the participants and get that information, match it up with the phone number, then in certain cases they will show you the owner name because you said Apple is very detailed in some of their applications. So did you ever see another name associated with this account other than Brian Boone?
There was another iCloud account logged in on the physical phone.
Okay.
But there was no name attached.
There was no name attached. Oh, bless you.
Bless you.
Now, when you're identifying these sources as being either outgoing or incoming sources, and is that basically telling you what device is being used?
No, it does. It's not indicative of a specific device other than we know outgoing. Obviously the source is the phone that we extracted that data from. In incoming messages, it does not let us know if the message was made through a Samsung Galaxy or another iPhone.
Okay. What identifying information do you get at that time?
In regards to receiving a message?
Yes.
And this case, or what's displayed there, it's going to give us the content of the message. It's going to give us the date and time that
Mr. Henderson's trying so hard to get her to say, "Oh, it says Brian Boone."
the message was sent or received. And again, like in your phone, it does depict either through a small notification arrows indicating ingoing or outgoing. So it's just displaying that version in text up there.
Okay. And then from there, it's basically telling you the number that it came from. Is that correct?
Yes, like in reference to that top row, it's saying that that message came from that phone number. Again, the top line item, last 4 digits is 8684, and then it's also listing the message participants.
It's not telling you the person who sent the message, is it?
Kitten Pusher, all we know about juror number 3 is that he was the only male of the 6 people that were chosen for the jury, although 8 alternates were also chosen, so there could have been male members of the alternates that we just didn't find out about. We also know that he doesn't wait. Like, if he was on Family Feud, he's the type of guy that would answer before the full question got read.
Correct. Just that it's originating from a phone number.
So if 2 people or more people had access to a phone, you wouldn't, from this information, you wouldn't be able to tell who actually sent the message on any given time. Is that correct?
No, I'm not a fly on the wall, and I can't see who's physically typing out messages.
Thank you.
No, I'm not a fly on the wall, so I can't see who's physically typing the messages.
Ma'am, no further questions.
Any redirect examination?
Other than just your subjective interpretation given the context of conversations.
Yes.
And if photographs or videos are taken during these conversations, that could be indicative of who is behind the phone device as well.
Based on sound and visuals, that it does help.
Like if somebody's saying, "For everything you done to me." Oh, maybe that's the person who's recording the video. Good chance. Maybe it's Brian. It says Brian here in the entry. Doesn't sound like Brian, but, you know. Could be Brian, could be the "pour everything you done to me" chick. Well, I guess it's for the jury to decide.
Can this witness be released?
As far as the state is concerned, yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, ma'am, you're released. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. So we won't be staying
State
for
any
the
other
Chelsea
witnesses or
Kepsi,
evidence
but we
called.
will be staying for the sidebars.
Okay, all right. Members of our jury, it is 12:21. At this point in time, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. I'm going to ask you to report back here at 2 o'clock.
Know about the
At
instructions.
12A at the Orange County Courthouse. I'm going to give you a similar instruction as same instruction I read to you last week. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during trial. Jurors do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on the internet, website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, we'll be in recess. We'll see you back here at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I thank you for your time.
So there's a little bit after the jury leaves that we'll stick around for. And then I'll do maybe a reading of the first 2 pages of the unedited letter. You can get a taste of that, and that'll be what we do for the Friday Night Ramble, which still, I don't know. When should I do it? 7 hours? 10:30 Pacific, 1:30 Eastern.
Y'all may be seated. Thank you. State, anything we do address before we adjourn for the lunch hour?
No, sir. Your Honor, just briefly, as far as the scheduling of events this afternoon, the next witness we would be intending on calling would be Detective Capsule. Capsule, I apologize. Just the publication of the interviews in this case would be approximately 3 hours in length, not to mention any direct testimony and cross-examination testimony.
So that's likely to take us beyond the 5 o'clock hour. I don't know if we can work late to accomplish it all.
I'm inclined to work late. It's just if they're on board with that.
Okay.
If we need to go after 5 o'clock due to that presentation, we can. How long do you anticipate going? If you had to ballpark it.
I would think with 4 to 5 hours, depending on the length of the cross.
That'll be next week.
Your side of the ledger.
I think my direct exam questions will probably be 30 to 40 minutes.
Okay. How long do you anticipate your cross-examination being, Counselor? Mr. Henderson?
Judge, not too long, 30, 35 minutes.
Okay.
If that, but here's the only concern that I have.
Yes, sir.
What's the concern?
One juror who has said and told us during board diary, as long as we're getting out of here at 5, my scheduling is okay. After that causes a problem. That's the only concern I have.
But you're right. Every time the jury was asked if they could stay late, they all figured it out, and that's what happens here too.
So she might be able to make some arrangements. Probably need to do that.
Judge, in the other component, we've got some people flying in, and we've got experts that we're trying to coordinate. So the sooner we know the logistics of when they're going to rest the case.
We're going to stick around because there's a little bit of Owens trying to get to
end their case at the end of business today.
FedEx.
Sounds like it may get pushed.
We'll go to the recess.
I think step one is conferring with our jury if they're amenable to working past 5. I do recall the one juror with child care concerns. If we go slightly over, and we'll have to address that when we get closer to it, and maybe a situation where cross-examination may have to be left for tomorrow, but that's something that we'll need to discuss when we get closer to it.
Yes.
Anything else, State?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, defense? All right, we'll see you all at 2 o'clock. Wait, yes, sir.
Mr. Owens. Wait, Judge.
Using CDs, I believe. We've got flash drives
Here we go.
to admit into evidence instead of CDs. We didn't bring the capability to transfer those to CDs.
Response?
Is that a declaration, or is there?
I mean, it sounds like that's what Mr. Owens' intent is for the purposes of submitting evidence.
Yeah, that's not going to work for us.
One reason I would suggest not introducing USBs is because they're rewritable and they can be manipulated and destroyed by the jury, or not that anybody would do it intentionally.
Not intentionally.
Any sort of issues can happen when something is not locked and put onto a physical burnt piece of wax.
A physical burnt piece of wax.
We'll see what we can do here locally. There's a FedEx. I don't know if they would be able to do that. FedEx is a block away. We'll check with them at lunch.
I would check with them.
I would check with them.
I agree with the state's concerns as to manipulation or editing of anything that may be contained in a USB drive. Not to say that that's going to happen, but it certainly preserves the evidence moving forward.
Exactly.
Rather than it being in a editable form, be it in a USB drive.
That would be the biggest concern. So let's say Sarah, gets convicted. We know she does. Has an appeal, and that appeal is heard. It won't be. If she's granted a new trial, the evidence needs to be preserved. So if the evidence is on rewritable USB drives, that there's no longer a chain of custody because the jury had them, they lose their evidentiary value. So good concern brought up by Mr. J.
All right, very good. Okay, thank you all very much. We'll see you at 2 o'clock. Court's off the record.
All right, court is off the record. And we will return with Chelsea Capsule next Friday. But for now, well, we can let that play. But no, I'll switch to a main meet. Oh, geez, that's bigger than I thought. Oh, hold on. Sarah's holding court. We'll let Sarah hold court for a few moments before I take over. And I thought, so maybe it's the, what did we miss today? Maybe I got ahead of myself. Maybe it was maybe it's after the lunch break. But they'll come back, and then that's when they have the issue with the outburst from the person in the gallery. But before Chelsea Kepsel comes to the stand. Yeah, sorry, that's tune in next week. There's your cliffhanger. The mayor of Orlando is in the gallery, or at least claims to be the mayor of Orlando. Thank you, Indoor Camper, for being a fan of Dan. A Dan fan. That's fine and dandy with me. We have Sarah being guided by her shackles out the door, helmet and all. She's wearing a black blazer and a blouse with splotching. We are on the seal of the great state of California, so we will switch it to a full me, and I'll leave it on this screen, but I'm going to go to a read, so I can't see myself anymore. That's not the screen I want. I want the screen with Mr. Michael Kranick. I'm enclosing, please, my complete statement to you and the world as I partially read during my sentencing hearing. This is December 6th. She's had 4 days to think about her statement at the hearing. By my reserving particular parts of my very true and meaningful statement, I was hoping to have been graced with your forgiveness, understanding, and consideration in any level or degree. For me, unfortunately, and regardless of whom I had speak on my behalf, or the number of your Shh. You're messing up my flow, Jesse. What do people interrupting remind me of? They remind me of Morgan and Morgan. Yeah. Or Truth Finder. Yeah. You guys can go. I'm doing my own thing here. All right. Let's just return back to where we were. Oh, how rude. All right. For me, unfortunately, and regardless of whom I had speak on my behalf or the number of, your ignorant mind was already made up. By your clear error and full-blown unfair bias against me, since your involvement in my crucible case as a whole, I have been unsuccessful in receiving anything from you as a supposed fair and neutral judge, except your wish that I spend the rest of my life in prison. Please know and always remember, Mr. Kranick, I forgive you. Still and sincerely. Please understand also the judge, according to Cicero, is never to lose sight that he is simply a man, and that he cannot exceed the power given to him by his commission, that not only power, but public confidence has been given to him, and he ought always very seriously to attend not to his wishes, but to the requisitions of law and justice and religion. Cite pro clientis. Cicero pro clientis. I am excited in my appeal, which speaks for itself, my case law as well, in which I am extremely proud to have achieved, and will continue doing so, now that I am no longer in your corrupt court and free from your malevolent judicial grip. Sarah Boone versus State of Florida. I've also added my statement as a result of your blindness and impartiality. Foremost, your disgust in me for being an outspoken woman, determined defendant, and proactive client. Hoping the next time you put on your listening ears and do not unfairly oppress the next as you have so blatantly done to me. You'll never admit your many judicial errors, nor will the prosecutors theirs. And I will never admit to what you have wrongfully accused me of and judged me as. I'm not a murderer. I'm a survivor. Sarah Boone. Then she gives the definition of black robe disease, talks about impartiality, quotes from Lynn Toller, who is a famous judge from divorce court, wrote a book called A Practical Guide to Becoming an Emotional Genius. She thought that that was a legal citation, I believe. And, okay, here is Kindu Sukuroi is a kind of Japanese ceramic style, which means to repair with gold. In this tradition, when a ceramic piece breaks, an artisan will fuse the pieces back together again using liquid gold or gold dust lacquer. So rather than being covered up, the breaks become more obvious and a brilliant new piece of art emerges from the brokenness. It embraces flaws, weakness, and imperfections, and also teaches the essence of resilience. Every crack in a ceramic piece is part of its history. Each piece becomes more beautiful because it has been broken. This is the wisdom of Kintu Sukuroi. And in my wisdom and with all my repairs, then, now, and ongoing, God is, has been, and will always be my artisan. All my gold is forgiveness. This has held me together, made me shine brighter, and overcome the damage caused by George Torres, the Torres family, the justice system, Judge Wooten, and Cranick, Orange County Corrections Department, social media, scoundrel detectives, infamy, defamation, ongoing constitutional rights violations, second-degree murder, and forced into being pro se. Just as gold is very precious, forgiveness is invaluable. And then it skips. It's got a page skip. Sleep because I had to go to work on my son's field trip the next day. She got her pages out of order. Anyway, we'll come back. We'll do this as part of the ramble. When should we do it? When should we do it? Do you guys have any? Do you care? 6 hours? Is that too soon? 8 hours too long? 2 fingers as an overt act is kind of crazy, but as Judge Cranick brought up several times prior, he only needs one single scintilla of evidence towards an overt act for the court to be deferential to the possibility of the overt act existing, and then it's up to the jury to decide. And the jury did decide. I think that's the danger of bringing in an overt act that only has one scintilla going for it. And, some might say half a scintilla. But in any case, when you go to claim self-defense with a single scintilla of evidence towards that, the jury probably isn't gonna go for it. A millionth of a scintilla. Yeah, it was definitely a fraction of a scintilla. I don't think it was a full scintilla. We can debate the level of the of the fullness of that scintilla. Got a lot of people hanging out right to the very end here. A lot of people. I think 7 hours feels about right. It will give me enough time to have a nap and go outside and touch grass and be part of society. And then we can all join up again. About 7 hours. I don't know why I look at my wrist. I haven't worn a watch since I was like 10 years old. But yeah, 10 o'clock seems like a good time. CLM McIntyre, did you just make it? You are one scintilla late. Maybe even slightly more than a scintilla late, CL McIntyre. But, you're on time. You made it. You're here. But yeah, just a touch late. The good news is, the great news actually, CL McIntyre, if you want to set yourself up, you can probably start watching this stream right now at regular speed. And by the time this stream is done, the Friday Night Ramble will be live. And for the Friday Night Ramble, we'll be reading some of Sarah's correspondence and enjoying each other's company, talking about current events. And yeah, just maybe we'll shout out some channels. We'll just have a good time. Maybe we'll review some of my old lives because I need to pick clips out where I give it the Judge Cranic interview treatment. Basically take hour-long clips out of these 7-hour live streams and make a a shorter viewable clip for people to watch. Yeah, this is about 7 hours. So CL McIntyre, watch this, and then when it's done, watch the live show. I had a great time today. I've got my new chair. I've got my new microphone. My butt's a little sore, but not nearly as sore as it was from sitting. Well, it's not like a first date sore, but I was using kitchen chairs. They were as uncomfortable as a green chair that doesn't move. So now I can move. I can slide. I can spin. Yeah, we're having a good time. You know what? Yeah, it's I'm the tall jester. Tall jester. Short King can be number 1, and I am the tall jester reacting for number 2. Thank you so much for being here. I'm not going to extend it any longer. We'll be back next week with Chelsea Kepsel. We'll be back the week after that with Sarah Boone's testimony. And then we'll be back the week after that with the state's rebuttal. And then the week after that with the closing arguments. The week after that with the sentencing. Then Danielle Chavon is talking about doing a rewatch of the civil trial, the family court case. And I know she has the footage because if you've ever watched the footage, there's a phone number of somebody that's zooming in. That's Danielle, that top corner. Touch the mic. That top corner there on the screen is Danielle's call-in. And then you've got Sarah's call-in also without a picture. And then you've got the Zoom or Judge Jackson's Zoom broadcast of it. And then I guess the courtroom feed. So in any case, that'll be fun. So we've got lots that we're going to take us right through the summer, take us into September, October, and we'll keep doing rambles about other topics in between. So we'll have lots to do, lots of time to spend together. You guys fine? If you guys are fine, I'm Dan D, and this is damn close to the end of the live stream. I've thanked everyone. A lot of shout-outs, a lot of people using their free shout-out bonus. So one last shout-out to Past Perfect Pam, to Dorgan, to Rita Schuler, a big one to Carolina Hurtado, who not only celebrated 3 months of membership, but gave out 10 free memberships to a number of people who received them. This is Forever Wander, Beth the Salesman, Kitten Pusher, Kelya, Bedtime Lullabies, Candace, Michael Wang, A to B, Hairball Yarn, Bedtime Lullabies with gift memberships, Michael Wang with gift memberships, and Mrs. Just My Opinion got the whole ball started by becoming a new member on her first live stream. It's the first one I've seen that name. Perhaps you had a name that was a little less anonymous before. In any case, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you, everyone. I think we're done here. It's been fine. I'm Dan D. Together we are fine and dandy. I will count down the stream. I think we've got about 10 seconds left. Andy 13. 13 is 3 more than 10. And we've got Victoria Carmen for number 9. Victoria Carmen was here for the Betty Broderick trial and has stuck around. CL McIntyre, a little late to this stream, but here in time for the goodbyes. You're going to be number 8. Disney Mom at a 7. Goodbye. We've got Seba123 is the thanks, Dan. It's been fun. Number 6. Rita Schuler with thank you for all you do for number 5. Elizabeth, thanks everyone. And if you're American, have a fun and safe 4th. It's been fun. 4th for number 4. Well done. Good timing, Elizabeth. For 3, we're going to give Bella's mom a shout out who says goodbye to everyone. For 2, we'll say Nana of 4 who brings up the 4th of July and says happy 4th everyone. You're number 2. And our number 1 comment is Phil for Dom Russo who said she stayed blackout drunk for sure. That's it. You're fine. I'm Dan D. This is the end of this stream. We'll be back in 6 hours and 45 minutes for the Friday Night Ramble. See what it's about. I don't know. We know some of the things.